Okay. Yeah. Hi. Oh, hi. Hi, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hopefully everybody's doing well. Feeling well. What's going on? I'm sorry. I was planning on being earlier. You know what the problem is? I'm having trouble waking up. I wake up at like 6. Between 6 and 7, I kind of wake up. And then immediately I'm like, I want to start scrolling through my phone, and I don't want to get up because it's cold out. And but I woke up at a more reasonable time. Went to the gym and did a bunch of stuff. So, Garage Band, what's going on? Indigo, what's going on? I hope you guys are doing all right. Indigo, did you see Final Fantasy Tactics sold 1 million copies? Shush, what's going on? Yeah, I didn't really have a bunch of stuff to do this morning other than play the game. So I can't watch some of these trailers because they're one of them's a Disney one. Right? It's the Avenger. They dropped an Avengers trailer for a different set of characters. It seems like what they're doing is sort of the I feel like Smash Bros is the thing that we always think of. They keep doing these trailers of Captain America will return, which I'm not happy about. They can't do Robert. They're not going to say Robert Downey Jr. will return. They did the Thor one, which the Thor one was actually really good. I was very, very happy with what I saw from the Thor trailer. And they did another one today. I guess I have to spoil it for you since does anybody want to go watch the trailer first? It's like a minute long. Let me see if I can probably give it to you, and then you could just watch it yourself if you want to. And then there was another trailer. Donut Lord is back as Cyclops. And then there was another trailer. Hey Ryan, I thought I saw a trailer pop up for something Resident Evil. I don't know if it was a new game or I don't know what it was exactly. I could have sworn I saw it, and then when I went to go look for it, I didn't find anything. I know there was another trailer that I saw it yesterday. Like, I didn't watch the trailer. I saw that the trailer was there, and I said, oh, wait, I'm going to watch that tomorrow. I also should have watched the Dragon Quest trailer with you guys. There was a Dragon Quest 7 trailer for the demo date, and it shows the game, and it looks actually kind of amazing. It sounds like they're making trailers for Dokkan rather than a movie. Yeah, they're doing trailers for like they'll return, and what is it? It's like December 18th, I think, is the movie. Cap, Thor, X-Men, and the last one is a mix of. Oh wait, I don't think I saw that one. Wait, Black Panther. Draken. I don't think I saw that one. The Black Panther and Fantastic Four one. I'd have to see. You know what's crazy? I still have not watched that Fantastic Four movie, and I was more excited for Fantastic Four than I was for Superman, and I still haven't watched it. I don't have Netflix or whatever. No, Disney Plus. I don't have Disney Plus right now, so I can't watch it there. And I guess they don't sell movies physically anymore, so. Am I excited for Devil Wears Prada 2? No, but I'm curious to see how they get back into, how they get back together. How they put, what's her name and what's her name back together. I like the first movie. I actually really do enjoy the first movie. That's a movie that I have a few scenes that I really like, so I go to YouTube and I watch them, but I haven't sat down and watched that movie in a long time. I'll be honest, I'm mixed on these sequels to old movies. Top Gun 2 I heard was relatively decent. Beetlejuice I heard was okay. Now you got Devil Wears Prada 2. There's at least one or two more, and I'm like, it's okay. I know years ago they did one for, what was it, Wall Street. They made a sequel for that. Yeah, Top Gun Maverick was awesome, which I heard a lot of people say. But I don't know. I'm mixed on the idea of them. Like, sometimes I just want there to be something new, or I want it to be new. Gladiator 2, thank you. Or I want it to be in that world with different characters. Like Top Gun Maverick, I guess kind of works because it's exactly what you would want out of a sequel. From this far into the future. It is him as a trainer, right? And he's training a new bunch of recruits. Like, that's a great concept for that. But then some of the other ones, I don't know, if I worry that they're just going to squeeze whatever they can out of them. Oh, and then apparently they're making a Gollum movie or something, and then Elijah Wood and Ian McKellen have signed on for it. Like, we had 6 movies in the franchise. Can we just let that one go? We had 6 movies and a what I understand was a mediocre show. Can we just let it go? Independence Day 2 sucked. Yeah, it kind of. I don't know. If it was anything else, I would say, oh, this is interesting. I can't wait to see where this goes. A human alliance with the alien culture. But, like, that would be kind of interesting. The problem is, I don't know, I feel like it kind of craps on the original one. First of all, they just assume what's-his-name is already dead. We're just like, oh, never mind, Will Smith's character is dead. That does not slap. And then they killed Vivica Fox's character. Like, which I normally like. I'm like, yeah, get. But come on, man. It's I don't know. Like, what were we even? The first movie felt concise, right? Or complete. It felt like a complete movie. You had a beginning, middle, and end, and then you could easily say, oh, well, the aliens don't mess with the people anymore. They don't mess with Earth anymore because they lost, or they just destroyed them all in general. Like, you could easily say, oh, well, that was all of them. Their entire civilization was in these ships. It was in the mothership, and it was in the smaller ships, and now they're all gone. And that's the end of the movie, and that's it. It's over. And then, no, never mind. There were more of them. Like, oh, come on. Oh, the last one is only. Oh, the last one's only 4 got leaked just like the rest. Okay. Yeah, I forgot Gladiator 2. Beetlejuice kind of messed with too many plot threads. Yeah, did anyone see Twisters? No. Like, I don't know. I just, something about it. They're movies I don't need is probably the best way to say that. I just don't need them. I remember they were talking about doing another Princess Bride. And I thought, what are you doing? Why would you do another Princess Bride? You could do another movie like it. You can do the ensemble cast and the cheesy background special effect, right? Make it all practical effects. It's almost like a stage play on a movie screen. And then you have a whole new cast. You have a new kid, or you have Judge Reinhold. No, what the hell was his name? Fred Savage. He was in a movie with Judge Reinhold. I get him mixed up all the time. You have Fred Savage reading a story to his kid, and that's the new movie. And it's like, okay, we're not tying it at all to Princess Bride story-wise. If you want to say that it's Fred Savage as an adult, you're right. He remembers his grandpa Columbo, and he's reading a story to his kid. And then, you know what? Don't even do that. He's reading a story to his kid, and then at some point, you see like his grandpa. Well, no, he's not alive anymore. I don't think so. So yes, and you would just have that, and then there's the separate movie. But I don't need a continuation of the story. Yeah, Princess Bride is flawless. Another one would just ruin it. I don't need you to continue the story. There's nothing to continue. Even if you wanted to say, well, we're going to give you the story of Dread Pirate Robert. No, but you can't do that. Like, just make a new that kind of movie. Hey, General Dracketh, Executor, anybody who I didn't say hi to, hello. Oh, it's because rights distribution is a mess for things. For big budget movies, you either have to use the license or you lose it after a certain time. That's why we're getting Gollum, and why Sony always shoves a Spider-Man universe movie regardless of quality, because they want to keep the license. What I'm curious about that I wouldn't, because I knew that about the Spider-Man movies. What I'm curious about is, in this day and age, do you have to make a whole movie for that? Can't you make moderately budgeted YouTube videos, shorts or something, like official Marvel and movie studio and Sony official shorts that use the characters in a particular way, and it saves their license? Like, I wonder if that's possible, or if the contracts state that it has to be movies. Back up. Lord of the Rings Hunt for Gollum got most of the cast back for a movie that has zero reason to exist. Like, there's no reason for that to exist. If you wanted to tell some convoluted story about Gollum's adventures through certain things, you make it a show. You do something like that. Or did they get crapped on for Rings of Power so much that they just don't want to do it anymore? Didn't seem like a movie that needed an MCU kind of continuation. For Independence Day 2. You know what would have been cool? Instead of focusing on the next generation, African warlord taking care of the leftover aliens would have been more interesting. What's that for Independence Day 2? Like that sounds okay. I think that's Independence Day 2, right? Did that have that one? Hot Shots part. I was gonna say part trios. How do you pronounce that in French? Is it trois? Gonna be a second book. Oh, there was gonna be a second book for Princess Bride though. If it was based on that, I could see it. But I don't know. Like I guess it's gonna be all new characters, but you really can't get Carrie Ellis to Carrie Ellis, and I don't remember who the girl was. Mandy Patinkin, maybe. You're not getting Andre. You're not getting Andre the Giant. They were going to kill Andre the Giant's character in it. No, then definitely don't make it. Or Disney, yes, they could. Or Disney Plus shorts, Disney shorts like The Simpsons, yeah. Depends wildly on the contracts, license laws. That's why it's always such a mess. Yeah, like I feel like if there's a way to get by, hold on. Put my slippers back on. Yeah, I feel like if there's a way to get by it without making a movie, and then you just make a product that people can watch and say, "Oh, this is Sony Spider-Man," and then they keep the whatever for another few years. I feel like that's going to be better, and it's going to be better budgeting wise on them. They're going to appreciate not having to make a $200 million movie every few years, even though they want to. It was the C plot, okay. You know what I'm in the mood for? Gonzalez suit. I think of Bon Clay from One Piece calling out his moves in French. Ribs! Spare ribs! Oh, ribs. The kid who's playing Link could be the new Dread Pirate Robert. Who's playing Link? Did they say who? You know who I would have liked as Link? Timothy Chalamet. I think he would have made a cool Link. The Cloverfield sequels are also pretty trash. So there was like 10 Cloverfield Lane. Was that was one of them, right? I'll be honest. Okay. I think Cloverfield, I don't know if I ever told you this. Cloverfield's one of the best movies I've never seen. I went and watched that. Oh, Cloverfield Paradox. That's right. I went and watched that movie, and within minutes, I saw people leaving, and I said, "Oh, they are probably not feeling well." And I want to say maybe 10, 20 minutes later, I couldn't look at it. I watched most of that movie like this because I couldn't look at it. It was making me sick to look at. But listening to it, and then I'd peek every once in a while just to see what was going on. And listening to it, it was awesome. When the action was moving and everything, it was great. But then they would stop moving, and the camera just would not stop. All I kept thinking, I remember thinking, at some point, even in a found footage movie, in that type of movie, at some point, maybe you put the camera down, and then for a few minutes, maybe nothing moves. How about that? How about when I'm holding the camera and I'm going, oh, when it calms down, I go, all right. And then I set it up somewhere and it's not moving for a few minutes. Can I get a break? Linky, what's going on? Linky, I have to apologize to you. I meant to raid you yesterday and I completely forgot to hit the button. But I hope some people went over there. I'm really sorry about that. I saw you were playing what's it called? Uma Musume, I think it is. It's the horse girl game. How are you playing that, by the way? Was that on mobile linked to your screen, or is there a PC version? Alien vs. Predator was like that. I don't think Alien vs. Predator was as bad. I think the biggest problem with AVP, and I kind of like that movie, was it was dark. Visually, it was hard to see. There were a lot of moments where I was like, I remember, you know what? I went to the theaters to see that because I read the books and I thought the first book especially was amazing. I went to the theater and I remember probably like 30 minutes in thinking, I really hope that the whole movie doesn't look like this. Are we really gonna? Are they gonna just not? We're just not gonna be able to see everything, and that's their idea of special effects. And thankfully, that did change. But yeah, for a long part of the beginning of that movie, I thought, I really hope this is not what it's gonna look like. And yeah, general, not a fan of found footage movies. I'm not. I think there's an okay way to do it, but the motion sickness issue is always going to be something. Stuff like what was the first person movie, Hardcore Henry? Stuff like that. It's never going to appeal to me. It will always make me sick, and I like VR. So, oh, we also know who's playing Impa. Hold on. Link and Zelda. Link and Zelda have been cast. We don't know anyone else. Yeah, who are the Link and Zelda characters? Is it Pedro Pascal? Is Pedro Pascal going to be Zelda? Oh, yes. That's the best part. They made it make sense because the camera guy's an idiot who doesn't know social cues. Of course, he's still filming. That's the second one, not the first one. Well, not the first. The second one is crap. Hang on. No one was ready for the shaky cam. When I watched it, it was on. When I first watched it, it was on the big TV. See, I was at the theater. Oh, it's on Steam. Hold on. I like AVP, but the camera was like watching a Rob Zombie music video. And yeah, the second movie. That's the second. Wait, that's the second one. Hold on, Draco. What are you talking about? That's the second one, not the first one. The breaks come from the camera guy hitting record over and over, flashing back to a date the main character has. Oh wait, you're talking about the first Cloverfield, the beach trip, because in the end of which a lot of people miss that. In the end of, I think it's the end of the movie when you see the last clips of the beach day, you actually see the creature landing in the water. Did you see that? A lot of people didn't catch that at first. And even I caught that, and that movie made me ill. Pedro Pascal will be Ganondorf in the Zelda movie. I want Pedro Pascal to be Zelda in the Zelda movie. I remember when Doom movie tried to do the first person stuff with Dwayne, and it was meh. I mean, Ryan, that movie was meh. So that's the problem. And it was only a sequence. It was only like a quick sequence in the movie, right? Sydney Sweeney should play Samus in a movie. I've seen a little bit of Sydney Sweeney act. I would rather not. I think I would rather not. I don't think she's for what I've seen of her, I don't think she's a good actress. I don't think she's good. I think she's kind of pretty. She got a nice body. Other than that, I don't care. I don't think that she. I think my hottest takes for Samus, if you want to do the current Samus, which is the 5'7", 5'9", blonde ponytail, like the zero suit Samus. If you want to do that one, my pick is actually I was gonna Indigo. You put that up there, and I almost said my pick for Samus was Gilbert Gottfried. Charlize Theron. I like Charlize Theron. I think that she does the stoic face very well, but I think when she is happy about something, I think that she looks great in the movies. I think that she's a good pick. I think physically she's a good pick. Face-wise, she's a good pick. I think it all works. If you want to see my Samus, the 6'3", right, 210, the machine, the prime Samus, I'd like to see Gwendolyn Christie, who played Brienne of Tarth in Game of Thrones. I would like to see her. She's like the big Samus. But I would have to see her as acting. Vanessa Kirby. You're saying Vanessa Kirby. Oh, the one for Sue Storm. Is that who that is? No, not Vanessa Hudgens. Yeah. Okay, yeah, hold on. Yeah. Vanessa Kirby. If you're going Zero Suit Samus, Vanessa Kirby. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I still like Charlize Theron. Sean, what's going on? Zero, John, Lindsay, what's happening? Dragoon, what's happening? I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch everybody as they come in. Samus needs to be thick. So give me like a tall Gwendolyn Christie. Charlize is like 50. What's the problem with that? I'm almost like 50. What do you got? What's the issue? What's the problem here? Just letting you know, finna be a huge gift bomb incoming. Uh-oh. All right. Well, I'll anticipate it. I hope you're not like general. I appreciate your generosity. Oh, wait, is that 25? Whoa, 25. General, thank you so much. Very, very much appreciate that. Everybody, let's get a round of applause for General in here. Thank you so much. I really, really do appreciate that. I hope you're not breaking the bank or anything. I don't want you to be hurting or struggling with yourself for doing that. But I very, very much appreciate it. Holy smokes. Why was that so loud in my ears? I'm gonna turn that down. Yeah, thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. What did that trigger? Triggered up the level 6 hype train. So there's a hype train going on. If you've got gifts, if you've got Prime subs or bits or anything you want to donate, feel free to do so. I mean, if you have gift subs, hang on. No. Okay, I just want to make sure. I worry about I worry about people like overextending because they want to do something nice, and I always appreciate people doing nice things. But at the same time, I'm like, don't hurt yourself for doing all of that. But thank you, and because part of that is because we're just after Christmas, and it's just been the Christmas season. So comic accurate X-Men costumes in the movies. I mean, if we're going comic accurate X-Men, we're doing Small Wolverine, right? Are we doing Small Wolverine from Deadpool? And just like that, smashed our. I know, right? Lilac, hey Lilac, how's it going? Oh, Lilac, you know what? I had a picture that I wanted to send you. The store near me had like cheap boxing gloves and one of those 5-point machines that you punch to a rhythm. And I almost bought it. I thought that was actually going to be a cool workout. I don't think they have it anymore. Here, I'll put a picture in Discord. I'm going to put this in side chat 1. Hang on. Side chat 1. And then boop, boop. I had taken it. There it is. Here we go. No trunks on Cyclops. 0 out of 10. Some people, you don't have $5. Yeah, you sure you can spend $5? Hey, it's the truth. I know that people like to. I know that people like to do nice things, and I worry that some people are stretching themselves a little. That's why I always say, if you're dropping bits and you're dropping 10 bits or something, that's fine. I appreciate that. I remember back in the day when you'd watch ads and get bits, and then if there would be times where people would like, oh, here's 5 bits, here's 3 bits, and I knew what they were doing. They were sitting there watching ads. So I very much appreciate that. I mean, I always say that the most important thing is just hanging out here. But if you want to do something nice, that you're more than welcome to do that. I just don't want anybody to think they have to, or feel bad that they can't, or stretch themselves thin trying to do it. Boxing gloves, you say, but do you have a bow? Wait, hold on. I don't know what. Wait, I think I lost that one. Wolverine's costume was perfect in Deadpool 3. How dare you unknowingly, coincidentally start during my ring fit sesh? Okay, there. I've a few different versions of that almost came out. Trunks is busy fighting Cell. Why would he be on Cyclops? You know what? You know what's bad? Executor, now I want a pair of swim trunks for when summer comes around with trunks on them. I wonder if I can get that. Hey, whoa! Now it's not loud enough. Atomic, dropping 20 gift subs. Very much appreciated. What's going on? You guys don't spend all your Christmas money on me. I mean, yeah, but But thank you, Atomic. Another round of applause for Atomic here. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate that. And let me actually give you a round of applause. Very much appreciate that. Thank you so much, guys. I can't tell you how good this helps me and makes me feel. I know it seems like I've got it all put together, but it's just, you guys know what's going on. I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty in the air, so it definitely makes me feel good. So thank you for that. Hold on, let me go back up. Oh, first time in a while that I've been able to make a stream, and I'm 34 today. Congratulations, 34 years old. That is. Wait. Hold on. Because I know that there's always a difference. We go back and forth with like different numbers and right. It's ounces or it's grams or it's miles or it's kilometers. So you say 34. So in the U.S. that's 34 years old. How many is that in UK years? Just to make sure that we get it right. I don't know. Is it like that's like 46, right? How many is that in UK years? And we're going up. I haven't seen any of the Doomsday trailers. Let's accept the Steve Rogers one because I happened upon it, but I hear good things. The Steve Rogers one I didn't care about because I don't like the fact that Steve Rogers / Chris Evans is coming back. I'm not a big fan of Robert Downey Jr. coming back. The Fantastic Four one, if there's one for that, I think that's interesting. Black Panther's kind of interesting. The Thor one was great. The Thor one was fantastic. The X-Men one I enjoyed. Is there any frame of reference for the X-Men already being here? Because this is not the first time we've seen them, right? I thought I saw someone say that there was a thing in the Marvels, which I haven't watched. But I don't know if there's any precedent for the X-Men being in this movie. A trailer drop, Gamer Chuck. Yeah, they're dropping these Avengers trailers for letting you know like different characters that are going to be in the movie. I get paid for the rest of my life via the VA, so I'm Gucci. Unfortunately, my real name is General. Your actual first name is General. I mean, I would go by that. Actually, you know what you can go by? Gen. 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 Even though people are gonna try and mess with you and call you Jen, but Gen. I've seen that's a legit name. I've seen that name before. So, as someone who's been rereading his origin story, I'm like 90% uninterested in the upcoming Wonder Man TV show. I mean, has anybody really been interested in Wonder Man? Is that Wonder Man? I found a Wonder Man comic once when I was a kid, and nobody knew who it was, and I think I threw it away. I didn't know who the hell it was. And this entire time, we've never had a return to Wonder Man or something. I know Superman. I know Mega Man. I know Ultraman. And I think that's it. Are there any more powerful mans? I have seen Nicolas Cage's face printed on trousers, so I say yes. I have Christmas money. Why wasn't I told this? Why did I decide to stream on Twitch instead of YouTube? So, at the time when I started, I don't even remember if YouTube had a streaming platform, but if it did, we were probably in the midst of YouTube gaming, which was kind of a mess. And it was basically a joke, and no one really utilized it. And they got rid of the YouTube gaming not moniker, branding. But after they did that, I think that's around when Twitch started to really kind of mess up, and then people started trying YouTube, and they said, "Oh, okay, wait, this is actually kind of decent." So then that's when people started, and then YouTube started to build it up. They started to add features, but it was a very feature light streaming experience. And when I started Twitch, I don't even remember if it was actually a thing at the time. What I'm curious about is going to dual streaming, and I'm curious to know if that's going to be worth the effort for me. I think it's going to be worth the effort just because it means that the VODs are always up on YouTube. So that'll be quicker. But at the same time, I do question whether or not I even want the whole VODs on there, or if I just want to start cutting up the streams and then putting those on YouTube, which is what I used to do. It's just a matter of the effort that I have to put into it. It's UK years. This is Korea as far as I know. 20-ish. Oh, 20-ish. Oh, that's what you're saying. 2023. Okay, so like 20. Yeah, okay. So you're 34 in UK in UK years. That's like 2023. All right, that's not bad. Congratulations. Anyone to see the latest Doomsday trailer? Yeah, Draketh, if you want, you can post it there. I can't watch it here. It's only about a minute long too. Kind of disappointed they brought back OG Cap. I don't like that they brought back Steve Rogers at all. I am General, I don't know how long you've been coming here or how often you've heard me. One thing about me is I like when characters die and stay dead. I want them to stay dead. I need the death of a character to have weight. I need to care. I need to see Steve Rogers die, and I need to go, oh no, Steve Rogers will never have Steve Rogers again. What I can't have constantly is this character died. Well, they'll probably bring him back. It's okay. They'll come back. It's all right. And then when they don't come back, I feel like the weight of what happened is already gone because I've already sort of worked through it. Steve didn't die though, but he kind of did. All right, like not die, but he got to the end. He was an actual 95-year-old man. Now, tell me that guy's coming back, but I think he passed away. But tell me that guy's going to be in the movie throwing the Captain America shield around, and I'm down. I don't know. I wonder. The other thing that I have about it is I just wonder what the capacity is. How do we know that this isn't going to be the Captain America from a different universe? You know, maybe the Captain America that existed in the X-Men universe, because I'm assuming the X-Men are going to be from a different universe. Maybe that's that Captain America. Maybe this isn't the one that went back in time, returned all the stones, and then lived a full life. Oh, hey Connie, hold on. Let me go back up here. Is it Wonder Man? Eggman's strip club dancer alter ego. Wait. Who hasn't given me thy gifts of wait. Omni-Man, Pac-Man, No. It's gotta be the first word has to mean something great. So like Wonder, Super, Mega, Ultra. I think there was a Power Man. I know there's a Power Man 5000, but like what are some words? Oh, Flash. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Here's a tip. Speaking of tips, while that U.S. restaurants are legally allowed to not directly pay their waiters. No, Flash. I believe they have to pay them, but it's like $3 an hour. It's something ridiculous because the logic is that they'll make tips. It's a scam. I mean, it really is a scam. I mean, half of this country is a scam. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, Connie. I know you're lurking, but been a rough 12 hours. A close friend of mine passed away. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you, Connie. Hold on, let me go back up. YouTube live streaming audience, it seems more unhinged. Gaming Chuck, they're more unhinged but they're honestly less interactive. If we were to put the stream up on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously, you guys talk way more here than they do on YouTube. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Connie. Greg, will I want the Wii U Batman Origins? I mean, I'll take it if you're handing it out. I don't know if I'll play it. Batman Origins? Wait, Arkham Origins? Or is there a different Batman Origins game? The grandpa, what's this? The grandpas are back again. Is that me? Am I the grandpas? Bringing back Chris. Oh, for Chris and RDJ. Bringing back Chris and RDJ screams, we have no faith in current movies because they're not making $11 bajillion. Quick, get back the same actors. Yeah, and it bothers me. It's so annoying. If you want to bring back RDJ, make him a robot. Make him a character like Brendan Fraser in Doom. What is it, Doom Patrol? Make him a character that we don't see, and it's just his voice. But I would really rather him not be back at all. I don't want them to be back. I want them when they're gone to stay gone, so it means something that they were there in the first place. If I'm just going to replace them, it doesn't matter. You know what? This is probably a bit more extreme than I would intend it to be, but it's like the people that when their pet passes away, they immediately go out and get another one. It's like, wow, it's that replaceable, huh? You can just go out and just doesn't matter. Like, no, you gotta. It has to mean something that Chris Evans went back in time, became an old man, and now he can't do the thing anymore, and now he supports the other. Now, if you want to bring him back as the old man and have the old man helping people with information, totally fine. But to make him young again and have him, I don't need that. I don't want that. Because now there's no wait. Because now when I watch Avengers Doomsday and someone dies in the movie, I'm just going to say, oh, well, they'll probably be back in the next part. And it won't matter. Yeah, Steve didn't die, but I mean, he got old and he was not in the discussion anymore when it comes to saving the world. What about Shadow the Hedgehog? He died in SA2, but came back. I mean, there's always room for Shadow. Especially, no, wait, that was Keanu Reeves. I was going to mention Sir Idris Elba, who got a knighthood, but that was Keanu Reeves. I still have not seen any one of those movies, by the way. I haven't seen either of the Sonic movies. Any of the Sonic movies? There's 3 of them. Any of the Sonic movies. I think it's curious that it's specifically Steve Rogers will return. Yeah, so maybe, but they showed young one. They showed young Cap. Yeah, nobody ever said Steve died. They said he was on the moon. Wait, when did they say he was on the moon? Is that a Marvel's thing? By the way, I'm way back on the chat here. For X-Men being in the MCU, there were a few things. In Ms. Marvel, they played the 90s theme. In the Marvels, they had the old Fox movies, Beast appear. Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait, in the Marvels. I remember that. I remember the whole Patrick Stewart X-Men, which was Lilac. Probably the worst waste of an actor and character since, and I don't know if I'll get flack for this, since Cable in Deadpool 2. I think Cable is a great character that brings a lot of interesting story and setting with him, and you threw him into a Deadpool movie. Why? Why would you waste that character? And I thought the same thing when I watched Mom, and I was like, this is great. And then they just ruined it. Like, why would you do that? I don't know. What a waste. You put the official X-Man trailer. This is the leak. Oh, you have the other one. Okay. It'll be a different Cap. Dr. Doom is working on Battleworld, so he's pulling from all different universes and capping her off the multiverse mini arc. Here's a tip. Wait, I got that one already. But there's actually 2 Ultramen. The Japanese one and the Earth 3 evil Superman. Wait, is there an Ultraman? When you say the Japanese one, we're talking about the same Ultraman, right? And he changes the little crystal, and then he gives him one of these, and the monster dies, and the Gudis monster. We're talking about the same Ultraman. I know there was a Japanese show, and then there was an Australian show which I watched, which I think the Super Nintendo game was based on. In the comics, Steve was old. Steve was old for a while, but still active with them. But he got de-aged. So this is just them redoing that, and Downey is at least seems to be playing it. Yeah, Downey's playing Dr. Doom. He's playing a whole different character. I still have a problem with him being there, especially since he's a face character. Until he puts the mask on. Hopefully he doesn't take the mask off. That's the thing, is that the Dr. Doom from the other Fantastic Four movies, he was Victor Von Doom most of the time. So we didn't see him with the mask nearly as much. I'll tell you when I did like him, though, the second Fantastic Four movie, the second Michael Chiklis and all of those, I loved his look in that. When he got the board, oh man, great looking Dr. Doom. Everything else, And to be fair, what was his name? Julian McMahon. He was a good Dr. Doom. I liked him as Doom. Love the Doom Patrol show. That and Peacemaker. I'm gonna watch Peacemaker. I'm gonna finish. You know what? I'm having a hard time finishing Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. I'm having a hard time getting through the 5th season. Like, I don't know. I don't vibe with it. The first 2 seasons and the 3rd season, I thought the 3rd season was great, and then the 4th season was a mess, and then the 5th season, I'm not vibing with it. The 4th season was a disaster, by the way. I never really sat down and I never talked about that show, but the 4th season was a disaster. I felt that way with the Thanos snap in the first place. I saw they instantly killed off Spider-Man. That none of that was going to stick. So all the drama of the moment. Yeah, I remember being in a theater, Ryan, and people are like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, they're not going to kill those characters off. They killed off. They got rid of half of the cast. They're going to come back. They're going to bring them back. I thought it would have been awesome if you just kept them gone, but I knew it. So it eats up all of the emotion. It eats up all of the emotion from the sequence for that to happen. Captain America Brave New World didn't do too hot and had to bring old Cap back, which is kind of a shame. Sonic 3 was the best one. I mean, what I hear, General, is that those movies got better and better. So that's a good thing for that. Unlike Metroid. Are you shocked that a comic book based movie where it's infamous for people to survive is bringing people back? No, I'm not shocked, but I don't like it. That's the thing. I'm not surprised that they're bringing back Chris Evans, Steve Rogers. I'm not surprised that they're bringing back Robert Downey Jr. I'm not surprised that they're bringing back some of these old movies, right? Ian McKellen and Frodo, Elijah Wood, and a new Lord of the Rings movie. I'm not surprised at any of it, but I don't like it. That's the thing. I want the characters that go away to stay gone so it means something that they were there in the first place. Otherwise, it's just like, all right, they'll just be here until we replace them. Yeah, it's not fun. I don't know. You got Volnutted? Wait. Only problem is you have to watch The Marvels. Is it a good movie? You know what? I don't even remember which one. Which one is The Marvels? The one that I keep thinking of when I think of The Marvels. Let me ask you, what I'm thinking of The Marvels, and it's the wrong movie. What movie am I thinking of? And I think you'll all understand. I think everybody will know exactly what movie it is that I'm thinking of. It's like the Dragon Ball. Yeah, it's like the Dragon Balls in late Z and Super. At one point, they revived Piccolo off screen in Super. That Ultraman, there's an evil crime syndicate Superman from Earth 3 that goes by Ultraman. Okay, his symbol is a U instead of an S. Oh, okay. But what does it mean? What does the U mean? It's the symbol on his home world for give me your money. Steve could also still be the one that went back in time to grow old, and Doom just yanks him out of that time stream, and Steve works with everyone to get back to his own timeline and is fully gone from the MCU. I mean, that's not terrible. That's not terrible. Hold on, let me go. I'm going to jump ahead here. Marvels is the one where they were switching places with each other. The one with Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel, and Photon. Oh, with Monica Rambeau, right? Was that the one with her in it? Okay, no. I keep you not Eternals. Eternals is an amazing movie. For all the wrong reasons, Eternals is an amazing movie. I keep thinking of the Thunderbolts. When you say the Marvels, I remember it being an ensemble cast of lesser appreciated characters, and immediately the Thunderbolts is what comes to mind. And I heard that one was good. I like the characters. That's the thing with the Thunderbolts, is that I liked what the hell was his name? Major Russian. I forget his name. It's David Harbour. Red Guardian. Thank you. Yeah, David Harbour, but it's Red Guardian. I like him. I loved him in the other movie, in the Black Widow movie. I thought he was fantastic. I mean, it's Bucky Barnes, Bucky Barnes is awesome. It's Yelena, right? It's like Yelena's terrific. I feel like there's a character that did not get enough screen time, was Yelena. Feige said that Tony and Steve will be back But the way he said it means they'll come back, but with new actors after these Avengers films. Oh, so like a different. See, I don't know. I don't need you to come back with Steve Rogers, but it's a different actor, and Tony Stark, but it's a different actor. I want them to be different characters. I want them to move into something else. You know who should be the new Iron Man if you're not gonna do, if you're not gonna use what's her name, Ironheart, the kid. The kid from the third movie that he helps him and he was at the funeral. That is the kid that should be growing up and becoming Iron Man. If you wanna make them specifically Iron Man, because War Machine. Okay, so here's my sort of little gripe with that, with like War Machine. Characters like War Machine, even Falcon. Falcon should be the new Captain America. No, I don't think Falcon should be the new Captain America. I think Falcon should be Falcon. And he should have the Captain America shield, and he should have some U.S. branding or whatever the hell they want to do. But I don't think he should be called Captain America. I think he should be called Falcon. War Machine is War Machine. I think War Machine should stay. I think that if you're going to make a new Iron Man, it should be a new character, not somebody who's already established. At the end of Batman's career, I don't think Nightwing should become Batman. I think there should be a new Batman. And his name is Terry McGinnis. For the love of God, make the movie. Ironheart is a different character who just... Yeah, she got her own series. But that's who I'm thinking of, right? That's Riri Williams. That's Ironheart. U.S. Agent is more capable than Falcon. The issue with that, I suppose, is that in the comics, Falcon does become Captain America, and it was a decently successful comic run overall. Yeah, okay, there's precedent for it, but I still don't like it. I like if they evolve into their own other heroes, right? If Falcon decided that he wanted to be something else, then that's fine, but I feel like it's not necessary for him to specifically become Captain America. And by the way, it really should be Captain United States, right? Because Captain America doesn't represent Panama. Right? There are other things in North America, and there are other Americas. So Captain America is a bit confusing. Captain America without the super soldier serum never made sense to me. Yeah, he was like the skinny kid from Brooklyn. Depends on if Bruce retires or is killed off for Dick being Batman for me. If Bruce actually dies for some reason and someone has to fill the void for a period of time, Dick is the only logical choice. Yeah, you're right. If Batman dies and Grayson steps up and he becomes the new Batman, okay, I'll kind of give you that one. But I don't know. I think there should just be a new Batman. Ryan, do you remember... Years ago, there was some sort of fan trailer. I think it was actually made because they were talking about making it a show. It was called, let me see if I can find it. It was called Grayson. And the idea, fan trailer, 19 years ago. This is from 19 years ago. Here, I'm gonna grab it so I can link it to you. Copy. I'm gonna put it in side chat 1. I think this is the right one. Yeah, it was this one. You mean the Teen Titans cartoon? Oh, Teen Titans cartoon. So it's in side chat 1. This was a trailer that was like a fan trailer that was made a long time ago, and the idea was that Batman died, or they think Batman died, so now Robin is the one stepping up. Dick Grayson is the one stepping up. But you see a bunch of the other characters. You see, like, there's a whole thing because now it looks like there's a conspiracy and he might not actually be dead. Superman's involved, Wonder Woman's involved. Like, it's really interesting. And I think it was I thought it was supposed to be for a show. Do that. That story was great. Falcon's new name should be Eagle. Albatross. Oh, Albatross. Actually, no. Albatross should be General Ross's superhero character. He's the Albatross. Continue Batman Beyond in the way they did X-Men 97. Yeah, I could go for that. I could go for some more Batman Beyond. I don't need to see Captain America struggling against random dudes like in Brave New World. I really want to see Captain America version of Bucky in the movies because Bucky was Cap after Steve died in Civil War. Was this not too loud? Wait, what? To the Cable point. To your sadness, that was Cable. That was Cable accurate. Modern Cable, who was treated like that in the comics, especially with Deadpool, which is kind of depressing because I like the Cable that came from the future. I like the Cable that worked with or I forget if he worked with him or he fought him with X-Man. Like that is more interesting to me. Which Robin was the unstoppable god in Teen Titans? Comes when Bruce goes missing, Dick does become Batman and with Damian as his Robin, and that's like a temporary thing. That's like kind of like Ryan said, where we have to do this until we can find somebody new. But I would not want him to drop Nightwing forever to become Batman. If he wants to drop Nightwing forever and become a different character, that's fine. But or especially if you're saying that it's an obligation that Falcon has the shield now, so he has to become Captain America. It's like, not really. Maybe he can just stay Falcon. Although I do like the idea of him becoming the Eagle. They should have made a Batman Beyond movie ages ago when Adam West or Kevin Conroy were still alive to play real life old Bruce. Now, would you approve? I know that there's back and forth about live action stuff. Would you approve of a live action Batman Beyond show? Or do you think that that's something that should probably stay animated? Bucky would also be a better Captain America replacement. Modern Bucky, yeah. Originally, I like when he was really conflicted, I understand why it doesn't work that way. Later, Dracketh, have a good one. Call him Captain Falcon. It's not like that name.
Why do you say things that you know will hurt me?
It's not like that name is being used by anything. There was no canon explanation for why they got weak. Oh, wait. Brave New World's Captain America is the Marvel equivalent of the Winx Club in 6th season of Winx Club. I can't believe Winx Club went that far. I think I watched maybe the first and maybe the second season. Could get Michael Keaton. That's not a bad idea. Oh, with Doomsday, I can see Doom using Franklin Reed. Would it be Franklin Richards to reshape the world and himself? He will be in the mask until Franklin changes his appearance to one of the most notable heroes that most people recognize, which in the MCU is Tony. Unless he changes his look to look like Stan Lee one last time. Nah, not a show. It won't get the budget. It won't get the budget it needs. Yeah. A new animated Batman Beyond project was presented to WB, but they don't think it would find an audience. So the project was scrapped entirely with only a small teaser trailer and images left behind. That's a shame. Would love to see Captain America use the knee of justice. It's interesting the Dick Bruce dynamic because Dick is ultimately a much happier character, but is the only one of the Bat family to really get Bruce since he went through something similar with the parents dying. Like he went through something, I don't know. I always kind of nag on Batman a little bit just because he was rich growing up, and not to say that he didn't care about his parents at all, but at the same it's why I like Michael Keaton's Batman from the beginning of the 89 movie. It's why I liked his character so much. And kind of why I liked animated series Bruce Wayne, because he gets to like do stuff. He appreciates being rich. You know, I'm sure he's brooding for the loss of his parents and feeling like he could do something, and he goes out into the night and he battles villainy. You know, every criminal he stops, it might be parents that he's saving, right? I can do all of that. But at the same time, you are rich. When you're not being Batman, you're probably having some fun. And you might look at him as an adult and say, no, it's all about justice. But he was like 8 years old at some point he's just going to start doing other things, and he's going to find out that life isn't all terrible. He could still grow up and be Batman, but maybe he learns to appreciate that he has a bajillion dollars. And that's what I got from characters like 89 Batman, where he appreciated that, I have a lot of money. I can still do things. I don't have to brood in my cave the whole time. I have a big house that I can sit in. Or like in animated series Batman, where he once in a while did something helpful. Batman stopped the criminals. Yeah, and then Bruce Wayne helped them. Bruce Wayne acted like a billionaire who doesn't just punch criminals at night, and he went out and he did something. He went out in the daytime and he bought Harley a dress, and I think he put up some of the other characters to make sure they were okay, and like that's interesting, There's 8 seasons of Winx Club plus the reboots. There were reboots. Wasn't there a live action show? Didn't Winx Club do a live action show? Which is hilarious to me because Winx Club felt like that end of Saturday morning cartoon where the kids were already going outside and doing stuff. And to be not trying to start any trouble, not trying to get canceled, but the quote unquote girly cartoons they didn't get appreciated as much. A lot of that stuff people just looked right past and said, I'm not going to care about it. Dick had Starfire. Of course he was happy. Who ends up with is there an older version of Blackfire? Was that her name? I only ever saw the Teen Titans version of her. So, no, but is there a grown up Blackfire? Well, that sucks. Now get me home to my tall, hot alien girlfriend. Yeah, how sad can you be if that's your evening? Batman TAS does it the best. Golfing with Harvey Dent before Two-Face, and generally him doing Wayne Corp work. Justice League happens. Dick leaves him after a fight. And generally he becomes more bitter after a lot of stuff that happens in that series, which leads to DCAU Beyond. We never find out what happens to Dick in that. Yeah, that's right. We found out what happened to Barbara. We never found out what happened to Dick Grayson in that. We never got enough development there. Beast Boy gets the best one. Beast Boy ends up with Raven. Yeah. No, who's the black? Wasn't that her name? She looked like was it her sister? She looked like Starfire, but she was all black with, I think she had black hair. Yeah. Where's the grown-up character there? Dick and the main TT cast are adults in the comics, so assume Blackfire is an adult. But did we ever see her? I don't know if we ever, because I've seen older Starfire. I've seen those clips where she makes jokes about having, getting it on with, I can't even really say that all the way without making a joke. She talks about getting it on with Dick Grayson, let's say, Nightwing. So I never seen if there was an adult version. The comic version, she's less hot goth Starfire. Oh, and more Starfire with black hair sometimes. The Bat Family webtoon comic I mentioned above is also officially licensed. You should read the Bat Family webcomic. It's a much lighter-hearted Batman comic featuring exactly what you're talking about. Not just angry all the time Batman, but with all the Bat Kids spin-offs actually playing active roles. Like, that sounds interesting. It sounds fun to see something like that. Do you ever think Bruce goes to Alfred? Alfred, I miss Dick. Yeah, he probably does. And Alfred's like, should I call a service for you? That's not what I mean, Alfred. Why do you always laugh when I say that? Older Starfire would make it into cartoon. It would have raised the maturity rating. We rarely see Blackfire in the comics because her only purpose is to cause friction with Star, since she's kind of the reason Starfire was sold into slavery with that whole backstory. Oh, Ryan, like lighthearted stories, as we like them. What is her relation to her, by the way? Is she or is she her sister? Is this older Blackfire? Oh, maybe that was a mistake. I don't know. Like, it might have been a mistake after all. Wasn't there an Alfred spinoff show? I don't know. God, this, you know what's crazy, General? You say that and you kind of unlock the memory. Was there an attempt to do an Alfred project? It's sister. Okay. I feel like you just unlocked some memory of something that I wasn't sure existed. They had a whole bit about Jason dealing with PTSD due to the Joker, and not only Bruce but all of the other Bat family members supporting and helping him through it. Wow, Bat family members supporting each other openly. That's what I thought. I remember seeing an ad for it. Yeah, I think it was called Pennyworth. Hold on. Pennyworth show. Oh, it is. Did this happen? Pennyworth, marketed as Pennyworth, the origin of Batman's butler. I don't know if you can hear me. For its third season, American television show premiered in 2019 on Epix, based on DC Comics Batman character of the same name. The series was developed for television. Gotham, blah, blah, blah. Second season, blah, blah, blah. Series was canceled after 3 seasons. Okay, 2019 to 2022 is when it was. Blackfire is Starfire's older sister, yes. The comics will change the backstory depending on the universe and the like, but generally, Blackfire and Starfire were princesses of Tamaran. Their parents died in the war, and Blackfire was crowned way too young. And Star was sold into slavery as part of a forced peace broker deal, and so on. Gotham also had Alfred as one of the main focuses alongside Gordon. Gotham, I have to admit, I think I would like Gotham, but I don't want to watch it just on principle alone for the DC EU being all over the place. Check SideChat 1 for a link to the webtoon. It also has a great SideChat 1. Okay. Oh, I see it here. Oh, you know what I did watch? Finally, I forgot to watch it. The Supergirl trailer. The new Supergirl trailer. Okay. I don't hate it, but I think I'm going to get tired of her really quickly. Is the Supergirl trailer fire? It's a decent trailer for what it's supposed to be. I think I'm going to get annoyed with her really fast. And apparently this is a hot take. Apparently I feel like I'm the only person I've ever talked to that thinks this. I don't like crypto. The currency and the dog. I don't like crypto. I think crypto is... I think every time crypto was involved in anything in the Superman movie, it turned to a disaster. He beat his ass in the beginning, right? It was crushing him. The sequence in the portal place thing. I can't stand him. I cannot stand him. And then by the entire movie, I'm sitting in the theater thinking, why do you have this dog? This dog is horrible. And then in the end, you find out that it's not his dog. He was dog sitting. Could have just left it at the Fortress of Solitude, but he was dog sitting and it was hers. That made more sense. I remember thinking in the theater, oh, that explains everything about why this dog is a pain in the ass, but we still have him and he's not listening to anything because it's not his dog in the first place. Fine. But I hate the dog. And then when I watched the trailer and they showed it, I don't like this animal. I don't like this animal. He's a problem. I hear the trailer is very accurate to a specific Supergirl run. To be fair, it's based on the Woman of Tomorrow, where Supergirl starts in a really bad place mentally after the whole Krypton thing, and it's about her finding her light in her own way. So, okay, we're going to have the version where she grows up by the end, assuming that she actually does. I'm kind of hit or miss on that, but it can work. It worked with Ahsoka, so I'm okay with that. But I don't like crypto. I like Supergirl. To be completely honest, I liked Supergirl back in the day. I was probably the only kid that liked that Supergirl movie. The what the hell was her name? Hold on. I have her Her face in my brain. I don't know. What was her name? The original Supergirl. Wasn't he supposed to not be a mutt? Crypto's a sellout. That's fair. Is this where we cancel Uncle? I keep saying that guy that played Adam Warlock when I see her. Oh, damn it. Will Poulter? Will Poultier? I think that's his name. It's like Charizard to Ash. Yeah, like, oh, Charizard's awesome. Like, no, he's not. Charizard's terrible. Charizard is Ash's worst Pokemon. There's a reason for it. It's supposed to emulate that Ash wasn't a high enough level so the Pokemon wouldn't listen to him, but I still don't like him. One of my biggest dreams is to have a gory R-rated version of The Mask, faithful to the Dark Horse comic. Wait, The Mask, like Jim Carrey's The Mask? Kara Zor-El. It's not Kara Zor-El. No, the actress that played her in the original. Why do I think it's Kelly something? Shadow, rating with a party of 2. Welcome. Also on the plus side for Supergirl, we at least have Jason Momoa playing the role he's meant to play. Yeah, Jason Momoa as Lobo is an inspired casting choice. Somebody fulfilled their wish list when they made that casting choice. If they really want to show balls, let's see them bring in her Super Horse Comet, the one she even had a small stint of a relationship with. I mean, that's a bit of a stretch, right? I mean, powerful blonde character who rides a horse. It kind of sounds like She-Ra at this point. Yeah, he was Aquaman, so thank God he gets another chance. Yeah, which, you know, it's funny. I ragged about characters coming back as different things, and he's coming back as Aquaman, and I'm kind of fine with that. I'm actually kind of fine with that, because it probably means that we won't get any more of those Aquaman movies. What about him as Blanca? Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see it. I was gonna watch that. I wanted to know if you guys wanted to watch that trailer. Did you? I watched it, so it's not anything surprising. But for anybody that has not seen that trailer, it's visually gorgeous. Is this Supergirl related to DCEU? Well, she's gonna be the new one going forward, I guess. Yeah. What the hell was her name? Hold on, I have to look it up. I've been trying to think of the Supergirl's name. Supergirl, I don't even remember what year that movie was. 1984? 1984. Is that Helen Slater? Is that who that is? Helen Slater. That's who it was. Why was I thinking Kelly? Oh, okay. I know why. Because I'm thinking of Kelly Slater. Helen Slater was the original Supergirl. I love that movie. I thought that was great. So it's great for back in the day when I was a kid. But it's not the character. It's Crypto that I don't like. I don't like him. Can't believe Supergirl traveled to the future to plagiarize She-Ra. No. Wait. When was that She-Ra with the horse? Oh, not She-Ra. When was the Supergirl with the horse thing? Which is like, I mean, we're going to assume that's not canon. It's part of the Gunverse. Okay. Which Gunverse sounds cool. Melissa. Okay, is it actually Benoit or is it Benoist? Oh, I hate when the coffee gets cold. Supergirl's Magic Space Horse is from Silver Age. Okay, it's from Silver Age. So this is when, Ryan, this is when they were all being openly pervy. Okay. Is this around the same era as the wildly uncomfortable Sue Storm Malice storyline? Is this around the same era when they were all just being unbelievably pervy and no one was looking enough to stop them? My brother begrudgingly watched the CW Super. See, but I've seen scenes from that, and I like that. Yeah. You mean Malice from Marvel Rivals? Yes. So that version of that character was from a run from a long time ago, and it was not great. The story was pretty bad, and like terrible, like bad, and the outfit was actually worse. Like, for everybody that looks at the Malice skin from Rivals and thinks, oh, they start gooning, look up that outfit in the comics. That outfit was way worse. Oh, Malice is from the 80s. Okay. Vanessa Kirby has openly said she wants to wear the Rivals Malice skin in the next movie. I mean, if she wants to, okay, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to be cringy. Well, I am going to be cringy, but yeah, they started gooning way back. Well, that was back when the gooners were the writers and nobody was paying attention. I had always heard the Power Girl story. There was I don't know when that happened. I never actually found out if that was true or not. There was a story about Power Girl that, while her run was going on, people just didn't care. And even the developers didn't care, the CEOs or whoever, like the corporate people. So then the artists started making her boobs a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger, and they kept doing it until I guess they thought they were going to do it until they got noticed. But then the comic started to take off. And people said, "Oh wait!" So now they kind of had to. So like Power Girl with the big boobs and the little boob window on her shirt, they kind of had to leave her that way. And I never found out if that was actually legit, but it sounds accurate. It sounds like something I would do. Like, well, if nobody's paying attention, I'm just gonna let's see if we can get away with this. And then apparently it happened. She was gooning too much. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's back then it was like the Wild West. They would just make whatever they wanted to. And it does sound accurate. I'm looking at the cast for the Supergirl 84 movie. When did they say the more? When Supergirl 2006. Hold on. When is that coming out? Or 2026? I know it's coming out in 2026, but June 26th. 62626. I kind of like that. Or if you're in the UK, 26626. Just looked at the OG Malice outfit. Does feel like it kind of belongs in Sailor Moon for some reason. Oh yeah, I guess it kind of does feel that way. More. Hot take, but I hate Tom Holland's Spider-Man was super dependent on Iron Man. No, I don't actually think that's a hot take. I agree. I like the reboot to say, all right, he doesn't have any of that technology anymore. I think I kind of think that's the point. I question any Spider-Man around in and around the origin time where he's got too many resources. I feel like that's not the point. I feel like it defeats the purpose of the character. I feel like the Spider-Man character with a lot of money is the Iron Spider. I don't feel like it's Spider-Man. I don't feel like he's a friendly neighborhood character. I don't think that Spider-Man should be and you know me, I love spacebound, cosmic, really elaborate stories. I'm not huge on the street level stuff, but at the same time, I think that most of Spider-Man's engagement should be street level. I think that if he gets engaged in things that are bigger and more fantastic, it's because another group brings him in, or I gotta figure out why that one's so loud. It's because another group brings him in, or because he comes across it on the streets. He stops a robbery, and then the robbers have these weird super advanced weapons. He goes to track the super advanced weapons, and it turns out it's an alien race, and then that's how he gets involved. That's more interesting to me than to just say, oh, Spider-Man is just in outer space, and he's got an iron suit. Like, The Avengers Tony really should just buy Pete a condo so he doesn't have to worry about rent so much. Yeah, and Ryan, why not put him up in a moderately in the condo of a moderately sized building, since Spider-Man's whole shtick is swinging around tall buildings? So why not just put him there? Why not just have him be in one of those? If you were going to do that, it does start to beg credibility as far as, so he's giving him all of this stuff, but he's not putting him up. He has this Iron Spider suit and it does all of these crazy things, but he has to get a part-time job. But if you want him to fight crime for you and you want him to help you with these big threats, shouldn't you bring him into the fold and not have him have to worry about all this other stuff? Yeah, especially in early Spider-Man's early crime fighting days. Yeah. You say UK, we say rest of the world. Thing is, a lot of Spider-Man, Spidey has all the same tech and gadgets as MCU. The only difference is that he makes it himself normally, and that was the trip up the MCU made. Oh yeah, so he would have, but I think the problem is just the amount of gadgets. I don't mind that he's got web shooters and all of that. I don't mind that his visor does things. Like, if you want to say that Tony gave him that or that he did that, okay. But he's got the Iron Spider suit. It resists space and it's got long claws and everything. And none of it feels like, if I was Spider-Man, Tarantula Man probably, I wouldn't make a suit that is capable of going into outer space, because in my crime fighting, when would I ever need that? Why would I ever need a suit that goes into outer space? And Spider-Man had one, and not at first. He had it later. But I don't know. It just feels like he wouldn't do, like, if he was making it, he wouldn't do that. Oh, I could be the black. Oh wait, is there like how about Brown Widower? Oh, wait, no, you know what? Oh, wait, I know exactly what my spider name is going to be. The Brown Recluse. That's it, exactly. That's it. That's my spider identity. What's it called? What do they call it? My spider persona. My spider sona is the Brown Recluse. He'd make that suit after meeting someone like Venom once he knows threats from space exist and he could work on something just in case. Well, he wouldn't even need to meet Venom. I guess it would just be himself after he got rid of which I know that's the birth of Venom, but when he got rid of the suit himself, he would realize, oh wait, space is a problem. Part of the issue is Tony is public and Peter is private, and being publicly tied to him via something like a house tells people this guy is connected to Iron Man. Yeah, it does kind of like, oh, that kid always hangs around with Tony Stark, who becomes Iron Man, so surely that kid has to be somebody. I hate AI, but I saw someone make the canceled Spider-Man 4 storyboard scenes come to life, and it looked insane what it could have been. Yeah, General, there are those moments with AI where they kind of give you these concepts, and I think I don't want to watch them, but I do like that as a concept. Could be worse. Could be DC's parody of Spider-Man, the Black Spider, who is a shithead from Louisiana villain. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's Ryan. They can't be any more on the nose about how they feel. But when you make the Southern character the Black Spider and he's terrible. Oh, that's funny. So there was the Supergirl trailer that I had watched. There was the Doomsday trailer. I could have sworn, I said this earlier, I could have sworn there was a trailer for like a Resident Evil thing, and I don't remember what it was, but I can't find anything, so I'm guessing I imagined it. It was some sort of weird fever dream. I mean, Marvel does it too. Yeah, they all do it. Oh, the last quick thing I'll mention, Animal Crossing. There's a Tetris 99 Animal Crossing theme coming up. Sure. I mean, I feel like we could have had that a long time ago. It's nice. there was another theme that popped up, another Maximus event, and I got the skin for it. I think it might have been the last Kirby one. It's too cozy. It's I don't associate the panic that I need to play Tetris 99 with Animal Crossing. I'm right. You're almost about to lose, and the music do 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 do. Like, okay, this is. I feel I'm having two different sets of emotions right now. Meanwhile, I'm just waiting for DC to finally show a real trailer for Lanterns, because that's still supposedly coming this year. The AC theme is to celebrate the Switch 2 update. Decently excited for the new Animal Crossing. I'm not excited for the new Animal Crossing DLC, but I feel like it's going to be better than the last stuff. I don't know. I want to see. I'm mostly excited for the performance upgrades. That's what I really want. What I really want, if there's anything I want as far as updates or DLC or anything for games, for the Switch games, it's Switch 2 upgrades. It's frame rate updates. It's performance enhancements. That's what I care about. That's all. I don't really need a whole bunch of extra stuff to do. Now, a Kirby collab would actually kind of work. I think there was a bunch of them. Was there an Air Riders collab? I don't know if there was an Air Riders collab. Oh, Spidey has apparently been to space since 1965. When did Spider-Man go to space? No 60 FPS. Oh, wait. It's just a resolution update. So the Animal Crossing one is not a frame rate update? Although that game, I thought, wait, didn't Animal Crossing run at 60 frames? You see the FPS quest thing? I didn't watch that trailer, but I saw that you put it up there. It's gameplay and explanation to the game, and it's made for FPS snobs. Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on. Maybe we should watch that. Yeah, AC is already 60. It added mouse controls. Which would be very, very interesting. Yeah, the GameCube one. Well, all those games back then ran at 60 because they weren't worried about frame rates or anything. I have my slippers on, and they're like the old man slippers, so I have to put them on and off because they get too hot. It ran at, wait, which one ran at 30? The current one? Did that run at 30? Mouse controls for decoration and such, not for general gameplay. It depends, because in Wild World, for instance, Wild World kind of used touch controls. It used I think it used the touch movement or the point movement. It wasn't terrible. It took a while to get used to, but I didn't think it was atrocious. I mean, Wild World had its own issues where the world would kind of scroll at you, and I thought that was unsettling. Like, it was hard for me to look at that, but everything else was great. New Horizons is locked at 30. So this is not going to change that. This is going to up the resolution, but it's not going to make it 60 frames. Oh, it said the mouse controls are for they said the mouse controls are for decoration and decoration mode and such, not for general gameplay. But that stuff's tied into general gameplay. It's seamless. It's supposed to be seamless. If I want to play that stuff in mouse mode, and then redesign my room and then move to another room, but I have to pick up the controller, move my characters to the other room, and then go back into mouse mode, that's kind of cumbersome. I feel like it would be easier to just have it, you just play it that way. Only time I play mouse controls is if there's no controller support. Most of the time I'm playing on controller. Oh, the decoration mode technically loads up a different system when you do it. Yeah, but I mean physically. I don't want to have to be in mouse mode. I don't have to be in controller mode, go into the room, get into the decoration mode, then be on mouse, and then pick up my controller and have to move into another room. Like, I don't want to do that. Mind you, I play on Pro Controller. So it's not like I'm holding my Joy-Con and then I just put it down and I start using mouse mode. I have to have the Joy-Con and my Pro Controller with me in order to do that. So I don't know. I feel like that's not. It's always nice to have good ideas to enhance things, but when they're implemented in a cumbersome or uncomfortable or inconvenient way, it's almost better to not have them. You know, I guarantee you a lot of people aren't going to use mouse mode, not because it sucks, but because you're going to have a controller with you anyway. So what's the difference? You just do it like that. Unless you're overhauling your entire house. Or I would like to see how it's going to work when you do construction. Because if you're building a new town, for instance, it might actually be easier to use mouse mode if you're going to be digging long trenches of rivers and all of that, like I did. I basically, from a landscaping standpoint, I basically rebuilt my whole island. I flattened almost the whole thing, and then I raised up where I wanted to raise up, and I restructured the river and everything. I think the river still flows in the same place as it did originally, but I know that I widened it and I made the lines sharper on it. It wasn't a lot of like, it was like boom, boom, boom. It was like that. It's been a while since I've been, I think I popped Animal Crossing in maybe a few months ago. But then it was probably 6 months before that. And I don't know. I don't go into it. I always feel sad when I get out of Animal Crossing. I'm always really happy when I get into Animal Crossing when there's a new one, and then I start playing it and I get really involved in it, and then there's that point where you sort of peter out of it, and I always feel kind of bad, like I miss when I was having more fun, which I guess is a lot of games. I mean, I'll tell you, Marvel Rivals, I miss when I had a blast playing that game. I miss when I had a blast playing Fortnite. I've gone back and forth a couple of times. I mean, the one that hurts me. The one that hurts me is always X Defiant. X Defiant was a game that I very much enjoyed. Ronan, rating with a party of 3. Welcome from Ronan stream. Hey KH. Hey Ronan, what's going on? I miss City Folk. Yeah. Oh my God, City Folk, man. Making all the murals and stuff, like that was so much fun. New Leaf. Redesigning your town in that way. You had all of the lamps and all of that. Like, oh, that was so much fun. It was so fun seeing that kind of stuff and being able to engage in it. And I don't know, it makes you sad when you fall out of love with something, when you say, oh, I don't, I'm just, there's that time when you play it every day and you're itching to play it, and then there's that one day. It's that first day when you say, you get to the end of the day and you realize, wow, I didn't play it today and I didn't miss it. Because it's different for you to be really busy, have a bad schedule, and then you get to the end of the day and you say, oh, this sucks. I wasn't able to play X Defiant all day today. But it's when you get to the end of the day and you go, oh, wow, I didn't play Animal Crossing. Oh, okay. And then you don't feel bad. And you're like, it's dying. It's dying. I hate it. Still haven't let go of X Defiant. I won't let it go. I'll never let you go. It was such a good game. A really good game you should try is Ape Out. It's the same gameplay as Hotline Miami. I never played Hotline Miami. I never even played that. One day I stopped liking Pokemon, and then they kept making the same game. Man. COVID bless AC of many sales cursed with played way too much. No, Dragoon. I definitely played it more than I would have without, like, let's say Animal Crossing comes out and we don't have COVID. I still play it a ton. Like I've done with every other Animal Crossing. I still play it a ton. But instead of burning out in 3 months or so, I probably burn out in 5 or 6. I always burn out. I don't think there's ever been an Animal Crossing. No, I can't. I not even don't think. I know there's never been an Animal Crossing that I have played continuously for a year. The only one that I got close to was the very first one, and I played it continuously for about 4 or 5 months, and then I regularly went back on at the beginning of the month to get my new fish, the new fish and the new bugs. I did that very regularly. But I didn't play it continuously for a year, and I never had one that every day or at least every other day, I played a little bit a day to make sure everything was done. I never had one that did that. And you know where the line is? I'll tell you exactly where the line is when it comes to Animal Crossing. Getting my town to an S rank. When I get my town is perfect, my house is getting S ranking. It's all paid off, and everything is the way I want it to be. I now don't care. Now I'm like, I'm not missing anything to not play it right now. Let's see. Technically have it even easier. You just need a Joy-Con next to you. Oh, the second you touch it, it swaps to mouse, and then when you push a controller back, a controller button, it swaps back. It's important to remember that the Joy-Con 2 are designed to insta swap between controller and mouse mode. So that does make it easier. Anybody else think Switch looks naked, docked without the Joy-Cons? It's kind of how I'm used to it. I don't think the game will hold it against me. AC hardly died. AC's not dead. I just mean for me. I mean for me personally, like I don't care that I'm not playing. The important thing is that we have a fantastic version of Final Fantasy Tactics. Yes, we do. Because I found out I have one on my little mini device. Oh wait, Indigo, you weren't here for that. I got where is it? Hang on. Ooh, my legs. I say yes, AC became a COVID obsession. It was a lifestyle. See, that's the thing, Dragoon. During COVID, I was playing Animal Crossing about 4 to 6 hours a day. When there isn't a COVID, when there's no pandemic or anything, and we still work, and a new Animal Crossing comes out, I still roughly play it 3 to 4 hours a day. And with the Switch, I take it to work. I could easily, like when I was playing Stardew, I could just take Stardew to work and I would play it there. So I was still playing a lot. That's why bear in mind, while COVID was going on, Animal Crossing came out and Warzone also came out. And I played a crap load of Warzone. So the amount of time I played Animal Crossing during COVID is about the same amount of time I would normally play an Animal Crossing game when it comes out. It just looked a bit different. I visited Raymond and he called me up for not visiting him 2 years and 5 months. I always love that. Everyone complained that Pokemon sucked because they kept making the same game. Then they made Legends ZA, and now everyone's complaining that Pokemon sucks because they changed what it is. You kids don't know what you want. That's why you're still kids, because you're stupid. Basically, you get rich and become bored. And Flash, if there's ever a lesson in my own personal life as to what would happen if I got rich, it's probably that. I feel like I'd get rich and I'd get bored. I like docking the Switch without the Joy-Cons. It looks more home console that way. You think they would make a Switch too light? Yes, but not for a while. They're not going to do that for a while. I think they could. I think there's a possibility of it. I'm really just surprised they didn't put the Switch ones on sale. Remember that we had all celebrities posting about Animal Crossing Villages, which was even more wild to me. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were playing it. Never played any AC games, so I have no opinion on the series either way. Life sim games are usually a hard pass for me in a general sense. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are like that. I think you might like Fantasy Life I. It's an RPG with Animal Crossing town building too. I played the first Fantasy Life, and I very much enjoyed it. But once I beat the story mode, I just stopped caring about what was happening. There wasn't enough Animal Crossing in there, so I wanted to play the new one, and I just never did. Just play Rune Factory. Warzone was insane. Yeah, I mean Warzone. I clocked a lot of time in Warzone. A lot of time. I know I was over 1,000 hours during that year. I just don't remember how much it was. I still left the one image of the cute animal girls buying Doom Eternal and the big JoJo men buying New Horizons. That was probably one of my favorite eras of gaming. That's probably one of my favorite eras of gaming lore, was the Animal Crossing and Doom crossover that just worked perfectly. It was Doom Eternal, right? Finished doing community stuff, center stuff for Stardew. I knew I could get married, but I never cared enough to do that. I did everything in Stardew except get the gold clock. I even turned my family back into birds or something, and that was it. And I didn't care. And I didn't care because I had already done everything I cared to do. I never made another island. That's another thing with Stardew. For as much as I played it, I never made another island or another farm. I never tried any of the other biomes or environments. I didn't care. I knew how to win. I knew what my farm eventually is supposed to look like. I knew the way to maximize the watering and all, the way I had it laid out. So after that, I just was like, no, never mind. I have no interest in doing anything else. Even by Eurometry, you doubled your AC time, and you have more control over yourself than many did during COVID. Yeah, definitely. That's definitely true. But yeah, and here's what's crazy is that the same thing happened in Animal Crossing. Was I had everything done and I just stopped caring. I think what was interesting about Animal Crossing is I played it a little bit longer than usual after I did all of that stuff, but because I got there faster. But yeah, once that stuff was done, I could feel my desire to play the game just falling away. Never put 1,000 hours in the game. I'm always bouncing all over the place. Most hours I have for a game is roughly 300 hours. Pro strat. Why are we talking about Armored Core? I think it was one time where the internet collectively agreed on wholesome, funny content. Yeah, Doom Crossing was great. I love that era. Oh wait, I was gonna show you this thing. Hold on, Indigo. I don't know if you're still here. I got one of these things for Christmas. It's called Retro Snap, and it's definitely not a knockoff of a different device, but it's got a bunch of stuff on here, and one of the things it has on there is Final Fantasy Tactics on the PS1, and it runs pretty well. It actually runs pretty well. Because I guess we were talking about it, and I searched, and I did a search for the Ein Thor, AYN Thor. I started getting YouTube videos for it, and one of the YouTube videos the guy had this. And the real one, I think it's called the R36, you said. And the guy said they're good, but they usually ship with a cheaper memory card. So what he recommended was cloning the memory card that's in there, because that memory card has the OS. So he said you should clone the memory card, and that way you can put it back in as it'll still work, but it'll be a better memory card. And because he said if this memory card breaks, the OS is on there. So I don't even know if you'd be able to reinstall an OS on here. I feel like it should be possible. When it comes to games, I'll bounce around a couple games until I get one that grabs my attention and makes me no life it. Data miners have found screens and data on Monster Hunter Wilds referring to go online. Please make sure your Switch 2 is subscribed to NSO. So it might be coming to Switch 2. I might get it if that's the case. I mean, how much? Wilds is not actually that expensive now, is it? How much is Monster Hunter Wilds right now? And do you think it's worth playing? As somebody who was never into the series, but then fell in love with World and really fell in love with Rise. Ramza's Fun Night Quest. Never leave home without it. I got a Retro Pocket 3 waiting on my Thor. Wilds is inexpensive. PS Plus. Oh, that's right. You need PS Plus. Never mind. Play Iceborne instead, which I never did, Stone. I got into Monster Hunter late, so I bought it one day and gave it a shot. That's another game that I went crazy for. Once I started playing Monster Hunter, what the hell was it called? What was the PlayStation one? I was gonna say Monster Hunter Ultimate, but that's not it. The hell was it called? What was the PlayStation one called? Yeah, I played the hell out of that game. I played a ton of it, but I never did Iceborne. I never bought the Iceborne DLC. Monster Rancher? No, it was called... God, what the hell was it called? The Monster Hunter on PS4. The one that everybody played. No, Rise was the other one. Rise was the one that came out and it was only on the Switch for a while. World. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's why I was thinking Generations. World. Monster Hunter World. Yeah. I played hundreds of hours in that. I generally hear about Wilds. It's a good game on console, but it's to do it for you. Wait, do it for you? Oh, okay. It's to do it for you. Yeah, because when we played the demo, I can just push the button and riding my animal will go right to the spot that I need to go to. It's like, all right, well, why don't you, at that point, just give me fast travel. I need to get into Monster Hunter. I liked World, but I never finished Iceborne. I never even picked up Iceborne. I loved Rise, and Sunbreak was the DLC for that game. It took me forever to finally do it, but I actually finally did, and I did enjoy it. I did actually enjoy Sunbreak. It's weird because we don't have any Monster Hunter fans in here. Like, there's nobody in here that is crazy for Monster Hunter. I don't know. It's kind of strange. I made a Monster Hunter movie starring an actress in Resident. Oh yeah, I saw that movie. It's not a bad movie. It's not a bad movie. I am. Excuse me. What? I was waiting for AGM, wherever AGM is. I finished Wild. I haven't picked it up since the Akuma update, which is funny to say. I like the idea of Monster Hunter. I don't like the grind of Monster Hunter. Yes. I feel like a Monster Hunter where you don't have to grind as much, but there's more focus on things that you can do, activities that you can do with each other, especially if you're playing groups of people. I think that would be more, probably more everybody's speed. Because, yeah, you're right. It's different. Whenever we talked about playing multiplayer games here, I always said that I don't want to play games like that because I don't want the idea to be, all right, well, I have to grind this game for 200 hours so that I can be part of community day. And I don't really like that. If it was something where there was a pre-built mode and you can go out with pre-built characters and that would be more interesting to just have pre-built characters and you say, all right, this is the adventure mode. You can hunt monsters in Final Fantasy Tactics. Play that instead. I mean, you can, but the items are so useless when you poach in that. Rise is still the best Monster Hunter game. World is up there, but Rise blends the best of modern and classic Monster Hunter. Wilds is need to hunt a monster. We'll walk you there. Need resources. Already on it, boss. Tracking monster. Get out of here. So what you're saying, Dragoon, is you don't appreciate when a game holds your hand too much and doesn't allow you to explore the world and do things at a pace that you consider to be your own. Is that what you're saying? That maybe sometimes the game should just shut up and let you explore a little bit? Maybe you should be allowed to get lost once in a while. Monster Hunter is the ultimate Discord game. Once the fever dies, it's a game that requires you to have a dedicated group to play with to get the most out of it. To be fair, I think you think Rise sucks. Uh-oh. To be fair, I have not actually picked up Wilds. Mostly it took everything I disliked about World. The realism aspect, the heavier story focus, way too much about being an explorer and not a hunter, and put them front and center. I'm just waiting for the next game by the handheld Monster Hunter team. This guy is also a series like that for me. Really wish I could like it more, but like most strategy RPGs, the gameplay just doesn't click. I just ask that you give me a functional map. I'm saying there's a difference between telling me what to do over and over and doing everything for me before I have the chance to do anything else. Any good Monster Hunter games on 3DS? 4 Ultimate and Generations. There you go. And what's gotten to the point where anything that involves online multiplayer makes me 180 and run away? Here's the weird thing about Monster Hunter. This is the weird thing I'm going to say about Monster Hunter. People always talk about all the stuff that you do online, and I have never done any of it. We played online, and I played a little bit of World online when I was doing the hunt for the behemoth, but I only had pre-Iceborne gear, so there was no way I was going to win that. I don't really do a lot of I don't do much of any online with the the 2 Monster Hunter games that I played. So this idea of it's a really hardcore online experience, I just never really experienced that. I think Wilds was a bit further. Wilds was a bit harder when I tried the demo, so I think that maybe that would have been one that I went online a little bit more, but I had no interest in doing online with randoms. If we get a group together and we want to play, like, you know what game did that for me, and that's why I lost interest in it? Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is a game that at a certain point, you cannot play that game solo. You have to go online. I mean, the other problem is that it was on PC, so I didn't want to be sitting at my computer all the time, but that's a game that if I had a dedicated group, I would have played it a lot more. And I've had invites to play with it. I don't know. I just don't do it because I don't want to sit at my computer. No Monster Hunter fans here. Guess I don't exist. I grinded too much in World by the time I finished the story for Wilds, and you burned out. Got my new guitar today. Real nice looking, and it cost me 150 pounds. Ooh, that sounds good. I don't know you play guitar. Bass guitar? Or what's the other kind? Rhythm guitar? What's the opposite of a bass guitar? Imagine if Miles took control of your bike. Imagine if Miles took control of your bike if you didn't manually force him not to. That's what Wilds does. I did a lot of online in Wilds. Wirebugs can F right off, and I'm happy it's not coming back. Why did everybody hate the wirebugs? I don't understand why the wirebugs were such a hated thing. In the case of Monster Hunter, it's more the core gameplay does not click with me. Because the core gameplay is a grind. It really is a grind. Okay, sport. I'll put your little lunches in the bag and I'll drive you there and make sure you got everything. I know it's outdoors, but here's firewood when you need it, and you have a tent set up ready for you. It's not actually a forest, but a park, so you can order food if you get hungry. You have that went against everything that camping stands for. Monster Hunter 4 and 3DS is notable for being compatible with the Circle Pad Pro. I like Helldivers is great. We should pick that up. I miss Helldivers. I mean, we do have time to play it too. I mean, I'm so far back in Helldivers. There was a weapon that I saw. I saw somebody fire off a weapon, and I thought, oh God, is this where we are? Remember the really big bomb? It was like the 500 kiloton or whatever the heck it was. It would strike down, or was it the bunker buster? It would strike down and it would just it would blow everything to hell. Isn't there one that fires 2 or 3 of those now? There's a weapon that fires a whole bunch of really powerful shots. Wild basically takes the Hunter out of Monster Hunter and replaces it with Monster Fighter, which is not bad, but then design the game around it. They added a minigun. I think the last time I played, they had just recently added the mechs, which was early. 500 kg. Yeah, I think it was the 500 kg bomb. And it was one big, gigantic explosion. But now I think there's another one where it fires a few of them. Either that, or it was just a bunch of people throwing them at once. That might have been what it was, because the clip was actually kind of funny. The Pokemon channel put out an alleged lo-fi beats playlist just now. The Pokemon channel on YouTube? Is that on YouTube? Now you realize over why I let Wild sit on my shelf. Also because of how the PC version sucked on launch. I remember that. I think it actually has not been fixed. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Is it bad if you're it is bad if you're a Monster Hunter fan, Uncle. Okay, I'm gonna leave you alone because I was gonna pick on you some more, but yeah, it's on YouTube. Okay, I'll have to look that one up later. All right. Let's see here. So why don't we watch this? Hold on. I watched this already, so this is not going to be a thing. Getting alienated from a series because it's changing what made the game good is not fun. The PC version isn't fixed. It was repaired. They finally announced a roadmap to fix Wilds on PC that doesn't start for quite a while. So wait. So it's basically Monster Punk 2077. We've got a roadmap for how we're gonna fix it. Can't wait to start. Start now. Why are you announcing a roadmap to fix a broken game that shouldn't have been broken in the first place? And the timeline doesn't start now. Online co-op games can be really good if the community is good. Space Marines 2 is a hell of an experience, and the community can be really encouraging. I don't think I've had such a fun experience with a co-op game in my life. Interesting. Now, Space Marines 2, do you think Warframe was more fun than that? I mean, Cyberpunk's was fixed a lot faster. Certain versions, 0. I think the PC version was fixed pretty quick. I think the PlayStation and Xbox were fixed later. PlayStation 5 and Xbox, and in the PC, the PS4 version, I don't think was ever fixed. Right? Was that the game that there's a PS4 version of? I don't think that was ever fixed. Favorite FPSs of all time. My FPS knowledge is low. Hey Flip, it's kind of we're playing Kingdom Hearts 3 during my work break. Oh yeah, the thing is working. Favorite FPS games of all time: Warzone, Metroid, Prime 1, specifically, Halo 1 and 2. Not so. I didn't play 3 so much. I beat it, but I didn't play it the way I played 1 and 2. Titanfall 2 is fantastic. I have a lot of nostalgia for this game. Killing Time. It was on 3DO, and then I think they fixed it and put more stuff onto it. I think it's on GOG. But Killing Time was a great horror FPS game, so I really, really enjoyed that one. And I think that's it. Like, I've played more, but I don't think X Defiant, I believe. No, X Defiant was third person, I think. I think it was third person. Oh, and there's I think this counts as FPS. It's not a shooter. No, so I guess it wouldn't count as a shooter. There was a game for PlayStation 1 called Echo Knight, and I played a little bit of that, and I really enjoyed it. But I didn't have a copy of my own, so I wasn't able to play it for long. But what I played of that game, I enjoyed. It was called Echo Knight, but I don't know if that counts as it was a first-person game, but it definitely wasn't a shooter. It was more like a puzzle. It felt like a point-and-click game, but you move the character. What are your guys? What are some of yours? Titanfall 2, Doom 2016, Modern Warfare 2 Classic, Time Splitters Future Perfect. They're focused on console and hoping that PC players just not be upset. But now the sales for a while, according to Capcom themselves, slowed to a concerning. I mean, wasn't it on sale during Christmas for $20 or something? Even with a Christmas sale, that's kind of low to be hitting so far. It's a calm before the storm. No students until tomorrow, but you can tell everyone is anxious. Oh, school's not back until tomorrow? Oh, wait, because today... by the way, if you're Hispanic, happy January 6th. If you're not Hispanic, then January 6th sucks. I think Hispanic people are the only people that celebrate January 6th in any way. It is Three Kings Day. So in the Christian faith, this is the day that the three kings brought the gifts to Jesus. So this is kind of like but I've only ever heard Hispanic people say that. Half-Life 2, Team Fortress 2, Doom 2016, Titanfall 2, Ultra Kill. Capcom. Okay, there we go. Postal 2, Metroid Prime 1, Wolfenstein, Duke Nukem, and Angerfoot. Did you play? I don't think I've ever heard anybody say they played Angerfoot. Probably GoldenEye. GoldenEye is a legendary status game, but the single player was just kind of okay. I think the single player was just okay. Yeah, Three Kings Day. I'm not Hispanic. I'm not Hispanic, and we celebrate King's Day. Oh, do you call it King's Day or Three Kings Day? Oh, Warframe is fun solo or co-op, but the co-op experience isn't necessary to enjoy Warframe. I was enjoying it for the few hours that I played it. Space Marines co-op is needed, and it can be really fun because it's you and 2 other players running through missions together. Like, that does sound fun. I think Space Marines 2, that's the one that came out last year. I think Space Marines 2 was the first time I saw anything Warhammer and thought, oh, this actually looks interesting. If I had the money, I would have bought it. I genuinely would have bought it and said, all right, I want to play this. Day of Epiphany is a public holiday in Finland, for example. So they call it Day of Epiphany? That's okay to be wrong. Angerfoot's really good and fast-paced. Triforce Pieces, or if you're a Winx fan, The Gift of Wisdom, Bravery, and The Dark Gift. Lego Star Wars is a good co-op game, mainly the early titles. Really? I thought you were giving me a hard time again. All right, so hold on. So let's go. There we go. Yeah. So this is this is one of those situations where I just kind of wanted you to see it. This is the trailer for Dragon Quest VII. There's a demo coming out for it as of tomorrow, I think. And this is the trailer for it. I have tried to play this game multiple times. Twice, let's be honest here. Let's not throw out multiple. I've tried to play it twice. Once on the PlayStation, once on the 3DS, and both times I immediately stopped. Not immediately. Immediately compared to the game. The PlayStation game, I think I played for about 2 hours before somebody told me that it was another hour of gameplay before I get into the real, like, combat groove of the game. And then the 3DS one, I played a lot. I think I probably not 10 hours. I know I played a lot further, and I was still bored. I still thought I am not having a good time playing this. So this is Dragon Quest VII again, but there's something different, and I haven't looked up any information on this game, so I don't know if what I'm thinking is about to happen is actually about to happen. I beat it on 3DS. It's a good game, but long. Tomorrow's the day Pac-Man gets released on Sonic Crossworlds. Need to make a wish list the Tactics remake. You should, because it's awesome. So this is the new trailer. It's quiet. Don't worry, it starts. Oh, there we go. I mostly wanted to show you this because I wanted you to see the graphics because I think it's amazing. I think visually it's fantastic. When you see the battle sequences, you're going to see what I mean. Frame rate's a little chuggy. Like this, if I'm moving around in that environment, that looks terrific. Okay, I'm going to let it play. And then if we want to go back and look at anything. The slimes look great. They're nice and clear and jelly-like. Look at this. Look at this sequence right here. If this is where the battle takes place, this is gorgeous. That one screen is what I was thinking about more than anything. That chin. Yeah, it all, like, look at that. They look like little toys. I feel like I'm sitting there playing with toys. Right, that's what I feel like I'm doing. Fantasian with better lighting. Yeah, but Fantasian used real models, which we all thought was a great idea. And then when I saw it in action, I thought, ooh, this is kind of a problem. Okay, wait. I'm pretty sure when I played it long enough to see her. Okay. That's what I'm curious about. Reimagined. My only issue so far is the demo gives you an outfit for Maribel, the worst character. Yeah, so this whole trailer is for the fact that there's a demo coming out tomorrow. And they do the classic saved data, saved data transfers over to the full game. So what I'm curious about. So somebody said this earlier. I hope they got rid of some of the bloat. This is, in my opinion, the best 3D example of Toriyama style. It is actually very, very good. A Dragon Ball game that looks like that, like Dragon Ball, not Z, would actually be kind of amazing. They're going to cut stuff out, they said. So what I'm curious about, this is the first island stone map thing that you complete. I'm almost positive, that was you, Gaming Chuck. I'm almost positive that in the original game, there were more pieces here. So when they say reimagine, and I think you guys are already saying that that's basically what they admitted, I'm assuming they cut a lot of crap. Because the beginning of Dragon Quest VII, there's no battles for like the first 3 hours. It's a lot of literal back and forth. Go back to the island, bring this back to the town. Go back to the island, bring this back to this guy. Go back. It's a lot of that. It's a ton of it. Ton of it. So I'm wondering if what they did was if they rewrote the whole thing. I wonder if they rewrote it to just cut those moments out. Not even, we're going to give you fast travel so you go back and forth. No, I think they're probably just eliminating the back and forth. You're probably going to go there and get a stone and go back, and then you're done. And then that's like that entire sequence is just done. I wonder if that's what they're going to do. They already said there are a few parts that will change. They're cutting out a lot of commonly complained about bloat, expanding other story points too. Like that, I want to play this. This is a game I want to play. Because I liked the environment. Dragon Quest is a game that is a series that I always like the environments. I like the quirky looking characters. I like the funny things that happen, but I have a hard time getting through any of the games. And I've only tried 4 is the only one I really tried. I played 5. I think I played some of 5, played a bunch of 7, and I played the demo for 11. I really enjoyed the demo for 11, but I have the other game. I just haven't been motivated to play it, but that doesn't really say anything about Dragon Quest 11 because I have a stack of games that look really good and I'm not motivated to play them. I am now, but 3DS port cuts a lot and this plans to cut more, so hopefully that's a good sign. Here's an article from a few months ago. Changes their bullet points a little bit down. 3 regions removed. I won't read the regions. I won't try to say anything that might sound like a spoiler. 3 regions removed. Optional stories accessible via the new mysterious fragment system. So they're probably not going to be... those are probably originally mandatory stories that they're going to make optional. Additional scenario covering the childhood of the protag and Maribel, which I don't think that was in the original game. Side content cut. Casino, the Haven, Monster, and... Okay. Lucky panel minigame returning in a redesigned form. New endgame arena mode. Symbol encounter system replaces random battles. That's interesting. 3 different difficulty settings, adjustable combat options including enemy aggression and toughness. Yeah, so that's interesting. So I'm curious to try it out. Dragon Quest 4 and 5 are good. DQ 11 is amazing. To be fair to 4 and 5, because I did try, those are the ones that I tried, and I played a lot of 4. I actually got pretty far in 4 before I gave up on it. They're on the handheld, and I have trouble playing games on handheld now. I have trouble engaging over a long period of time on handheld games. It's just that, and it's an RPG, so it's not an action game or anything. Hey, D White, it's just, I don't know. I feel like I don't want to play them as long. You know, it's smaller. I'm hunched over. I'm not comfortable when I'm playing a handheld. It's you know, if the handheld is right, then maybe. But yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time engaging in actual handheld gameplay now. It was confirmed that unlike DQ3 HD, you can play easy mode and not have that damn invulnerable mode. Yeah, because I can't stand that. I when it comes to easy mode on a game, Don't make it easy because I'm invulnerable, because now you just removed any that's not easy, that's walkthrough mode. I don't want that. It's wild how uncomfortable you find handheld. Yeah, I don't know. Action games, I understand why. I understand because I'm doing this and my screen's moving around. But when I even just playing an RPG, I for some reason it's just hard for me to engage with it for that long. In my opinion, RPGs should mostly be played on TV. Plus, you have giant man hands. I mean, that's right. You're not wrong there. I was playing on my 3DS XL, though. My 3DS XL is good for my hands, but so it wasn't uncomfortable. Like when I play Game Boy SP, I'm uncomfortable. My hands are too close together. I don't feel right. Game Boy Advance, the wide boy, I love it. Love that one. I get to hold on to the sides of the device, and I've got the trigger, and I love that device. But the SP, I'm down here, right? I'm not over here and over here. I'm down here, and I feel like everything is really close together. I misheard you and thought you said if the handheld had rights up. If the handheld had rights. I mean, Marcos, now I kind of want a shirt that, like, I support handheld rights. So now that you have some free time, Dragon Quest 11 streams. Okay, so I wanted to ask you a question yesterday, and I'll ask it today. So yesterday I had said that I wanted to talk to you guys about like what I was going to do in the future as far as like, you know, not necessarily my career or anything, but for streaming, since I now have more time to stream and I could play something longer. I think it was Stone made a comment when I posted the picture of like, oh, now I can go through my backlog, and I posted a picture of my backlog, like all the games that I'd wanted to play. And I think it was Stone that said, oh, he's holding 400 hours worth of content right there, which is not unbelievable, because I was also holding Kingdom Hearts the story so far. That's 400 hours on its own. But what I thought was, let's say I do take this time and I commit to streaming longer things, and I'm able to do that. What would you guys want to see? Because I had asked on Blue Sky, and I think I asked on Discord also, what I should play. So I was playing Live Alive, and I'm having trouble wanting to go back to that game. But if I were to stream something, what do you think I would stream? So, okay, have I played Kingdom Hearts? I played Kingdom Hearts 1. But that's it. I've never played any other Kingdom Hearts game. So if I played the story so far, I would basically be playing everything for the first time except for 1. Honestly, to start off, Live Alive. You think I should stream Live Alive? Final Fantasy Tactics. Did I do? Oh, I never did a Tactics run on stream. Yeah, you're right. I never really did a Tactics run on stream. Ender Lilies round 2. Well, KH, would it be Ender Lilies, or would I just play the new one? Ender Magnolia. Ender Magnolia. Balatro. That's not bad. I could give Balatro a try. Do I have any games in mind? Well, I'm thinking about, it's to stream Spider-Man PS5. I vote Spider-Man. See, but I have to go and get it. That's the problem, is that I don't want to play anything that I'll have to go and buy. I have the reason I have the reason for showing a stack of backlog games is that those are the games I would want to choose. Out of the games that I have, let me see. Hold on. Do I have the picture somewhere? Hold on. I'll read the games off to you from the picture that I have. And I won't pull my glasses down to see my phone better, because Lilac makes fun of me when I do that. You thought I had Spider-Man. No. I have Spider-Man on PS4. I don't believe I have the new one. I have the Spider-Man PS4 game. Is this the picture here? Do you have it? Oh, W. Thank you. Lunar Remastered. So that's the picture. Lunar Remastered, which I would like to go back to and finish. I also have, I didn't put it in that stack, but I also have Shadow Labyrinth, and I never finished Shadow Labyrinth. Xenoblade Chronicles 2, 3, and X. I probably won't do those on stream. Live Alive, Bayonetta 3, Tactics Ogre Reborn. I could start that game on stream. Dragon Quest 11S, Octopath Traveler 2, Crisis Core Final Fantasy 7, Life is Strange True Colors, which I kind of just threw in there. I didn't really think that was going to be a choice, but I just kind of threw that one in there. And Kingdom Hearts All-in-One. So, like, if I were to long stream one of those games, if I said, all right, everybody, we got a lot of time to stream, let's get into it. What are we gonna play? What's the big thing that we're gonna play here? What would you, out of those games, what would you like to see? I also vote Dragon Quest XI. It was Spider-Man 4 is the same game. Oh, it was remastered for PS5. Okay. Oh, that's right. The when they changed the face. The Metroidvania fanboy in me is voting Shadow Labyrinth. You know what my biggest problem with Shadow Labyrinth was? That's a game that very much overstays its welcome. We're going to get back to this in a second, but that's a game that very much overstays its welcome. Ooh, it's a toss between Live Alive and Lunar for me. Lunar might work. Finish, what's going on? Oh, Finish. Finish. Wait, what the hell was it called? Happy January 6th. What the hell did you say that the holiday was called? I was going to say Ascension, but it's not Ascension. Ascension Thursday is a different thing. What did you say the holiday was called in Finland? Was it Finland? That January 6th was a celebrated holiday? Well, it's Three Kings Day here. Somebody said it was called something else. Oh, later, Shadow. Have a good one. I like your little Chikorita icon there. Yeah, somebody called it something else. Epiphany? I don't remember if it was Epiphany. Could be. I do love Lunar, though. So we add Spider-Man to that list. No. Kingdom Hearts. It's funny. Dragon Quest is kind of getting a lot of votes. So, and Shadow Labyrinth. Shadow Labyrinth was a game. He never noticed my chick. Oh, I never noticed you had one. When did you get that? I never noticed you had that. I'm sorry, Lilac. For some reason, I don't know. Shadow's Chikorita stood out more than yours. Shadow Labyrinth. It just overstays its welcome. I remember in Shadow Labyrinth when I was playing it, I was in areas and I just thought, I am ready to be done with this area. Oh, it is Epiphany. Okay, thank you. Happy Epiphany. Okay, it is that. So Happy Epiphany. For Hispanic people, January 6th was no Kings. Three Kings Day. And for Americans, for the United Statesmen, January 6th is not a holiday, and we do our best to not talk about it. Damn right, it's better. Damn, what do I know that from? Wait. What do I know that, Marcos? Damn right, it's better than yours. That's a song line. That's a song lyric. Milkshake. Yeah. The Shadow Chikorita. Oh, that explains the line before it. Okay, because I'm an idiot. That explains the line before it. That kind of makes sense. Very likely in 2 days, it's my birthday. Oh, I made the poll, and I couldn't see it until I refreshed. I didn't see a poll pop up at all. America's stealing holidays now? Pfft. If you're talking about stealing holidays, let me tell you a little story about Christmas. All right, so back to this thing. Hold on. Refresh. Hang on. Make sure I don't refresh the wrong thing here. Should I Alt F4? Uncle, ew. Don't call it that. Oh, poor Kingdom Hearts collection. Dragon Quest got some. Live a lot. That's interesting. I see the poll. No Spider-Man. I thought Halloween or New Year. No, Christmas is a stolen holiday, isn't it? Because wasn't it believed? This is the legend as I've heard it. It's believed that the birth of Christ actually probably took place in late spring, early summer, but it was moved to coincide with the pagan holiday of Yule or Saturnalia or something, which is why the whole thing with the Yule log and stuff, a lot of that came from other like pagan holiday, and it was appropriated to Christmas. Saturnalia and Sol Invictus. So then they decided to move it there to coincide with those two holidays, which is actually pretty common in Christian faith, that they just appropriate a lot of things. Basically, it's all made up BS. Stop taking it so seriously. Hey, listen, Ryan, you give people a week and a half to 2 weeks off in the middle of the winter. They're going to love it. Christmas kind of took over various winter solstice festivals, Yule, Saturnalia, and Sol Victus. I fell at Hear Me Out. Sorry. Oh, this isn't a legend. We have historical evidence. Okay, I'm never really sure. Especially with, I'm never really sure, because nowadays and for a very long time, I heard this on the internet. And we should all know by now not to completely just immediately trust what we hear on the internet. Yeah, we still call. Well, here's the thing. Trios. Hi, Trios. You still call it Yule, but Yule is not on the 25th. I thought Yule coincided with the winter solstice, so Yule is actually December 21st, right? The internet's never lied to me. That was the first lie the internet told you. How's everyone been doing? It's been a year since I saw everyone. Finish. If there's ever been a better year for you to check out and not see anybody, it was probably 2025. 2025 was a rough one. But I'm doing okay right now. I mean, not really, but mentally I'm doing okay. It's very stressful given what's going on. I hope you're doing well though. Yule is a festival. It starts from December 21st. Oh, okay, Trios. I actually didn't know that. I thought Yule was celebrated to coincide with the winter solstice, so it was a December 21st holiday. So it is an entire season. Wait, so that's only 10 days of Christmas? They purposely did it to trick pagans into being like, "Hey, cool holiday you have. Did you know our Savior was born here too? So you should convert." Dragoon, you forgot the most important part when it came to spreading the word of the faith in that era. You should convert, or else. Let's treat history like it was real. It was best to conduct research. Yeah, that's why I always sort of. That's why I always throw the caveat in there. Like, this is what I heard. Winter solstice is the start of Yule. See, I didn't know that. I thought Yule was a day. Finns celebrate Christmas the 24th to the 26th. That's not completely unlike Hispanics. The joke is always finished for Christmas, especially for Christmas in particular. The joke is always on Christmas Eve. You always say, "Happy Christmas Eve," unless you're Hispanic, in which case, Merry Christmas. Because I always thought it was just my family, but apparently it's most Hispanic families that I've ever met. Most of them do more things on Christmas Eve. And so they do things all day. They stay up until midnight. And then Christmas Day is like the relaxation day. That's the day where we don't go anywhere or do anything. So it's kind of funny because Christmas as an activity, as a set of activities, is actually for a lot of Hispanic people, they just do all of that stuff on the 24th. It used to work out well when I was married because her family was Italian. So they did Christmas Day. So we would go to my family's on Christmas Eve. We never thought about it. We'd go to my family's on Christmas Eve and her family on Christmas Day. And that was always the routine. They claim the birth of Christ based on a current calendar, which is the Gregorian calendar. But that didn't start until 1582, so it wasn't even fully adopted until 1752, which made those changes needed to skip 11 days and adjust for the errors in the Julian calendar. With those errors, if Jesus was real, it would have been more like June or July. Yeah, see, I always heard May, but right around that time is when it would have been. It would have lined up differently. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because back then the calendar was all shaped different, and it had extra, like, it didn't have as many months in it, and so it does kind of line up weird. I saw a thing that said if we added another month, I never did the math on this. If we added another month, then all 13 months would be exactly 28 days. Did you ever do the math on that? Is that ever legit? We just open one gift on Christmas Eve and then do Christmas stuff on Christmas Day. Yep, who cares about the 25th? The 24th is where it's at. All the 24th is good. All the 25th is good for is leftover tamales. Okay, and I gained 3 pounds over the holidays. I actually went back to the gym starting yesterday, and you know how much water weight I have? I started yesterday, and when I weighed myself, I was 310, and I weighed myself today, and I was 306. I'm just going to lose a ton of water weight at first. I hope that after I lose as much water weight as I'm going to, I'm back under 300. Because I made it under 300, and then life took a turn. Jesus' birthday wasn't recorded within the Bible. Yeah, because they didn't really use a calendar. It's just a loose set of ideas. But let's go back to this, because I never went back to this. There. So this, I mean, there isn't really much to talk about other than visually, this is amazing. Like the slime. There was another part that I wanted. This right here. I mean, this is just amazing. If the fight takes place right here, these are the moments where I look at this and I think, what other game do I want to see like this? What is another, probably RPG, that I want to see look exactly like this? And I'll be honest, I can't think of a Final Fantasy game that I'd like to see like this. I don't think I even see one. See, you say Final Fantasy V, and I don't know that I would want to see that. I mean, I'm sure it would be beautiful, but I feel like I wouldn't enjoy it as much. I feel like I wouldn't be as shocked by it. Could I see Chrono Trigger? No. Final Fantasy VI, no. If Final Fantasy VI is going to look like anything, I think it should be like Octopath Traveler. I think it should be that kind of 2D HD. All the Final Fantasies, I think they would look better as that. This... Chrono Cross? I think Cross would be kind of interesting. That might be a little bit too much. See, when I look at this, I go back to older games. I think of stuff like Lufia, and I don't know if you. I feel like some of you are going to know what I mean when I say Lufia, but at the same time, it's like I feel like most of you probably haven't played it though. Yeah, I don't know. This just looks so good. Lufia 1 or 2? 1. I never finished 2. I like 2, but I definitely liked 1 more. Mystic Quest. Yeah. I don't think I would actually mind that. I think if you did Mystic Quest like this, that would be interesting. Yeah, 2 ends where 1 starts. Yeah, because it's like the Sinestrals, and it's the guy. Hold on. Who are the original heroes? Guy, Maxim, Salon, and Artea. Xenosaga. No, I don't know why. But not Xenosaga. It's got to be lighthearted. It's got to be something kind of lighthearted, which I guess Chrono Cross wouldn't do. Trigger. Actually, Trigger might actually look really good. Wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute. Chrono Trigger. Uh okay. Chrono Trigger might actually kind of go wild with this. The Green Lantern guy. Remake of Illusion of Gaia. Interesting. Illusion of Gaia might be an interesting pick for that. Got to be lighthearted, and it shouldn't be used for DQ7 because this game isn't lighthearted. Oh, it's not? Okay. I don't know. With the quirky looking character, I think that's what I really mean. It's like the quirky looking characters, the quirky looking enemy character, right? The cat wizard thing. I think that's what it is. You're thinking lighthearted because it's Toriyama's Aristotle shining through. Art style. It's art style. Yeah, like the little cat with the goofy face with the eyes, and they always have like the cross eyes. I think that would work. Chrono Trigger is Toriyama at its core would be the best title to adapt to this style. Yeah. It starts lighthearted, then punches you in the gut. Oh, I'm sorry, I never got that far. Actually, just remake Dragon Quest. I mean, Lilac, yes. Even me as a non-Dragon Quest fan, I have to say, could you just go ahead and make those games? Yeah. How about this? How about you just translate 5 and 6? Because I don't think we've ever gotten an English translation of those games, have we? Is there an official English translation of 5 and 6? I don't think so, other than the 3D, the DS games. Just make them accessible. Ooh. Terranigma. We've gotten of 5 and 6 are on the DS. Yeah. I have them. Terranigma. I don't think I'd mind it, but I think I'd want a different style for Terranigma. What if that's what this is for? A test engine for making all those. I feel like this is Dragoon, because they're changing so much, because they're going through the effort of changing the story and everything. I don't think that they're designing this engine specifically for, like this is just a test. I think this is the game they're making. I think they're going to use this for later, but I don't think there's like, this is the proof of concept, right? Like how Metroid Prime Remastered, we kind of look at that, and I always kind of thought, oh, I think this is a proof of concept for, this is them using the engine this is them perfecting the engine that they're going to use later. I think this is their intention, but I do think they're going to use this engine more. I think that's what they're going to do. So they're focusing on reusing engines. Yeah, so this is their it's like Lego. When Lego did the Star Wars game, the Skywalker saga, this is their opportunity to build an engine that they're going to use for the future. And it's not just that. How about ActRaiser? No, not ActRaiser, because ActRaiser has side-scrolling combat. For ActRaiser, that's tough, because I did like the remake that they made, even though I thought the town building was a little bit excessive. And I love the town building. I didn't like how much stuff they turned the town building in the ActRaiser remake into an RTS, and I wasn't a big fan of it being basically an RTS game. I also didn't like the side-scrolling combat. I think they should have put more into it. I think that he was still kind of stiff, and he was very not action-oriented in the ActRaiser remake. But I did like the ActRaiser remake a lot. We streamed that. I think we streamed that whole game. One of the things Square said that they're focusing on, actually I'm thinking of another game, not an RPG, but the specific pause screen reminded me of it. This specific pause screen. Lilac, are you thinking the same thing I am? Oh, no, because you said it's not an RPG, because I'm thinking of an RPG. You know what I think I would like with this? Breath of Fire. I think Breath of Fire in this graphics engine works really well. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Even Suikoden a little bit, but Breath of Fire. I feel like I'm looking at this and I would say, yeah, okay, I'll play that. I'll play that. Maybe some 3D elements and side-scrolling parts. Yeah, if you wanted to do like a Metroid Dread where it's 2D with 3D backgrounds that have depth, yeah, I would take that. Yeah, Capcom doesn't even remember Breath of Fire exists. Oh, Robo-Trek. Oh, I was trying to remember the name. It was you as a kid fighting darkness. I always confuse Little Nemo? Are you talking about? You're not talking about Little Nemo, the Dream Master, right? Robo-Trek. No one remembers Robo-Trek. What I mean, they already had reworked DQ7 due to the recent 3DS port, but they did it more. So I don't know if that's the same thing. So they may have used that to jumpstart this project, but the overall idea may just be a new DQ engine for remakes, like how DQ3 HD was the blueprint for 1.2 HD. I mean, but then they got that blueprint from Octopath. Kid Fighting Darkness. It's not an RPG. Are you Lilac, Heart of Darkness? The PlayStation game? You talking about Heart of Darkness? That was kind of like an Abe's Odyssey. Heart of Darkness, yes. Okay. Yeah, it kind of like had that Abe's Odyssey vibe to it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that? That'd be interesting. I would take that. That'd be kind of cool. More of the Genesis Mickey Mouse game that got remade in PS3 era. It looks amazing now that I started more to think of it. Oh, they based it on the Octopath one, but it's a reworked engine itself, designed to make importing stuff easier. Oh, Brave Fencer. That can't be in my childhood. Heart of Darkness. I have a buddy of mine that actually really likes that game. He always told me that I should try it out. Okay. I prefer Brave Fish. Oh, wait. Brave Fish Minsashi. Okay, I just read it that way. What the hell? Brave Fencer Musashi in that style would be... Yeah, I think this would work. I think this would work. Oh, you know what else would work? What's the Sonic game? Isn't there a Sonic game with this visual perspective? Sonic 3D Sonic. I think it's called Sonic 3D. We do have to limit ourselves to Square games. Yeah, do we have to limit ourselves to Square games? No. I would say whatever. I said Breath of Fire. 3D Blast. There we go. Square Enix have been known to license out and publish, so third parties and indies could still work with it. The problem, Lilac, is maybe you're gonna do that. Maybe companies will do that with their smaller franchises, but no one's gonna lend out a Sonic for this. Now, I could see Capcom, since they forgot that they own Breath of Fire, I could see them saying, "Yeah, let's do Breath of Fire. Can you help us out with that?" And then they do Breath of Fire like this. I think that would look incredible. No, this doesn't exist. Let's work. Final Fantasy IX. Not bad. It's not a bad pick. Capcom made a Breath of Fire game a while ago. Mobile. So what you're saying is they didn't make one. Super Monkey Ball. That would be interesting. You know what I wouldn't mind? I wouldn't mind something like, not Tomb Raider specifically, but a Tomb Raider type adventure game, like an adventure exploration game with a map like this, with environments like this, and then some, you got to move a rock wall or something. Like, yeah, wow. I really am liking this graphics engine. Ooh, a Tales of game. The Tactics games. Tactics Advance in A2. Yes. Yeah, I could see that with this. With this graphics engine, yes. Oh, and I'm going to throw a silly one out there. since I want to say a silly one. It's called Rhapsody, a musical adventure. I think that's what it was called. In this graphic style. For anybody that's familiar, it's a strategy game. For anybody that's familiar with it, Rhapsody in this graphic style would be a ton of fun. Imagine how delicious the pancakes would look when you drop them on the enemy. Vagrant Story? No, not Vagrant Story. Vagrant Story is a dark, gritty world. It needs to be dark and gritty. I can't. I don't think it would look good like this. I don't think so. Here's what I will say, though. I do need to see more realistic looking characters. I need to see realistically proportioned characters before I can fully say that. But no, I think Vagrant Story does not lend itself to this environment. I think Vagrant Story should be a like the modern Final Fantasy graphics, right? Like Crisis Core and Final Fantasy Rebirth and Remake. I think that is better for Vagrant Story. And also, by the way, bring back Vagrant Story for the love of God. Could somebody please bring back Vagrant Story with a more understandable combat system? Yeah, but Uncle is often wrong. I mean, Trios, Lilac is right. Why does your phone or whatever it is you're on keep changing art style to Aristotle? Thanks for reminding me of Marjorie. Oh, the main baddie who wears nothing but a cape and string panties. I never finished Rhapsody. I have it. I have it on PlayStation. I should probably go back and finish it. People need to see the main game that Final Fantasy Tactics is spun from. Okay, well, then let's not push it now. Let's not say crazy things. They would never do it at this point. I also think Final Fantasy 1 would be good like this. Final Fantasy 1, I'd take it. I'd probably take a 2 or a 3. Yeah. I'm also having autocorrect issues. All right. But yeah, this game just visually looks incredible. So I just kind of wanted to share that trailer with you guys. There were some other trailers that came up, but it's like stuff I'd already watched. So I'm not going to get into that. All right. Wow. We've been live for 2.5 hours. Holy. All right. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to close that window. I saw her in Disgaea 2 as an NPC enemy and Disgaea 3 as DLC. I'll never stop with that one. Yeah, no. Yeah. Final Fantasy has its own thing going on right now, and I think that it works well for Final Fantasy since it has, the later games have the more realistic graphics. When you look at modern Final Fantasy, the 7s and Crisis Core and all the stuff coming later, I do think that lends itself well to the second half of the Final Fantasy world. 12, like a 12 remake. I think an 8 remake is ready-made for the action strategy combination of 7. I think that 8 will be absolutely perfect for that. It's difficult for me to see it in a quirkier art style. I think that works. But Vagrant Story is a game that I don't want to see in a quirky art style. Vagrant Story I want to see in something that is a bit more dark and gritty and more quote-unquote realistic. I think works better for Vagrant Story because Vagrant Story's story, for what I know of it, was terrific. But the environment and for anybody that knows Vagrant Story at all, that the voice acting in that game would go hard. It would be so good. You would have the performances that you would get out of a Vagrant Story cast is unbelievable. The potential is there for what I would honestly say award-winning voice acting. I think it's there. I think that the way that story goes is there's just too much. They're so over the top in the writing in that game. I've been screaming for a Final Fantasy VIII remake. That game has the most to gain. What about Vandal Hearts? Vandal Hearts, Vandal Hearts maybe because Vandal Hearts has a goofy aesthetic with a very good serious story. Vandal Hearts does kind of well for that. I do like it as a 2D game, but I think it would work. I think it would work in that kind of... I do need it to be a little brighter, but yeah, I think that would probably work. I wish devs and storytellers would link Vagrant Story and Final Fantasy. It would be amazing and great for world. I mean, just to say that Vagrant Story takes place in the world of Ivalice that exists somewhere in the universe of the Tactics games. If you say that the Tactics games existed, and then, because you can create a timeline. The thing about Tactics is that you can create, about Ivalice, is that you can create a timeline for it, and you could put Vagrant Story most places in there. I think it has to be closer to Tactics 1, because Advance and A2 had a different fundamental, their fundamental existence was different. You know, in there, Ivalice was a world that the characters got sucked into. Or they went into willingly and didn't want to come out. But the first one is, the first Tactics is a dark, gritty game, or it's a gritty, violent game. So Vagrant Story fits perfectly next to that. But it would have to be a separate timeline. I say no, but I also don't remember how Vagrant Story ended, so I don't know if you could do that. But I think it's easy to say that Vagrant Story exists, because Vagrant Story I don't think has to deal with the full world of Ivalice. I think it just takes place in Ivalice, so you can really kind of say that that's anywhere. Outside the playable world, yes. But I would like that Vagrant's world hinted in Ivalice from the Spoopy Castle or the Mist. Yeah, Tactics is great. It is. Oh, and I see we got a Gonzadetsu. I'll tell you what. Let's get the Gonzadetsu. Ah, Gonzadetsu, ore wa tsuyoi, ore hikaru silver point. Yeah. And then I'm going to take a quick break. As someone who doesn't like Final Fantasy VIII, I'd love a remake that fixes the gameplay and the story and the characters. A lot of it. Gameplay needs a fix. Especially if you're going to be switching it to the more action menu based system, which I do like. I like the action system I like the combat system from Final Fantasy VII. It definitely took a little bit to grow on me, but I did end up enjoying it. I would really like that engine for 8. I think 8 is ready built for that. Story, characters I didn't have as much of a problem with in 8. I hated Squall. Could not stand Squall. But I kind of liked everybody else. I thought everybody was fun in their own way. Story, I don't know if there's any fixing Final Fantasy VIII's story, because it wasn't necessarily a bad story. It was just all over the place. And in the end, it felt like it was pointless. I don't know. I felt like I just didn't care. And then when the whole thing, like, oh, we were all at the same orphanage, and like, I'll be honest, I don't remember a ton of it. What I do remember is that there was something about, oh, we were all in the same orphanage, and was that supposed to be a surprise? Right? Weren't they in the same orphanage? Was that supposed to be a surprise? Like, when that happens in the game, is that supposed to be a big reveal? Because I don't remember any moments making me think, oh my God. I just kind of was like, okay, that's the link here, that we were in the same orphanage. It feels so random. It feels made up, which I know it's made up because it's a video game and it's a fictional story. But I'm big on, it has to make sense in the world and it has to be interesting within the world of the game. And that was kind of like, you know what it felt like? Oh, we have to make a connection for all of them. What do we do? I don't know. Say they were all adopted or they were all from the same orphanage or something. If that's what it felt like. And I just remember there not being any weight to it. The only thing that happened that has weight to me in that game, other than Quistis being the best girl is the thing in space in disc 3 when you go and you rescue what's her face and it plays the Eyes on Me song. That's it. Those were the only times where I felt like there was some weight into what was going on. I did not care about Edea. I didn't care. I just didn't care. She just was an uninteresting character to me. The story was fine for what it was, but it had no weight to it. I hate the space bit. That's interesting. Yeah, too bad the game doesn't think that about Quistis. Renoa. Though, you know what's funny? I had a Renoa vinyl figure, like a statue type figure, for a long time, and then I traded it to somebody a very long time ago for where the hell is she? She's up there. I have her up there on the shelf. For Lulu statue from Final Fantasy X. And I always thought it was a great trade. We traded, they were box for box, right? They were all boxed up and everything. It wasn't like loose figures and all. So I was very happy with that. But I always wanted to get that Renoa back. And then I think it went up in price. So now I have no idea what it would cost me to get it. Being all over the place can make even a great story bad. Yeah, it does. Because I don't know what thread I'm supposed to follow. And if one thread isn't good, there's going to be moments where you just don't care. Like, it reminds me of Game of Thrones, when Game of Thrones had stories all over the place. And that's really interesting unless you suddenly don't care about even one of those stories. Because now the second they cut to that story, you are completely tuned out of the show. I don't want to watch anything. I just want them to hurry up and get back to what they were talking about. The Walking Dead did it. Walking Dead season 2 or 3, when they were at the farm and you had the Andrea side story where she was with the governor and you had all of that. I did not like the governor's character. I did not like Andrea's character. Couldn't have cared less when they would have an episode where they were the focus. I just didn't care. I did like reverse Zantetsuken moment. And my man coming to finish that. One guy off with range design. You know what's funny is you mentioned Zell. You know what Zell reminds me of nothing except the bouncer. When I look at him, he looks like a bouncer character. Yeah, oh my god, that was terrible. Drop the whole show. Like I also don't think 8 has a good story. It has good ideas, but they're all so disconnected. And that's not counting when the choices go away. Because, oh crap, Squall needs to live Renoa. Wait, so save Renoa? Yeah, the war stuff was great. That's another, that was a moment that I liked in Final Fantasy VIII. When you're doing like the battle thing and you're running and the bombs are going off and stuff, I thought that was really cool. I felt really engaged when that was going on, and then I really couldn't tell you much about the rest of the game. Other than they had cars, they have these garden seed things that are like almost like they fly around the map or something, and you feel like the technology is really there. I felt like the world of Final Fantasy VIII had this, it was one of these technology worlds, where they had all of this stuff. And then you get in the cars, and why did the cars, I hope I'm misremembering this, why did the cars look like Model Ts? They look like these old-timey cars from the 1910s. And yeah, 8's world is modern, but then you get in a car, and it looks like a Model T from 100 and something years ago. Well, I don't understand why it looked like that. Has an amazing soundtrack. It does have an amazing soundtrack. I think how you could deal bonus damage with the gunblade if you press the trigger button. Yeah, it was just for the gunblade. It completely broke the game. I mean, the what we say about Final Fantasy VIII all the time is that game is probably one of the easiest to break. You know why it's so easy to break Final Fantasy VIII? Because you don't break it by doing something unusual. You break it by doing exactly what the game tells you to do. If you junction spells, if you draw spells out and you junction them to your abilities, you will power up those abilities. The more powerful the spells are that you have junctioned to whatever stat it is, the more powerful that stat's going to be. That's what the game tells you to do. So you logically are going to find ultimas and flares or whatever what it was called you're going to find all of that stuff, and you're immediately going to say, oh, I'm just going to junction it to my strength and my speed, which is what I did for Squall. That's how I broke the game with Squall. Just junction it to your strength and speed. And he was hitting 4-9, and you do the thing where you power up your attack, and you hit 4-9s every time. And then he gets a turn every 4 seconds. And that's not an exaggeration. He just, his little charge timer bar, when you hit the attack, it goes back down to 0, and it goes bing, and then you're ready to go. And you just attack again. And all you're doing is exactly what the game told you to do. And then, and then once you start playing Triple Triad, the game's over. The whole game's over. It's good, but it's definitely not great. And at that point, we were kind of expecting great from Final Fantasy. It's the Metroid problem. It's not a question of, sure, we can judge 8 on its own, but it's hard to not hold it up to the 2 or 3 games that came before it. And the 2 or 3 games that came before it were great. Final Fantasy 6. On state side, we had 4. You had Final Fantasy 4, you had Final Fantasy 6, and you had Final Fantasy 7. Those are legacy RPGs. They were amazing. We knew back then that these games were going to stand the test of time. So then when Final Fantasy 8 came out, we went, it's fine. It's a good game, but it's not up to these. It's not up to these other games. I love Renoa, but Liv still works. Oh, because if you played him as he acted, he went from I don't like being bothered to I will kill myself if Renoa leaves in a second. That's crazy. Didn't know Final Fantasy 8 was that. Yeah, it's really easy to break that game. Well, I get people crap about magic being pointless, but honestly, unless it's AoE magic in most Final Fantasy games are pointless as attacks. Attacks always faster and it just hits hard. It depends, especially when you're talking about boss characters when you're talking about characters that have obvious weaknesses. Unless you have a lightning-based weapon and you're fighting a water boss, it is always quicker to take your magic spells and just blast them with lightning. I'm sorry, Thundaga, which is a stupid name for it. Hot take. So, or maybe a surprise take. Thundaga is a stupid name for the spells in Final Fantasy. Agree or disagree? I think Thundaga is a stupid name. And tell me why I think it's a stupid name. Anybody knows. I bet a few of you know exactly why I think Thundaga is a stupid name. What's the point of magic if the core game feature makes it pointless then? 8 started that trend. I think it's a stupid name. Why do I think it's stupid? Because thunder is sound. Lightning is lightning. It's not Thundaga. It should be lit like it always was. Or shock. But it's not shock. What? Shock? Oh, wait. I like Lit 3. I think that's a more realistic name. It just is. Shock, Chakra, and Chikagra. Litaga. Oh, wait. Well, wait, what's the second one? Lightning Gaga. Oh, wait. Oh, what are you going to cast? Me? Lightning Gaga. Wait, Bolta and Boltaga. Wait, I actually like that. That actually works. So there's Lady Ga, there's Lady Ga, and Lady Gaga. Oh, so she is the final form. Is she Executor? Is she the final form of Shakira? Light Ninja. Well, wait, because it's Fire, Fira, and Firaga. Oh, it's okay. So it's so it would be Boltra. Would it be Boltra? Boltra and Boltaga? Also, 8 sometimes feels like it wants to have both a traditional sci-fi but also steampunk aesthetic. That's kind of normal for Final Fantasy. I feel like that's been common where back in Final Fantasy 1, you go all the way back to Final Fantasy 1 and you have this sort of weird, when you get to certain parts of the game, there's this weird merging of machines. There's a submarine, right? You have an airship. When you go to the one town that has the submarine, they tell you that there's a robot in the cave up by the waterfall. And then you go to Mirage Tower, and Mirage Tower is an old sand tower in the desert, but then it warps you up to the fantasy place up in the sky, like the space station or something. So I feel like that's always kind of been there with Final Fantasy. I think we just shared a brain cell for a moment. Wait. Shakira is a way better spell than Lady Gaga. So it would be Shaki and Shakira and Shakaraga. Shakaraga. Boltra wouldn't be level 3. Boltaga would be level 3, right? Yeah, Boltra would be level 2, and then Boltaga would be level 3. You impress the ladies in Final Fantasy 1 by having legs. Oh my god, you have legs. Yeah, remember the mermaids. The mermaids. Frizz, Frizzle, and Kafrizzle. I mean, Wario, like, yeah, but that makes me feel like I'm playing as Snoop Dogg. I can see why people like 8, but for me to get to that, you have to look past so many things. It's hard for me personally. No, and you're not alone in that, Dragon. You're not alone. It's. I think that where 8 is able to succeed is that it gets off to a start faster. You had the intro that goes right into the game, and I think the game starts off faster. It's not like a Dragon Quest. Like, you could tell me that Dragon Quest 7 is the greatest RPG ever made, and I probably won't play it because I have to get past the first 5 hours of the game. And the first 5 hours of the game are a struggle. Or you can tell me that this RPG is a moderately decent RPG, but when the game starts, you get right into it. You have an amazing cutscene in the beginning. You have some stuff that you do around the school, and you go outside and you get into battles, and then it's immediate. It's almost immediate. I'm probably going to play that game more than the game that you tell me is the greatest game ever, but I have to slog through 10 hours. Final Fantasy 13. You can tell me that at a certain point, Final Fantasy 13 picks up and it becomes the greatest game ever, but it's dull as can possibly be for the first 10 hours, and I just did not enjoy it. I just didn't enjoy it. 8 has an incredible soundtrack. True. Need to go back to original Dragon Warrior. See, I knew Frizz is hurt. Sadly, it's the. Oh wait, AGM. I'm sorry. You had a streak. I didn't read this a long time ago. A little more than Metroid, but similar. Say more self-inflicted. It's a known thing. Square puts itself every other RPG. Oh, okay. It takes like 3 hours until you see the title screen in Kingdom Hearts 2. Yeah, see, that doesn't, and I never played Kingdom Hearts 2, so I wonder why. You need to bring SMT spells where Ice 1, 2, and 3. You have Bufu, Bufuwal, and Bufudine. The biggest detriment of 14 and why the part you have to go through is the stuff that's technically free to play. Yeah, that was my problem with 14. My problem with 14 is that I can't start where I want to. I have to start. I got past it, but you have to play the 1.0 stuff, don't you? When you start 14, isn't the first thing 1.0, or is it you just start? I forget if you start at Realm Reborn, but whatever the beginning is, I think you should start at Realm Reborn. But people have often said, people who like Final Fantasy, you start at 2.0, but people who like Final Fantasy 14 all say the same thing, that's the worst version of the game. Like, that's when, other than 1.0, that 2.0 compared to the rest is the least enjoyable part of that game. So why would I want that to be the first 40 hours of me playing, or 50 or 100 hours? I don't want that to be the beginning. Now, I did get past it. I did get through that. I forgot exactly where I got to, but I did get past all of that. But I feel like it's hard to tell people, yeah, you should start playing it. Oh, what do I have to do at first? All right, well, first you have to get past this expansion that we all kind of accept is probably not the greatest expansion. It's the greatest expansion in the sense that it fixes 1.0, but maybe I don't want to start there. Yeah, the reason though is Realm Reborn is also sets up like 80% of the later story. And yet, when you buy a World of Warcraft expansion, when you start the game brand new and you're on a World of Warcraft expansion, it cycles through the game. The story that begins at that expansion is usually set up for you. And then they'll mention things about stuff that happened before, and then later you can go and play those areas. You can go and do those early missions. You can go and do those early dungeons. I used to go do the early dungeons. I used to do the early raids. And since you're so much more powerful, you can do the raids. You can do a lot of the raids by yourself. So I used to go back and do that. But when I first started, I didn't have to play vanilla. I played Wrath of the Lich King. And I started in the starting areas, and then once I got strong enough to go to new areas, I went right to the new areas. And then once I hit level 80, I went right to Northrend, and I started that stuff. I didn't have to play all of vanilla and Burning Crusade in order for me to get there. But if I get a new Final Fantasy 14 and I say, oh, everybody's talking about this, let me try it, I have to play 5 expansions before I get to the part where I play the game with my friends. Hell, I have to play it up to the point where I can keep using all of the spells that I have. And I don't mean to sound like I'm ragging on Final Fantasy 14. It's just, as a new coming player, it's hard when a game tells you, no, you have to do all of the previous content first. Because right off the bat, you end up with a situation where a lot of people just are, I'm just not going to do it. They're just not going to do it. Imagine trying to get it, like when you guys played Persona. I know we got some Persona fans in here. When you first played Persona 5, imagine if the only way you were allowed to play Persona 5 is if you played all the other ones. Imagine if the only time when you said, ooh, Fire Emblem 3 Houses, everybody looks like they're enjoying this. Sorry, you have to play 6 other Fire Emblem games before then. Or 7, or however many there were. It's tough. I feel like it's tough to sell people into that. Yeah, Persona 5 is so slow to start. Now imagine if you couldn't even play it until you played 3. Until you played 3 and 4, or 1, 2, 3, and 4, 15. That's why I had a hard time with that. That's why I have a hard time with any game that says no, you have to play all of it. Difference is WoW is known for its end game, and when people talk about 14, it's not the raids, dungeons, or anything. 14's big thing is the story and the journey and the ERP. Surprised no one attempted a mod or ROM hack to get rid of the card system. In 8? No, I don't think they would, because if you're talking about Final Fantasy 8, people liked Triple Triad. It's Tetramaster, the one from 9 that everybody didn't like. You don't get shoved 20 years of lore in your throat anymore in WoW, which is nice. See, I when I started at Wrath of the Lich King, I wasn't getting lore dumps. The game was just saying, oh, this is what you do. And then you could go back later and you could find some of that stuff. If you started a new World of Warcraft expansion, you'll probably be lagging, or no, Executor, only if you start at day 1. If you start day 1 with the expansion like everybody else, you're going to be lagging like crazy. You're not going to be able to play the game. But start a little bit later. Yeah, it's like saying the game you get to at 30 hours in. I don't want to slog 30 hours, because what you're telling me, you're telling me it's going to take me 30 hours to get to the part that's good, and B, the first 30 hours are not good. So now I'm not only playing a game to get to the good part, according to you, I'm playing a bad game to get to the good part. Well, not to crap on WoW, but as that game has been bleeding players for years, I do wonder if that ability has done more harm than good for the game's health. No, the thing that has done more harm than good, the thing that is really WoW's greatest enemy is WoW. World of Warcraft's greatest enemy is Blizzard. That they are the problem. They haven't really upgraded the graphics engine. They should have done Warcraft 2 a long time ago. They should have did that a long time ago. They should have had full graphics overhaul and restructured everything. Not to mention it's $15 a month, which is a little high, especially nowadays when people are buying battle passes for $15 and the battle passes last for months, but the game is still free to play on its own. I feel like that to be like, why isn't there is there a World of Warcraft that says, oh, you can play all the way up to Mists of Pandaria. You can get to level 90. You can do all of that stuff fully free. You don't have to pay a dime to do any of that. I know they have a free trial, but when I did the free trial, it was super limited. Oh yeah, private servers. That's that ain't the answer. I can tell you Shadowbringers is the one time I finally understood why people love Final Fantasy, and that Endwalker helped me when Mom started going through stomach cancer. It was a dreadful necessity to play the 3 books prior to it. It was a dreadful necessity to play the 3 books prior to it. Because if you went to skip to Dawn Trail, you'd also question what's so great about it. You need to go through the system. So Stockholm Syndrome. I mean, and I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, that there's a strong story focus, so they don't want you to jump into the middle of the book. But sometimes the middle of the book makes me care about the beginning of the book. Sometimes when did I start watching One Piece? After all of that I said about One Piece, what made me start watching One Piece? One scene from the 37th episode of the show. That's what made me. And if I made a promise to myself to say I'm never going to watch anything about One Piece until I start watching from the beginning of the show, I wouldn't have seen it. I wouldn't have seen that thing that made me say, "Holy crap, I have to watch more of this show." But that wasn't until 37 episodes later. 37 episodes is still like in the first 1% of the show. Yeah, and now I'm in. I play a WoW game that is just a boss rush. I'd play a WoW game. You know what I would play? WoW as a single player standalone game. Offline. Or if you want to do online with your friends, not MMO. Turn it into a single player adventure bundle the first 5 expansions into one gigantic single player with multiplayer option game, and I would go back. Make it like Elden Ring, Night Rain. Yeah, do that. Make an adventure game, and it's single player, or it will scale up for more people, and that's how you play it. Yes, it's more focused. It cuts out a lot of the stuff that you really don't need, and you get to give the characters their time to shine. Sometimes a clip of something from a series can give you the interest to see it through. I mean, the Brawlers Guild is a single player boss rush mode. Is there? Well, that's just boss rush. Should you take a break? Yeah, I was supposed to be going to take a break like 30 minutes ago. Congratulations, we're finally finished. Yeah, season 1 of One Piece is finally done. Now they can take a break. All right, so now I'm really going to take a break this time. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to reload my coffee, which the coffee over there is probably cold, so I'll probably have to reheat that. And then when I come back, we're going to jump back. Why am I using so much CPU strength? When I come back, we're going to jump back into the Super Metroid randomizer. We didn't get super far yesterday. We didn't get super far just because we were talking, and that's probably going to be the same story today. But just give me a few minutes, and then when I come back, we will get back into the randomizer. stopped after the Panda expansion. At least you played that one. A lot of people didn't even want to play that. But that's where I stopped too. And I never finished it. I think we only had the final raid to go in Pandaria. And I never did it. And then after that, there was just nothing. Hey, finish. I read this. Keep playing. I gotta keep playing, even if not all of it is fantastic. WoW goes, yeah, skip the boring stuff, get to the good stuff, and the players are gone until next expansion. I do think it's also that's also done harm. Not as much as Blizzard, but all not ignorable harm. I mean, Blizzard, like I said, Blizzard's problem is that they changed the aesthetic of the game in a sense. There was just a lot of problems. There was just a lot of stuff that people just said they were out. It wasn't. I would probably say it wasn't until Shadowlands. I think Shadowlands started to deal with some really deep stuff when you started dealing with like the fallout from Anduin, or what Anduin was doing, and you had the jailer and everything. So I feel like that was sort of a return to what people really, really liked about the game. But even then, people just I felt like I heard a lot of people saying that that the story was good, but the gameplay was just kind of blah. And then I was actually genuinely curious about coming back for the War Within. And I was going to come back. I'm like, I don't know. I just don't have time. You know what the thing is? Part of the reason I wasn't able to engage in 14 was because of the time commitment, which is kind of ironic considering what's going on now. But there were other aspects of it that I didn't like. But when I finally did have the opportunity to go back and say, oh, I can go back and play WoW, I kind of just was like, now I understood how much time it took, and now I didn't want to spend that time anymore. I do miss it. I miss I think you can buy skips in 14 now. Yeah, and you mentioned the skips in WoW. Yeah, WoW had, like, you can buy levels, you can buy gold, and that definitely did massive amounts of damage. I mean, now just there's also just so much to play, but yeah, but I thought about going back to the thing that I do miss from them is just the combat loop. That's what I really miss. You've always been able to buy skips in 14. It wasn't always a thing in WoW. But in 14 you couldn't. And I think WoW had gold tokens too. That's the thing. You can buy skips. Skips are fine. But my problem with skips in 14 is that it depends on what issue you're having. Because if you buy a bunch of skips in 14, skips in 14 almost feel pointless. Because you're still going to have to play the early parts of the story. So you might as well just level up through them anyway. And the game is still going to lock what you can do. You're still going to be locked into not being able to use certain spells and stuff. So you're still going to have that problem. So you might as well. Oh, later, finish. Have a good one. Hold on. You came back. Let me see. Potty break, back fresh. Hold on. I saw you said something else. There we go. I guess we'll be going. It's going to be 10:30, and I'm going to CP soon. Yeah. So have a go and finish. Thank you for stopping and hanging out with us. 14 since Stormblood, you could get skips to the latest expansion. Oh, you're talking about skips to the expansion? No. Where I was talking about level skips. Like you just boost your boost to level 60, level 70, level 80. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. Not skips through the thing. Yeah, you don't need to know a single bit of story in WoW. You can start an expansion at the beginning of the expansion. They're going to give you all of the information that you might need, but the rest of the story is in the world. So if you want to go back and you want to view the other bits of the story and the early things that happen, you can do that. And I'm not even talking about the Bronze Dragonflight, because the Bronze Dragonflight, I think, were the Keepers of Time. So you tell me if I'm wrong on that one. So they had things to show you the past. But a lot of the stuff that you could do is just in the world. Just go there. It'll instance out some things that might have changed the world, and you'll be able to just experience them early on. You can buy the WoW token with in-game gold. If you're wealthy enough in WoW, you can keep your sub active with just gold, which I did have a lot of money in WoW. Oh, what I was saying is the difference between WoW and 14. 14 focus it's a Final Fantasy game first, and it's story focused, which is what people talk about the most. That's true. Well, I don't know. Hold on, Lilac. Because you're right. People do talk about the story in Final Fantasy 14, but the glamourers don't seem to care anymore. The end game is one of the biggest critiques. While WoW, it's the end game. It's the end. Yeah, that's what I will absolutely say that. WoW's end game is the focus. The WoW starts at level whatever, at the max level. For me, it started at level 80. Glamour is the bonus of 14. Yeah, glamour is the true end game of 14. We've all heard that. Via the viewer, you can also view the past events in 14. But the problem, Dragoon, is that you have to play them anyway. That's why it's not, oh, well, I can view whatever happened in the first thing. Like, no, you have to play through it unless you buy a skip. But yeah, you can just play through it. Or you have to play through it. I don't need a video to tell me about my love, my heart, my everything that the game took away from me. Moon Brighter. Oh, God, I love Moon Brighter. She was so great. A good transmog in WoW is a 10% increase in DPS. Magic that leads me accidentally flashbanging people when I forget to change accounts on social. First of all, thanks for whoever gave me a Twitch sub. Oh yeah, no. Oh, I thought they gave it to people. No, so the way subs work, I learned this a while back. The way gifted subs work, when there's not enough people there, let's say somebody drops 5 gift sub and everybody here has a sub. It will go through followers, I think. I think it'll go through some followers. If you don't have enough followers, it will gift subs to random people. I've gotten gift subs for random channels, and then I went to check out their channels, so it worked. I went to check out their channel and realized they didn't even have that many followers. But they probably got gift subbed more than followers they had who didn't have subs, so it just gives them the random people. That was when I found that out. Also talks to endgame too, when crafting, gathering, and dress up is the bigger endgame than the high-end rating, which is just kind of interesting. Which is just, I wonder what that says about a game, that the end game, the interesting end game isn't even the part that people play. It's the random stuff that you do. You know, when WoW added battling to the pets, people didn't care about the pets. And then they added a battle mechanic to the pets where you can have little, basically Pokemon battles. People even made interfaces that when you get into a pet battle, it looks like a Pokemon battle. There are people that were doing that. And that's when they first started that's all they were doing, was doing that. But I don't think it ever got as big as rating. Yeah, PvP. PvP was a huge thing in there. I did some PvP. I did a decent amount of PvP. I didn't like Alterac Valley. I liked what was the PvP in 14 where you have the 3 bases and you have to have 2 of them. It's basically like a sort of capture the point. What's it called? What's that mode called where you have 3 points and you have to have 2 of them? Was it Arathi Basin? It might have been Arathi Basin. Was it Warsong? It wasn't Warsong. Crystalline Conflict. No, that wasn't in WoW. That was Arathi Basin. It was Arathi Basin. I love that one. I did a ton of that. There's the one where you fight. You said, my fault. No. In WoW. Actually, that's another interesting thing. So the joke with WoW was always that there were 3 games. That WoW was 3 games. Level 1 to max level, endgame, and PvP. I don't ever hear anybody talk about 14's PvP. Warsong Gulch is capture the flag. Arathi Basin is point capture. Arathi Basin is the one that I played. And then there was one where you just battle. It's like 2v2 or 3v3. And then they added the Battle Coliseum thing under Stormwind. If you go into the sewers of Stormwind, there's like an illegal battle arena down there, and you fight. It's PvE. You fight creatures that are in there 1v1, but they're always these weird creatures. I played tons of that. That was so much fun. My point earlier, your desire to skip in 14, like in WoW, but then you'd miss the plot. And I was saying that if you buy the skip, you can still use the viewer to view that skip plot. Yeah, see, why make me buy something? Why do I have to play it? If I isn't the whole point, like, don't we hate having to buy things? So I feel like buying a skip, I don't know, I'd just rather start at the expansion. 14 PvP is very shit in the beginning. It was completely reworked, and it's really fun now, but the stigma from the initial PvP still exists, so people don't tend to do it. See, I would probably end up wanting to do that. And I wasn't a huge PvPer. But I did like it. The 1v1 against creatures, Brawlers Guild. Yes, I did hundreds of hours in Brawlers Guild. It was so much fun. I remember, wasn't there a shark? It was a shark with the laser beams on its head, and I think it had missiles or something. It was so goofy, and I loved it. What if you were able to buy a skip for the first 30 hours of 13? I mean, at that point, I just don't want to play it. Yeah, at this point, if you're paying to skip, you might as well pay for YouTube Premium and watch everything online. All right, let me grab my controller. What do you think? Should we play more Super Metroid Randomizer, or should I just boot up Final Fantasy 14 and we start playing that? I don't know. What do you think? One day, I don't know. I do miss it. I was gonna say this earlier. One thing I really miss about 14 and don't tempt us. One thing I miss about 14 and I still to this day miss it about WoW was the combat loop. I liked the combat. I loved being the black mage, or I was a black mage in 14, and then I was a mage in WoW. It was arcane mage originally, and then I switched to fire. I switched to fire during Mist of Pandaria, because fire ended up being a little bit better, and ice was my PvP spec. So I spec'd into ice mage for PvP. You think I'm not one click away to join you and get on for party? I think you would like Viper in 14, one of the Dawn Trail jobs. Dual wield, selfish DPS, very fast paced. So fast paced, but you're still pressing. Well, I guess you're still pressing buttons anyway. I'd be interested to try that out. I'd be curious to know what that is. To be fair, you also have a unique guilt issue with 14 in that you feel like having players come back to help you ruins their fun, which isn't true. Players love to help with. No. I don't feel that way. No. Hold on. I want to address that. I never said that. I never said that going back into a game with other people to help you is first of all, I don't think it's mandatory with 14. Because you can do everything solo in 14, so I don't think it's mandatory. No, I don't think that ruins the fun. I do have a problem with the fact, with the concept. You know me. I'm somebody that doesn't want to put people out. I don't want to inconvenience people. So I don't like the idea that you have to stop playing your game because I'm just starting out and I need you to help me. I don't even want people to help me. I just want to play it on my own. If I have people that we all started at the same time and we all, like, let's say you all started a second character and said, all right, we're all going to play Final Fantasy 14 together. That's different. That's like, okay, you're not playing your main character, but you're here, you're still going through the adventure. So that's a bit different. I don't mind that as much. So like Frost, DK, or Fury Warrior, or any other rogue specs. I had in WoW. In 14, all I had was a mage. Like I didn't want to play anything else. I think I got the stones for red mage and something else, but I didn't even play them. In WoW, I had my mage, who was spec'd into all 3 different specs. My Death Knight was Frost DPS, and what was the tank spec? Because that was the Frost was the DPS spec. What was the tank spec for Death Knight? Blood. Yes. I was a blood Death Knight for them, for when I was tanking, and I had a werewolf or a worgen. I'm sorry. I had a worgen who he was spec just for DPS. I didn't do anything else for him. Oh, I had a priest. I had a shadow priest. He was shadow for DPS, and I think I did holy. I don't think it was disc. No, I think it was a disc priest. I think it was a disc priest. I did a tank healer. So I think that was discipline. And I had a shaman that I used to run around with a little bit. I tried to make them a healer because I hate healing, but I wanted to try anyway. But I think I ended up making another DPS spec. But because it was just another caster DPS, I was just like, I'm just going to play some of my other characters. So even by that contact, you're not an inconvenience. You're a bonus for. Oh, that's one thing I'll give 14. It rewards people for doing that. There's a thing called the Wondrous Tale. The book. Yeah, I love the book. The book was one of the things I enjoyed. There were a couple of things that I really enjoyed in 14 that still stuck with me. The Wondrous Trails book, and the betting at what's the game that you bet? Pot. I love Cackpot. I don't know why. It was just such a simple thing, but I love Cackpot. But I did used to like filling out that, like, it would be the day for the Wondrous Tales book, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play it. I gotta go and I gotta start doing some stuff. Yeah, Cactopot or something. Yeah, Shaman do have a melee spec. If you had caster gear, specking into enhance would be a bother. Yeah, I tried to spec into enhance, and I was like, it's okay. The developers of 14 keep teasing a Switch 2 port, so I'm hoping. The only thing with that's one thing I will say. I never played that game, like 14 or any game like that. I never played it on a controller. That's a game that I was mouse and keyboard. What brought in MMO talk? I think we started talking about having to engage in stories. Like when you play a game and you don't want to play if the game sucks in the beginning, the people that say like, oh, just play it gets really good after 10 hours. It means that I don't want to have to play the beginning part of that game, which was part of the problem that I had with 14. And then it kind of snowballed from there. I couldn't get with the program on controller. Yeah. Like I feel like that's something that I need to have all of my buttons accessible. And I don't feel like a game like an MMO kind of works that way. I think something like a Diablo kind of works because you don't have that many spell slots in a Diablo game. But, I mean, WoW, for instance. When I was at peak WoW, you know how you got the bar at the bottom and it's got all of your ability? What is it? 1 through equal sign? Right? So it's like 10 digits and then the minus and the... and then you could like shift and do that. I remember I had 4 rows of things that I needed on my bars, and I used them at different times. It was just easier for me to access them that way. On controller 14 really works to map your buttons and spells to fit the controller. See, and I don't want to fit the controller. I want the interface to fit what I'm going to have to do. 12 buttons per row, and you could have... I had 3 to 4 rows, and then another 2 rows of 6 on the side for other things that I wanted to do. Some of those were more specific. Yeah, so I always had that like that. I have 3 and 14, so controller would be too much. Yeah, so that's my issue, is that I have a lot of things. And then when you're talking about mage, I know the other ones are probably worse, like the other jobs are probably worse than this, but when you're talking about mage, you're hitting so many things and going back and forth. It's one of the reasons that I like mage. I like something that is a bit more complex and intricate in what you had to do. Like, that was interesting to me. You know, you have to, cast the spells and then build up the charge. And when you run out of magic, hit transpose. And earlier you hit transpose and then it flipped you to the other one. And now you're doing different damage. Like, that was so interesting to me. That was such a, if there's anything I miss about Final Fantasy XIV, it is my combat loop as a black mage. I loved it. It was also one of the reasons that I hated the early part of the game, because the early part of the game makes you match your level to where you should be. So it just eliminates a bunch of spells that I have on my bar. My bar is now completely useless because half of the spells are grayed out and I can't use them. I was like, that kind of sucks. I wish I could use, if I'm playing solo, I don't know why I can't use them. That's what if you want me to make a change for Final Fantasy XIV, there it is. Just let me use all of my abilities. Desync. See, you say that, and that didn't work for me. I don't know why. I would go into the instances, and I you know what it is, Trios? I'm talking about the instances, not being out on the field. When I go into a dungeon, but I was not powerful enough to clear those dungeons alone, so I had to go in with a group of people, which sinks you. And I didn't like that, but I did like doing dungeons. I like doing dungeons more than I liked raiding in 14. I thought the dungeons were more interesting, having to go through the area and fight the trash and then fight the boss and then fight more trash. I found that much more interesting rather than the raids where you don't do anything. You just fight a boss. I didn't really like that. On 14, my black mage easily fits on controller to the point I have a lot of empty buttons. Oh, interesting. So I don't know, maybe I'm overcomplicating the mage. I play as a summoner. Controller never let me down. I think the perception of it couldn't makes it hard to get why it works. So maybe I just need to try it. If you go back down into lower level dungeons, you have to use them again. Yeah, I don't mind syncing stats. Make all of my abilities weaker. I have no problem with that. Make all of my abilities dramatically weaker and let me keep doing the things that I'm doing, because now there's a different game. Now there's the synced game and the desynced game. So just make everything weaker if you want to sync everything. I think that's more interesting. Considering that I speed ran to level 80 or whatever the heck the high level was, so I got there really fast. Normal raids, yeah. Oh, alliance raids are more, so that's what I need to do. I would need to do alliance raiding. I find that more interesting. General, thank you so much. We out here gaming. Yeah, well, I mean, we're not. We're General. Like many gamers do, we talk about gaming way more than we game. I mean, am I just going to have to get Final Fantasy XIV again? The Evil East raids are the Alliance ones. And that's where I think, Trios, that's where I stopped playing the game. I think I was on the second Evil East raid, and I'm pretty sure that's where I stopped playing the game. I don't think I got any further than that. Which is wild that I would stop at Evil East, but yes. The music, by the way, was incredible. They did some of the music. It was just the same songs, but it was so good. It was such a good choice. 14 was built around controller, so it had 48 quick access buttons. 8 on L2, 8 on R2, 8 on double press L2, and 8 on double press R2. 8 on L. Oh my God, 8 on L2 and R2, and it sounds crazy when you say it. When you play it in practice, it's probably much better. Do it. What they do, what they do is set all your spells to such to the face buttons with L and R acting. Okay, yeah. So these are like the shift and was it tab? I think it might have been shift or control or tab or control when you play on mouse and keyboard, where your hot bar is just the numbers one through equal, or if you hit shift and 1 through equal, it was a different bar, and then I think control was a different one. I'm pissed because I'm still pissed I can't do Evilise raids because wait, why can't you do the Evilise raids? You just have to go there. I went through most of that not knowing that I could have just went to the person that starts the Evilise raids. You stopped the Stormblood, to be fair. It was right before the awesome stuff in Stormblood, but goes back to the same problem we keep saying. Like, it builds up the good stuff. Oh, because you don't know prime numbers. Oh, I'm not laughing at you. It's just, it's funny that that's the problem. Like, I feel like that's a comical thing to have somebody say. Like, oh man, I couldn't finish my Call of Duty game that I was playing. Oh, what happened? Did your controller break? No, I don't know prime numbers. It's kind of funny that is the wall that stops you. Like, some version of math is what stops you. I think I finished that fight too. I know a fight. There's one fight in particular that I'm thinking of, and I think I finished that fight. So many still mess that boss up. It's amazing how the stress of combat and a tight time limit makes people forget basic math. I mean, Lilac, you've seen the last 2 or 3 episodes of SmackDown Sunday. How hard is it to pick a word or play Connect 4? But when the pressure is on, you just can't do it. Evilise also taught us that most 14 players also don't know math. I probably can do prime numbers until triple digits. That's the thing. Keep in mind, I'm not I rarely tell you you'll love Final Fantasy, so just keep that in mind for recommending. It's a big reference. I mean, I don't know if I can trust you though, AGM. I sat there for months, and I never bought Sunbreak, and you were like, "It's fine, you don't need it." So I don't know. You never need to know above 11. It always drops to single digits. Yeah, so it's just 1, 2, 3. So then just add 1, 2, 3, or 4. Definitely could not process that much. And that's the problem, is that it's not that you don't know your numbers. It's that you have to think of them. Like, if I said right now, give me a prime number between 1 and 20, you go, I 1, 2, and 3 are easy. 1 doesn't actually count as a prime number, but well, no, I guess it does count as a prime number technically. I feel like people are not really sure if it does or not. 7. Look, 7. It's basically your HP is 5. Yeah, 13. Look, everybody did it. Look at how long it took. Terrible. What are the prime numbers? 1, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, right? I think that's them. Yeah. 0 through 3. I don't technically think 0 counts. 0 is not a prime number. Back 2 times in a row. Hey, Griffin. Who are you and what have you done with the original Uncle Silver? We laid him off. So, yeah, 0 doesn't technically count as a prime number because it cannot be divided. It's only equally divisible by itself and 1, and that's not 0. Yeah. It's probably where English is my challenge. I probably know prime numbers, but only know the Spanish term. Wait, the Spanish term? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know, man. 14, because it was barely a miracle that you finished base game. Hey, yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's right, because I was right at the end of the base game and I never finished it. That planet in Star Wars Episode 2 disappeared. Someone tried to divide by 0. All right, so what is it? It's 347. I can't believe we haven't even played a game yet. I mean, are we even going to play a game, or are you just going to make me play Final? You know what's crazy? You know what's funny? At the bottom of my window, right? You know how you have the oh, here, I can show you. It's still in my computer. Like 14 is still there. I just don't pay for it, so I can't play it. But I don't think I ever deleted it off of my computer. Yeah, we're going to jump back into the randomizer. I'll take the blame. It sounds like you want to play 14 and are trying to blame us. Yeah, Latimer, we haven't even started the game yet. I'll probably do it now though. Oh wait, is this gonna connect right to my? Okay, I think it's connected. Especially because 14 costs like 14 bucks a month. I mean, that's basically I started doing. I feel a little dirty. I like you're still on Windows 10. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Oh no, wait. I think I am on Windows 11. I am on Windows 11. I don't ever change the UI. I think I am. No, wait. Am I? I'm still on Windows 10. I think. No. I am still on I am on Windows 11. I did. It got on my nerves. Yeah, I am on 11, but I kept the UI kind of the same. You know what I kind of am pissed off about though? It moved my. Yeah, I'm an old man. Leave me alone. It moved my Microsoft Paint app. I had to put it back on the desktop. Like don't take my legacy apps from me. Let me use them. I can't believe there's never been a Paint Pro, but let me use them. Never mind. You betrayed me. To be fair, I held out for as long as I possibly could, and then I got nervous. To make it better, in Endwalker, they added a zone called Bozja, which is just more Evil East stuff. In fact, it's a sequel to the Evil East Raid series, and they brought back the math boss as a normal encounter. They also added in Red Chocobo as a field boss, and the split of tactics 12 players that were like, and then the players that never touched an Evil East game going, oh, it's just a Chocobo. Why are you acting so weird? Is 11 still bad? It's not. I don't think it's terrible. I have no real problems with it. You know what I do find interesting about 11? They made it so that when you turn your computer on, it's basically on. I turn my computer on, and within 15 seconds, I can do stuff. And then it slowly starts activating it. Like if my computer comes up and I immediately go to open up an online window, it'll take a few seconds. It'll lag a little bit, but I can still do it. You can turn that setting off. I actually kind of like that setting. I like that. Once I turn it on, I'm almost immediately there. Because half the time I don't need to do anything complicated when I turn my computer on. Shadowbringers, not Endwalker. Choco meteor in the field just get bombarded with multiple meteors that will pretty much one-shot you if you make a mistake dodging, or make one mistake dodging all the AoE. See, I like that stuff. I like that, but I'll admit, I was not in the best guild when it came to that stuff. I was in a guild when I was in WoW. I was in a guild that was grown-ups. So we had jobs, we had things to do, and we weren't all the greatest players. So it was fine. I had a lot of fun there. I won't act like I didn't have fun talking to them and hanging out with them and being with them. But as far as end game high level rating, it was always kind of tough. Like we had to struggle to get through a lot of fights. We were well enough into Cataclysm, which was the expansion after Wrath of the Lich King. We were well into that with that level of gear before we were able to clear the Lich King. So that was kind of a bummer. I didn't really have that guild. And then in 14, I never joined anything. Yeah, I didn't join anything in 14. I didn't play it long enough to. I didn't really get into any guilds or anything like that. Alrighty. Okay. So let's turn this on. 200 plus wipes on a heroic last boss. Those were cost. That's the stuff I missed. That's what I missed. And I think, and you know, to beat a dead horse, I think one of the problems that I had with 14 and the idea that I have to play through everything to get up to the current stuff is exactly that. It's that I can't play with everybody that's playing the game. You know, I start 14 and maybe I do want to play with you guys. Maybe I do want to go to dungeons and have raids and stuff, but I don't want you carrying me through everything. I want to have fun with you. I want to learn fights and go to raids with you, but I can't do that because I have to play 500 hours of the game prior before I can hang out with you. It's like, I lose that connection. You know, when I got into my guild in WoW and they were doing raids and I found out, oh, you guys are doing raids, I went right in with them. I said, yeah, okay, awesome. Let's go right into it. Oh, did you say that, Dragoon? You probably did, yeah. Again, as we established, yeah, you can skip for a fee. Then we sync so that you can actually play the game. And then we sync and then I lose half of my spells. Strangely hard to get into a party as a tank today. Really? Tank and healer are always really easy. Here's one of the red chocobo clips. All right, I'll watch that. Hold on. I'm going to try and turn it down a little.
Oula.
Oh.
Qu'est-ce que c'est vous?
Oh my God, why are there so many meteors? They're raining down on him.
La méthode t'en plein dans la tronche.
That's funny.
Aïe, aïe, ça pique.
That's funny.
Oh putain.
They just started raining. Oh God, what'd you do? 15. You pay for 1 month. Look at you. Oh, brother. That's specifically for that too, isn't it? AGM's forcing the issue. Yeah, I think so. Well, listen, if you're going to force the issue, there's this Castlevania Requiem Collector's Edition. Uncle Silver WoW Guild. Interesting. I mean, I feel like a Final Fantasy guild would probably be, if I was to really, really dig into it, I feel like that would be better. Thank you, AGM. I appreciate it. I will use it for Final Fantasy. And I will actually try to play the game. Is Before the Meteor still relevant in 14? Gameplay wise, no. Lore and story, yeah. Yeah, because it's all continuous. It's all continuous. It's funny too, Lilac, because I do have questions. There are things that I, for as much as I'm talking trash about not talking trash about the story, but for as much as I talk about not wanting to have to engage in the story the entire time, there are questions that I have about the story, based on where I had been at that point and things that I had heard after that, things that, like stuff about things that might have happened, and I am kind of curious, but I don't want to ask because if I'm going to be playing the game now, then I want to maybe see that stuff for myself, even though the stuff that I think that I'm going to ask you is several expansions after where I was. Here we go. Yeah, but I was curious. It wasn't until after Heaven's Ward that, because I played Realm Reborn and I was like, okay, I feel like I just want to get out of, like, halfway through Realm Reborn, I just wanted to be out of Realm Reborn. Heaven's Ward was, I could feel it picking up. I could feel it, like there were moments where I said, okay, I'm getting it. I'm understanding it. I feel for some of these characters. I'm into what's going on. There are characters I like. I found that there were characters that I really, really liked. I liked Kryl. I liked Moonbrida, my love. And as you know, Estinian's Estinian. But I remember thinking, like, yeah, I'm actually genuinely interested in what's happening with these characters. And I think Stormblood had moments where I said, oh wait, this is actually really good. The big guy with the swordsman. I think he was friends with the samurai, the ninja girl or whatever she was. She had the different race. She had the things on her head with the face markings all over her, and then she had the guy that was teamed up with her, and then he sacrificed himself. Gosetsu, I think that's the guy that I like. Gosetsu. Yeah, that guy. I thought he was awesome. That guy was awesome. Yeah, he was so cool. I thought he was such a great character. Who's the girl that he was with? What a great character he was. Like, I was getting to the point where I said, oh, this is interesting. Right? Justinian shows up later and you don't know what's going to happen. Like, all of that was good. It was really good. It's just, I have to engage in it. I have no choice. I am for, it is the world's, it is a very good book. It's a great book, but I am being forced to sit down and read it. And that affects my experience. My point still stands. A guild would help. I think so, Sims. I think a guild would help. The biggest issue right now is any data centers are getting DDoS a lot. That's crap. I said earlier, but the main reason why a lot of players will acknowledge ARR being a slog but still play it is, well, A, they don't have a choice, is because it's still one of the most important expansions and sets the story threads up all the way to Endwalker. After Endwalker, the whole arc ended, and Dawn Trail, while having returning characters, could be jumped to and started new. Excuse me. Anything else after October, December speedrunning Mom's Health, talking cardiologist, thyroids, changing antidepressants, everything so she could live after the stomach cancer. It's been first time in 2 years where I say I can help instead of I ask for it. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yugiri. Yeah, I liked her. But yeah, I love that. I love the Gosetsu guy. He was awesome. Yeah, and you're right, Drago, and I'm glad things are stabilizing for you, AGM. I'm glad everything is a little more level and a little more calm. It's doable. It's just a build-up fest. It doesn't give you payoff until the end. Having to hear Alpha No yap for days is one thing that keeps me from returning to 14. I didn't mind Alpha No. I liked the one that talks like he's like overly verbose. Hold on, I'm trying to remember his name. What the hell is his name? I'm not gonna get it. Hey, Flip. Right, you're gonna say it, and I'm gonna immediately remember who it is. Urianger. There we go. Or Uranger. Yeah. Oh yeah, Urianger. Urianger. Uber danger. Oh, absolutely need to update 14 before you. Oh yeah, I can't imagine. There's no way I don't have to update this game. It's probably going to go through like 5 updates. I think Rome Reborn is totally fine and playable. It's been trimmed and tinkered to a so much better state, but the reputation still thinks of it as the OG. Well, why I say that, why I say me specifically, why I didn't like it when I played it. I don't know if they've done anything better. It's not the gameplay loop, other than the stuff that I had mentioned, like syncing your characters and everything. I just found it to be very slow. I found it to kind of move at a bit of a slow pace, and I really didn't like. Here's one thing that this is probably a cold take. I really did not like that the end part of that expansion is so long that they warn you that there's a break in the middle. They have to give you a break in the middle because it's just too long. I don't like that. I did not like that at all. It felt long. And and WoW had some long dungeons. WoW had some long final dungeons. There were Firelands wasn't too bad. Icecrown Citadel in Wrath of the Lich King, it was long, but it was broken up into 3 sections, and they kind of gated progression. So you could only do the first 4 areas, the first 4 bosses for weeks. And then they opened up the next 4 bosses, and then it was weeks for that, and then it was the final 4 bosses. And I believe you could go, as long as you cleared the first 4 bosses, I believe you could start at the second 4 bosses. So you always had to do 4, but the whole thing was broken up. We never did all 12 in a row. Yeah, like stuff like Blackrock, Nomergon, Nax Ramus, like Nax 60. I never got to do Nax 60. I think we did Nax 40 once. And that was a lot of fun. But some of those are they're very long, but they're kind of broken up. But the end of Realm Reborn was just like, it just kept going. It felt like it kept going. Yeah, Nax 40 was great. I can't get, every time I get into a WoW discussion, I just want to keep talking about WoW. So I'm trying not to do that. Oh, it's been changed a lot since you played it. They sped it up a lot. Okay. So that's a good thing then. Yeah, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time. I'm gonna Gaming Chuck. I think I'm gonna write that on the cards when you go to my funeral. It's just, I'm gonna put that as a warning. You know how in funerals and wakes they have like the video that shows you things about their life. And like, I will remember you. I'm just going to put that at the beginning just to warn everybody. Okay, everybody, listen. This part of the funeral is not playable. This is just going to be a lot of cutscenes. So if you have to go to the restroom, please remember to do so. All right, so. Yeah, so let's. I'm not going to. I can't update Final Fantasy while I'm streaming, so. Let's go into where the hell is my window? Hello? There we go. Okay. And my controller is on. Make sure there's a skip button on the flap card. And when they flip it, it says function not available at this time. This cutscene cannot be skipped. Yep, that's a funeral. Karazhan was too long. Karazhan was too long, and it was tricky. It was a good one though, and I like Blackrock. Was Blackrock where you fight the Obsidian Drake, the Obsidian Dragon, and then you get the Obsidian Drake? I used to solo that. That instance every week because I was trying to get the Obsidian Drake to drop there, and the one for the Ashes of Alar, the sick looking Phoenix mount. That you got from Onyxia's Lair. Okay, that's what I was thinking of. Onyxia's Lair. Ashes of Alar. I used to go and solo that. That was tricky to solo because some of those fights were pretty tough. Like the trash fights were pretty tough for me. But then the boss I would just plow through. It was the tower. Wasn't it the tower? No. Where did you get Ashes of Alar from? I did that raid so many times on my own, and I never got the Phoenix for it. Tempest Keep, thank you. I knew it was like a tower or something. It was Tempest Keep. In case there was ever any question that I really did enjoy World of Warcraft. There's that one. That one. If the week goes well, I'll support you with at least one 3-month pack later. But the main goal will be to get you to Dawn Trail, since I'll assume you don't have it. No, I don't have it. I don't even think I have the one before it. I don't remember what I have. Oh, I used to be able to check that. Couldn't you check that? Where did I have to go? Was it the Square Enix thing? That's for the game. Where could I check my expansion status? Trying to solo Kael'thas was a pain because he would mind control you and make you reset the fight. AGM is making the choice. Wait, Super making the choice. If you're a Star Fox fan, X Zodiac is definitely a must play. Mog Station. That was what it was called. Mog Station. Okay. Oh, glamours are no longer class locked, which is amazing. Mog Station SE account. Otherwise, when you launch launch the game, the title screen will default to your highest expansion. No, but I know that there was reject non-essentials. Manage your subscription. Hold on. Manage my subscription? Sure. Let's do that. All right, hold on. Let me don't look at my screen. Let me get my stuff out here. Where's this? Boop. I don't remember. Yeah. Okay, put that there. And then actually put this. Hold on. I'm moving windows around. Sorry. Literally, I can't wait. You literally now rock say a white mage while being like, that is kind of cool. I do like that. I do like the idea of, but you said that it's not class locked anymore. I do like the idea of being dressed like a big beefy warrior and then you start casting healing spells. Okay, don't look at the screen. Prepare to screen capture. I did that once, Griffin. I opened up something that had my password written down, and it was on the window that was on the stream. And I remember I immediately closed the window, and then I deleted the VOD. I went and I deleted the VOD immediately. So let me see here. So this is, where is my, oh wait, let me take my glasses off so nobody tries to steal my information. Where's my Square Enix? Oh, there we go. Okay. Right? I am not a robot. All right, so I should be able to look at games and additional platforms. So where's the screen? Service account status. Doesn't this show me all of this? Oh, here we go. This is all the stuff that I have. So I don't have Endwalker or Dawn Trail. That's what I don't have. I have everything up to Shadowbringers, and then I don't have Endwalker or Dawn Trail, and I have it on nothing else. I like that Mac has Realm Reborn, and that's it. Look into those beautiful eyes of his now. What? Chat, zoom in. It's like an episode of CSI. Zoom in, enhance. Only limitation now. Obviously, weapons and glamoring item level must be above the equipped item level. So you can't glamour a level 100 on top of level 90 gear. Oh, really? That's interesting. I don't mind having to get the weapon. I always, when WoW did that, I actually really like that. I like the idea that I have to go and get the weapon. The problem with WoW was that at the time, you also had to, keep the weapon. And I think they changed that. ARR needs mount and flight unlocked earlier. It still feels slow after the changes. It did kind of feel annoying. I'm going to lose so much gil getting new threats. Oh, now, no, you can. You can wear level 100 gear while being a sprout at level 30. It says the sale is going, donate Dawn Trail. Wait, how long is the sale for Dawn Trail? Well, wait, if I were to buy Dawn Trail, would that give me Endwalker? No, reason Dawn Trail is because the one limitation would be job. Oh yeah, level cap available, limited to the expansion. Most of the glam gear I use is level 1 anyway. I'd get both. I'd get both of it. And how much is Dawn Trail right now? I mean, I'm not gonna buy it just yet, but inactive. Days subscribed 240. I had 240 days. I qualify. Wait, I qualify for a veterans discount. Veteran reward rank 3, 240 days. I qualify for a veterans discount. My end date of my last subscription was November 18th of 2023. Oh, they changed that with the glamour patch. That was the first transmog system introduced in Cataclysm, yes, where you had to physically own the item you wanted to have the appearance of. And in cost, it was frustrating because we were all struggling with bank space. Like the bags were only a certain size, and we were struggling with space. And then they introduced transmog, and now we were really stuck. We needed a whole bunch of stuff that we needed to store. Yeah, now I think they say I forget when that change happened, but they said that if you've ever had the item, now you're fine. You can get rid of the item. But that meant that you still had to go and get the item, because those were the items that everybody wanted were soulbound. They were from dungeons and stuff. So I like that. I actually like that idea that, oh, if I want this really cool piece of gear, I can't just go and buy it from the store and then transmog my gear. I have to actually go and get it. Yeah, my banks were full of transmog sets. Sadly, the sale ends in like 6 hours. Jesus. There's a glamour dresser, so you can store gear in there. Make glamour plates, so you can quickly set up 20 outfits. See, that I like. I like that you can do that, where you can just set up outfits. Yeah, nowadays you just loot the item and you automatically unlock the appearance. Like, that's fine. I think that that's a good thing. But I like that I have to go and get the item. I'll be right back. Getting 2-in-1 Dominoes. Ooh. Oh, you know what? HEM, you just reminded me, too. Somebody gave me a Domino's gift card for Christmas, and I haven't even used it. I can't. The funny thing is I can't use it now because Domino's, even a small pizza from Domino's is a lot of food for me, considering I'm back on the diet and everything. So I'm back to working out. I'm back on the diet. WoW Transmog catalog is one of the biggest glamour requests for 14. We did it before we had a catalog. We didn't even have a catalog. So that's a really cool idea. Yeah, I like Transmog. I think that that's a lot of fun. Because let me tell you something. You WoW people are going to know this. I don't think anybody can really disagree with this. Burning Crusade, which was the second expansion. As you're leveling through the game, that's the kind of gear that you're wearing, and it's like level 60 to 70, I think. I think it's level 60 to 70. That gear was ugly. It was mismatched colors. It was weird textures. I think that the gear from Burning Crusade was ugly. Like leveling gear. Not the end game stuff, because I didn't really use the end game stuff, because once you hit 70, you go right into the next expansion worth of stuff. But that stuff was ugly. Like, I did not want to look at my character. I remember like plowing through the level 60 to 70. I plowed through those levels because I wanted to get away from the gear. It was ugly. You can store up to 800 items. Plus, there's a lot that can be stored as outfit sets to save room. Plus, job and event stuff goes into the armoire to also save room. But that still fills up super fast. And that was before the glamour freedom. Yeah, give me an option to cross-dress. Yeah, I thought that was already in there. Random aside, Suika. Oh, I forgot. I went to go and buy that last night, and I didn't buy it. The bubble is way better than the jar, but also sometimes fruits just want to fly into space, and you can't stop them in time. Hunter tier gear in WoW was ugly for a while. It was Burning Crusade. It was Burning Crusade. Was hideous gear. The end game stuff wasn't too bad, but the gear was hideous. I think the Wrath of the Lich King stuff was great. I thought the Cataclysm gear was terrific. That one mage set that had the clock gears on it and stuff. I don't know why I thought that was awesome, but I thought that was awesome. Damn. Ironically, all of this is just always makes me want to play WoW again. I won't though. All right. Let's play. What do we got? 425. We're 4 hours in and we've never played a game. I mean, should we even play a game? Yeah, Firelands gear was amazing. Now I just want to talk about WoW for the next 2 hours. Let's play. We'll play Super Metroid. That was the armor set from Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul? Let me see it. Dragon Soul Mage gear. I mean, it's super. Yeah, it is Super Metroid. So. Yeah, this set. This was great looking. It had the gears that talk. I looked at the word talk. It had the gears that spun. Like, that was such great stuff. Was it tier 2 Paladin? Paladin gear? Hold on. Yeah, tier 2 Paladin gear. Oh my god, that was so good. All right, I can't keep talking about WoW. Warlock gear is the best. I'll have to buy the unit outfit. And that is another thing. That Judgment armor is peak. I'm going early to bed. I'm exhausted from getting back. Oh yeah, Trios, you have a good night. I hope everything is going well. I know that teaching is sort of like a right. I know a couple teachers and they're like, so I hope you're doing okay. Judgment armor is awesome. Oh man, damn. All right. So let's get back into this. I have to change my thingy. We're probably going to do this for an hour or two. I'm going to try and load game. Where is it? It is... Oh, this one right here. Load game position. Oh wait, what if I just? Oh wait. Ah, damn it. Hang on. Input. I don't know if this is a thing with people. No, wait, it's fine. Yeah, it's not. Oh, the controller turned off. That's why. That explains that. Why did I hit the button and it just closed out the game? What did it do that for? That was weird. That was kind of strange. All right. That one. Check out this 14's level 96 casting gear. I mean, no. No. Unless, Lilac, unless I'm casting safe word, no. All right, so let me see if I can do this. So this, yeah. Oh. Okay, that was weird. It's very popular in a certain RP community. Lilac, I think you missed an E. Oh, I have to change this. Hang on, I gotta change category. Boop. And that. All right, so let's. What's epic grade progression got to do? Let's see here. Oh, that's right, because I tried to get up to this area here, or I did get up to that area there. This was. I came from the area that was down. I forgot. I'm in. The one thing I keep forgetting, ironically enough, is that I'm playing a randomizer. So every little dot on the screen is actually kind of important. I need to know what they are. Yeah. Yeah. I looked away and came back upon hearing the iconic music. Oh, so there. Yeah, so we saw this yesterday. I like this. So this means that this door I can open, but there's a green door on the other side. So if I don't have the super missiles yet, don't go in there. I like that I got plasma. Oh! That's a nice one. Big grab. Oh, happy for that. Oh, wait. Go, 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 go. Ah, get up. There you go. You know, why was all that lava? You're not going to give me health after that? Come on. Recent transmog craze in WoW. There's a transmog craze in WoW. So what, did all the glamourers go from 14 to WoW? They go what? Oh wait, hold on. Okay. No, it's not there. All right. I'm trying to figure out why that was doubling up. Yeah, I wonder if all of the 14 players, because you know how 14 goes through the lulls and nobody's really playing it. I wonder if they're all like, oh, we'll just play WoW and we can have outfits in there too. Ah, damn it! I need to get up there. Echo double. No, it's the video alerts. It's some of those video alerts. Like when you play that, it's gonna do the audio twice. And I want to make sure you guys hear that audio twice, right? Like, you do hear it again, right? I really wish I should get up there. Oh, wait, there's an item over here, too. It's a super missile. Okay. I mean, 14's having the worst, is having its worst lulls at the moment. They always said that they built those lulls in, though. That they said, oh, there's gaps. And that's when we want play. Like, we don't want. What did they say? I think they flat out said we don't want players to have to feel like they have to play the game all the time. So they have these lulls that are just kind of built into the game, and that's great. But then it means that there's nothing to do. So maybe they're all just jumping over to 14, to WoW, so they can just play dress up somewhere else. We can't have gamers playing games. Yeah, they built in lulls, but even by the planned lull, it's been real bad. Oh, has it been really? And everybody, wasn't there a lot of like frustration over the one character, Woke Lamont or something? Who was that? No, it's not there. Get up. Everything's so shaky. I feel like I'm playing on handheld. You know what I actually kind of don't like about this? As weird as this sounds. There we go. I kind of don't like that everything's just on the map. One of my biggest concerns about playing this game that I always thought was going to be an issue was that I just don't remember where everything is. But the map's just open, and it just shows you where everything is. Which I guess is actually really helpful for people that aren't super familiar with this. Oh, later, Jav. Have a good one. Work is calling me. Okay. You just throw it in my face, why don't you? So ah! Rude. No. Let's see. Check your Discord. Check my Discord. Hang on. Check my Discord DM. What's this? Hey, link to the past. Oh, I love that. Flip, I love that. Link to the past and then the stream on the bottom. That's a great reason to have that device. They're hoping the new raids combined with glamour unlocks will spark some life again. Director Yoshi P has said that he knows people will play other MMO games in 14's downtime, and that's fine to do. Like, yeah, that's great. Wookie caught some flack, and not for no reason. Wait, hold on. Wookie has caught some flack. Oh, Wook Lamont. Is that what their character's name was? Oh, wait, I can't do it. I'll just have to get it from the top. Yeah, what did Chewbacca do? He looks more silver-like. That link certainly looks familiar. Right. Okay. Sorry. Wigglemon suffered a lot from the fact that the expansion really relies on your relationship with her carrying the plot. The issue is, while she's a good character, she had to do all the heavy lifting for the new story, and that was kind of an impossible task after Endwalker. I suppose. I mean, I didn't actually know. Did it say Wook? Yeah, Wook Lamont, I think, was the character's name. I actually don't know. I don't know what the problem is. I do remember hearing people saying, I don't really vibe with this character. But I didn't know what the problem was. I went to shoot that thing because I forgot I don't have the wave beam. Hello? What was that about? One thing I will say about this is a lot of fun. But this is... Whoa, charge beam. You definitely need knowledge of some of the tricks to do in this game. Like I know that there's certain things. Hey, General dropping the 5 gift bomb again. Thank you so much, General. I appreciate that. Glitch probably. Yeah, thank you so much, General. I very much appreciate that. Listen, if you got a sub from a General at some point over the last 2 days, then be sure to thank them. I very much appreciate it. Let me see here. Okay. So yeah, I feel like you have to know, like, the wall jumping is built into the game, but I feel like you have to be pretty good at it. Otherwise, you're going to get frustrated really quickly, or you're going to hit a wall really quickly. You're going to hit somewhere that you can't go. Because this area normally assumes that you already have the high jump boots. Oh wait, I can do. Okay. Let me check the. Whoa. Dawntrail also suffers from feels like a new beginning, treating the players like ARR the sequel because it has to establish an entire new continent, people, beliefs, and plot that isn't connected to Eorzea at all, and leaves many familiar characters just kind of hanging out until they can be bothered to do something. And the funny thing is, I'm used to that. You know, when you played a new WoW expansion and I talk about how it basically starts over, that's normal. There's characters that are still going to be involved, but you don't need to know everybody, and I kind of like that. That's also a good chance to give other characters a time to shine. You know, maybe they never got the attention they deserved because they never needed it, and now they do. You know, how many times have we seen characters that we like and we say, no one really talks about them. Whoa. Okay, hold on. So like, this is going to be tricky to get up here. Okay. Because I have to spin into that. Okay. All right. Well, now you're just doing it on purpose. I mean, if I even can get into there. Here, hold on. I have to do it this way. No. Come on. Current World Soul Saga is the most 14 WoW storytelling has been. And you got 3 expansions for that. Oh, no! Oh, no! I wasn't expecting it to close with me up there. Some just call her affectionately Wookie. Oh, she's pinned as the main character of the story, but I don't think she has the chops for it. And the story kind of bends over backwards for her half the time. And most of the other characters and the rest of the plot is pretty weak. Wook has the development and chops of a mid-game party member when she needs to be, and when she needs to be an MC, and every other new character is pretty bland. And most Scions who follow us there are just there. I love Wook Lamont. Even headcanon ship her with my Warrior of Light. The hate she received is so overforced. Nullify any threat. Come with a greater threat, and then the destruction of all life in the universe, or the BS nerfs us and resets us. They went with, you are still at the same power you are, but you are more an advisor, and you are there to guide and watch. Oh yeah, so that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Like you're blatantly meant to not take the forefront. Oh, I never used the speed booster going down to this way. And then there's this. Now, to be fair, by the end, Dawntrail and Wook Lamont do come into their own, but you have to get there for it to pay off. Which, you know, I mean, it's the same thing we keep talking about. Like, oh, there's a payoff at the end, but I have to play through everything. That means I have to feel like everything is pointless before I get to the point that everybody agrees there's a payoff. Does this game have the dumb ledge grab upgrade too? No, you didn't have a ledge grab at all. There's no ledge grab in this game. That's why that wasn't until later. The power grip. Which is kind of funny that they added that, considering that was added in Zero Mission. and that means she should technically have it by now. Juice, what's going on? Oh, damn it. Trying to figure out where to go next. So I'm not. Should I go there? I can go there. I think I can go there. Yeah. So let's go there. Would you say ledge grab was really needed for Super? Well, no, because the game wasn't designed for it. So like that's sort of the trick there, is that it didn't really need it because it wasn't really designed for it. Yeah, no. I mean, it's not the most atrocious thing. It's not like, it's unplayable. Where's the power grip? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's nothing like that. Whew, that was close. I think there's just certain things. I talked about this with the spring ball. I think there's just certain things that at this point we all kind of agree, don't do that. Don't cut that out. Don't make that a separate thing to get. When we were talking about Metroid Dread, if there's anything that I really think is stupid in Metroid Dread, it's energy tank parts. I think that's so dumb. That is, that's a wave. I like holding myself off the ledge of a cliff. How will I make the joke with this ability? The power creep in WoW is kind of funny. So in vanilla through Mists, you're an adventurer saving the world. In which one was Warlords of Draenor? You're the commander of your faction's forces on Draenor. Then in Legion, you're the commander of your class's order hall. Yeah, like, I don't think that should be. Yeah, I like when you're just a nameless adventurer. You and these brave heroes. Also, while I loved her, I will agree that either Wook Lamont needed more story focus or less, because she has party member energy, but the game wants her to be the main character, but she can't really be because you're there and clearly the one doing everything. Wook, take this. Take this pistol and do everything. So is there anything left over here that I can do? I can go back through that area, but there's no items. And I think I can get... No, I can't get over there. All right, so I think I'm done because that's down there. That's over there. All right, so I think I'm done in here. Oh, wait, so now I can go and save and I can fight Crocomire. Because I think I should be able to get the Crocomire. It's unplayable. It's not unplayable. Fusion has ledge grabbing, therefore it's better. Oh, very odd question. Have you played or at least heard of this PS2 game called Graffiti Kingdom? It's not familiar off the top of my head. Graffiti Kingdom. PS2. PS2. No. Font wise, is this related to Dokapon Kingdom? Is that a why is that name in my head? Dokapon Kingdom? Isn't that, yeah, it's got like it's not the same font, but it's goofy. Is that related to that at all? Put if you say for images and side chat too. Side chat too. Oh, yeah, I remember when you were posting these, Lilac. How did he know? I'm watching someone play Dokapon Kingdom. Really? Do you need to explain things? How did he know? It's made by Taito. Okay. Dokapon Kingdom is that absurdly long board game. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know. Look at the font for Graffiti Kingdom and then look at the font for Dokapon Kingdom, and there's kind of like, I see a few similarities here. That's funny. You really are watching somebody playing that. That's crazy. All right, so I'm going to try and go fight Crocomire. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, I like those picks, by the way. Oh, wait. I want to go down here because I don't think I can I get to this item? It's right there. Oh, no. I want that. Oh, I need the wave beam. Damn it. Oh, man. I want that. I think Katamari Damacy. How are those Katamari games? They look like silly fun. I wonder, are the Katamari games like, oh, look at this fun, silly game, and then you find out that you're, I don't know, you're trying to save the world from some horrible thing or something? There's always some bad aspect to it. Yeah. Ironically enough, Graffiti Kingdom is a sequel to another game called Magic Pengi, Pengle, The Quest for Color, which is an RPG. Oh, wait. Might as well get that. You're just mostly cleaning your drunk father's mistakes. How did you know? My main thing with DT is a spoiler. Oh, but the spoiler-free way to say it, I think this should have been 2 expansions. Oh, okay. So there's like maybe there's like a dramatic moment. Oh no, because there's an item up there. Spin! Spin! Spin to win! No. Spin! Why aren't you flipping? Okay. I'll work my way back up there, and then I gotta find that item. Oh, wait, I can do it like this. Hold on. The soldier's like, the hell was that? Right there. It's a super missile. Okay. Oh, no. I'm not going to worry about it. Why Samus turns around and flips the bird. Greg's upcoming why Super Metroid isn't a good video. Isn't good video. I think I would make people's heads explode if I ever made a video like that. Super Metroid's good. You're just bad at it. Oh, I wonder if I'll be able to cheese kill him right now. Ooh, wait. Wait. Haven't played them via the ports. Katamari 1 is neat, but very clunky. The port has some control issues. We love Katamari is great. So far, Once Upon a Katamari is a nice return to form. Johnny would ascend to anger. A lot of people tend to say game is bad when in reality they're just bad at it. Well, that's a joke. It's like, oh, I couldn't get up there. This game's terrible. Okay. This is the I want the screw attack that's here. Oh no, wait. Oh, okay. Scared the hell out of me. Okay, I was gonna leave you alone. Okay, so it was there. Here, let's go here. Okay. I'll do this the long, drawn-out way. Probably should have done this closer. There we go. I'm not afraid to be glared at for saying I think Super Metroid is not a very good game. Oh, it's boo.
Boo, you suck.
Ooh, that is a cursed image if I've ever seen one. Oh, wait. Oh, no. That is kind of a cursed image. Wow. I've never actually seen that. Screw attack. Oh, wow. That was not safe. I didn't save down here. screw attack without the space jump in Super Metroid. That is kind of an ugly image. So skill issue. I'll say I have skill issue when I'm not good at something, but if it's like 1080 snowboarding, it doesn't have content, I'm not going to keep playing it to get better. Yeah, I mean, you also don't want to waste your time getting better at something. I mean, we had a whole games journalist issue with this before. Is there anything... Ooh, excuse me. Is there anything this way worth getting? No, let's go do Crocomire. So there's a trick with Crocomire when you do it out of sequence and you attack him with the plasma beam, it kind of breaks him. Like that right there breaks him, and he'll just flashing alert, by the way. Look at how many shots it hits. Watch. Something about the plasma beam, because you're not supposed to have it at this point, it does so much damage to him. One shot, and normally he goes back and forth. If you've never seen that, if you've all you ever watched the speedruns or you've never played this game, you won't have seen that. You got to go back and forth. You got to keep shooting him in the mouth to back him up and do that. But if you shoot him with one shot with a charged plasma beam, it just ends the fight. He's so taken aback. I'll save the skill issue for my therapist. My other hot take, I get people adore the game. Final Fantasy VI is one of my least favorite games. My personal experience wasn't very fun, especially the Kefka Tower. Also, I saved Sid accidentally, so that scene was even ruined. Yeah, that's the one. I think that's a big hot take for me, which I don't actually think it's a hot take. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah. Let's go. This is tricky to do. No, go the other way. His body probably has multiple hitboxes that the plasma shot bugger. Wait, why isn't she going forward? Oh, wait, I forgot. This was the one. That was the one that I thought was weird with this game. Yeah, I forgot there was a weird way to do that. Medium heat take. I love 6 until the World of Ruin. I hate the it's your choice now, but not really. Well, it's your choice in the sense that the beginning part requires you to do certain things in an order. But then once you get the airship and you get a few of the characters, I think one of the reasons, I heard you say I did. I think one of the reasons that the beginning of the World of Ruin is frustrating is because they have to make sure that you at least get enough characters to go into the final area, because the final area requires 2 or 3 teams. So they have to make sure that you have enough characters to at least do that. But afterwards, it does open up. Yeah, after that point, you can just go right to the final area, which you wouldn't realistically do. Or, oh wait, hold on. Oh, this is interesting. So, how do I think I can get up there by running. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to do the same thing. The characters all being side quests, but Kefka's Tower is near impossible unless you grind the hell out. Yeah. So that is an option. Yeah, it's optional, but it's not really optional. You can do it, but if you try and do it, it's a challenge run. So yeah, I'll give you that one. It is kind of frustrating. I don't like that some of the characters are kind of... I feel like it's unintuitive to find some of the characters. Strago's at the bottom of the Mage Tower. That's kind of a weird... That was such a weird choice for me. He's just randomly there. And you don't need to do anything except be there with Realm. Yeah. Oh, wait. I can do... Hold on. I can do this. I think I can do this. Oh, don't double shot. Stop double shooting. There we go. All right, I'm trying to shoot it as it goes away. There we go. Nah, I won't. I don't think I'll build up enough momentum. It's optional to punch yourself in the nuts. Is it a good thing? No. Yeah, this is without the grapple beam. This is actually kind of tough. Is there... Can I do it from down here? What about here? Is this a good spot? God... God damn it. Come on. Oh my god, I can't even get back... There we go. I couldn't even get back up there because I don't have the jump for it. How about... What if I do this? Damn it. Okay, hold on. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. All right, be something useful. Okay. My biggest issue is I properly leveled 3 teams for the towers, but planned for one team to take on hard bosses. But someone by just playing the game, only my other team managed to reach the most obnoxious bosses. Oh yeah, I think that is kind of frustrating in that area. Is that somehow. I feel like the challenge that the teams run into are not equal. Do I want to go straight down? What was that area? There's an item this way. Missiles, so useful. At least I have more. Damn it. At least I have more missiles now than super missiles. Oh, I hope the game doesn't lock me from being down this far. What was down here? Is this an area that I don't normally come to? Oh, it's this. Okay. Yeah, because it's up there. All right, so I can do this. I hope I have enough health. I think that's probably something that I wouldn't have minded them changing in this. Yeah. For the randomizer build, I kind of wish that they made it so that... There we go. No! It's a regular missile. I wish that they made it so that the Shine Spark didn't take health. Okay, there we go. And because this is normally where I'd get the grapple beam, I think. Super missiles. They skipped missile 2, the return of missile. Those things sound like space donkeys when they get frozen. I get the idea, but I ended up hating how often 6 was like time to split the party. What I found interesting about that, I can tell you honestly, Dragon, that the party splitting was probably the most uninteresting part of the game. What's this? Oh wait, gravity suit? Gravity suit. It was definitely the most uninteresting part of the game. Ooh! It looks like the Phazon suit, but not great. It's red and burgundy. Are there items over there? I don't care about going over there. Wasn't even uninteresting to me. It was in the way of my fun. Yeah, it was in the way of my fun. And then I think one of my other problems with it was, oh wait, that's taking damage. I thought the gravity suit stopped that. What the hell is this suit? This is the gravity suit. It's like a reskin of all of the different skins. So it's interesting, but so we can. Oh wait, am I gonna be able to get back up? So there's an item over here. Yeah, my one of my problems with it in Final Fantasy VI, and there's a few fights that end because you don't have to do this, or you can do this. I don't like that some of the fights are not mandatory. Like, you just fight the boss at the end of the area. Yeah, the gravity suit's supposed to be lava proof. All right, I'm just loading up here because these guys. So if you ever play Super Metroid, this is on vanilla Super Metroid also. These guys, since it's 5 of them, this is anytime you see them, it's a great place to farm stuff. Ooh, wait, grapple beam. All right, well that's what I was looking for. Eventually, one of these is going to be the X-ray scope. It was the horror elements that got me confused. This whole playthrough is like the reverse of a casual playthrough in MP2, where you completely forget to kill the missile-ing because he's not a required boss. Yeah, we do have the various suit. I wonder, I think the suits are probably, remember when we did the Legend of Zelda ones? And the sword upgrades, it was not like this is the number 2 sword, this is the number 3 sword, this is number 4. This is an upgrade, this is an upgrade, and this is an upgrade. So whatever order you get them in, whatever one you get first is always going to be the first upgrade. So I wonder if that's how it is here. Okay, so I need... Yeah, it's kind of growing on me a little. It's a little weird. I feel like it should be darker. There we go. I get why everyone loves 6, but I can see it more clearly than I can for 8, for example. Well, compared to my first Final Fantasy game, 4, or my favorite, 7, I just feels infuriating how often it doesn't want me to enjoy it. I mean, the thing is, you can say that about other ones, too. Like, you can say that about 7. You know, the Fort Condor stuff. If you don't know that that's optional, you might not, like, you might get to that part and think, this is terrible. This completely breaks the pace of the game for me. And ironically, I say that because Fort Condor is another one of those, there's this interesting battle thing that you have to do, or you can just not do it. Like whenever I did the Fort Condor battle, I didn't do anything. I just let the enemy get to the top and then I fought the boss. You got an item for beating the boss anyway. Have I ever done the full Fort Condor? Once, and then I just never did that again. I never did it again. I did the first battle, because actually I think the first battle is mandatory. And then from then on, I never went back to do the other stuff. Well, I had done it before, but I don't do it anymore. Oh, that was over there. 30 story points where you run all the way back each time. I did the Fort Condor. I did everything in Rebirth. Right? It was remaking in Rebirth. I did everything in Rebirth. I did all the stuff in that. I did all the Queen's Blood, all of the other battles, the Fort Condor, like the toy battles. I did all of that stuff. Yeah, only mandatory one was the huge materia. And you don't even have to fight. You don't even have to do the things that they want you to do. It's how core parts of 6 are just about taking away the player choice in order to make what the devs want to happen, or hiding must-do things as choices. I almost 100% Rebirth until the quest ending bug. I like to go back to Rebirth and beat the summon. Yeah, I did all of that. I actually I enjoyed it enough to keep doing that stuff. Some of those summon fights are extremely difficult. I forgot I can just do this now. Interesting. Why is there a gap over there? Whoops. Rebirth as a whole is pretty difficult to me. Oh, that's because this door here. So then, yeah. So this is... I thought the gravity suit protected you from the lava, because I have to go down into the lava here to go to the Norfair area, Lower Norfair. Okay, no, wait. What? In OG7, Fort Condor has like 30 points, so you constantly have to stop the story and run back. You get some good stuff like double growth weapon for Yuffie, but it's such a pain when you get one after getting Nibelheim Then the next is after beating Materia Keep. Then the next is Rocket Town after speaking to Sheila, before talking to Sid, and then after Tiny Bronco. If you miss any, you lose out on all rewards. Like that, yeah, that's annoying. That's annoying. I don't like mechanics like that. Wait, I don't know if I can get up there without. Hold on. I don't think I can. I would have to do the speed running trick in order to get up there, I think. Yeah, I would need the space jump unless I do the speed running trick to get up there, but I'm not going to do that. I never do Fort Con. Yeah, I don't think it's interesting. And then even when I get there, like when I do it for the mandatory time, I don't engage in it. I don't buy any units. I don't put anybody out on the field. I just wait for the boss to show up. And in Final Fantasy VI, I do the same thing. When you do the battles and, oh no, if the enemy gets there, you'll have to fight a boss battle. Like, okay, I'm just gonna fight a boss battle. Can you outrun the Fanta Orange and sequence break in Super Metroid? Yes. What you do is you build up Shine Spark, and then you jump down on an angle, and when you hit a certain point, you go up, and then that gets you over into the area. You can do it. There is one way to avoid backtrack. When you get to Fort Condor, it's highly unlikely you'll have to spare 50,000 gil to drop on them. All right, so I think we're probably gonna save. We didn't really do too much today. We talked for so long, which is unusual for us. We don't ever really talk too long. Oh wait. I can just do this now. Haha. The yappening. I could have sworn there was. Yeah, I can now swim in the orange Fanta. Well, the problem is like you can do the Fanta skip, orange Fanta. You can do that skip, and even when you don't have the gravity suit, because you get through and then you rock it up. But the real problem, other than the Fanta, is you need the space jump. So that's really what that trick avoids. It avoids you having to get the space jump. I know there's a way. Nah, I think it's at the top. There, right there. Okay. I knew there was something. And then I think, is this bombs? I think at some point you need a power bomb, which I have. Oh, wait, I can just do that. Oh, no, wait, because it stops you right here. Because these are pitfall bricks. Yeah, okay. Okay. Overall, just found 6 unpleasant. I could see all the character moments, but it felt like the game just didn't want me to enjoy everything in between. Meanwhile, 4, it split the party, but kept a good flow. And with 7, it split the party. 7, the character. 4 doesn't split your party at all. I don't think that 4 ever has a sequence where, like you have characters that leave, the characters that come back, and characters that leave. But I don't think it ever does the party split thing. When I say party split thing, I mean not RTS. The segments where you have to pick 2 different parties, or where it breaks up. I count that as splitting. Okay, 4 swaps to cast out, but you always have 1 cast. You're not switching. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, Lilac. I'm thinking of the final area where there's 3 teams. You have to pick 3 teams and swap between them. The Phoenix Cave, the first battle with all the Mogs, when you have Locke and all the Mogs, and you have to battle with those. That's what I'm thinking of. Or the river, where you have to swap between Bannon. It's like Bannon and the people on the raft, and then I think Locke gets washed away, and I think Sabin gets washed away. I think that's the other one. I'm thinking of those sequences. Yeah, four just loses characters. You don't ever have a moment where you have to play between two different teams in 4. Let's split up, gang. Executor. Oh, let's split up and search for clues. Daphne and I will take the bedroom. I wish Six had split the cast like that in a way that flowed. Yeah, not choose your plot. And wish goodbye to any team builds you might want to use. I'm just weird with lava and poison in games. I call lava orange, Fanta orange, and poison water Fanta purple. And that just makes me want orange soda. Whenever I see Sabin, I think of the logo. Yes, Saban. Daphne and I will take the bedroom. Scope out everywhere else. That's probably my favorite dumb, like Scooby-Doo joke. The Johnny Bravo episode, Velma wanted to take him to the bedroom. Like, that's funny to me. Yeah, but in Final Fantasy VI, that's the part that I really don't like. I really don't like when it splits the team up and I have to play as two or three separate groups of teams. And it keeps doing it. And it feels like it does it unnecessarily. Like you mentioned the Phoenix Cave. What was so special about the Phoenix Cave that needed to happen there? I felt like that was so dumb. Ooh, Pup Named Scooby-Doo is the best version. Yeah, Pup Named Scooby-Doo. I mean, we're probably not making the bedroom joke in Pup Named Scooby-Doo, but I did really like Pup Named Scooby-Doo. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's go the speed boost way. Scooby, Scooby-Doo, Scooby, Pup Named Scooby-Doo. I think that's how the song went. Is that how the song went? Mystery Incorporated was shockingly good. Mystery Incorporated, I think, was the one that you guys said was good. Scoob, I think, was okay. I think people told me that Scoob was okay. Velma was not even a Scooby-Doo show. I like that Fred was a complete dumbass in it. Phoenix Cave was it was for Locke's dead girlfriend that we heard so much about through the game, and totally wasn't something just thrown in during World of Ruin to give Locke a reason to be in a cave. And you know what I thought would have been more interesting than stuff like that? I think it would have been more interesting if when you got to, and tell me if a game does this, because I would have really liked for a game to do this. When you get to the sequences, ooh, how did everything slow down there? When you get to the sequences that are more about a specific character, Locke and his girlfriend, Realm and Strago, Shadow, if you do anything with Shadow, I wouldn't mind, all right, not the split up thing, but the character that this story is about is going to be the team leader, and then you pick 3 other characters, and then you go and you do whatever. I think that's more interesting. I didn't like the party splitting stuff. All right, so I think we can leave here. We got the gravity suit, so we can actually explore Meridia if we wanted to. What's new, Scooby-Doo is the new Super Mario Bros. Of Scooby-Doo. Everything it does has been done before. That would be way less intrusive. Yeah, I think that would be much more interesting. So you want to sort of Octopath, where the story character has to be in the party and generally takes the lead. I like that. I think that that's a better way to do that. That's why I liked Octopath. That's why I was so pissed off about the end of Octopath. Finally beat Next Zodiac. Well, at least the devs finished the game. Don't let the developers of Smash TV hear you say that. I think Smash TV was the arcade game that wasn't programmed with an ending or something. The Simple Plan intro to What's New Scooby-Doo slaps. Fully back now. Also love Pup. I love Pup Named Scooby-Doo. I used to love that cartoon. I think it, you know what's funny? I think it did the mystery part better than the original show. I feel like the original show, there was this idea of a mystery, and then in the end they would just say, oh, it was Old Man Jenkins. Why was it Old Man Jenkins? Because of all of this info that I never told you. Like, why did you do that for? All right, so let's do this. Okay. we're gonna do. Oh God. It was Old Man Jenkins because he's really the only one who could have, because we've met like 3 characters this episode, and half the time it was the first character you met. Oh damn it! Oh crap! Still count as splitting the party in 4, but better than how 6 did it, because you're still consistently losing party members, but you also don't feel like it's pulling the plot in multiple directions, like what 6 does. Yeah, that's why I think that they're different things. I don't think that you're splitting the party if you're still following one party. It makes sense that characters would leave and do things. You had characters that you thought died and probably should have died. Sid, Palom and Porum. You lose everybody on the ship and then you wake up on the beach. That all makes sense through the narrative. Plus you're following Cecil. I always call them Cecil. I think it's supposed to be Cecil, but I always call them Cecil. And you're following him. If there was ever a point where you don't play as him, then I would think, I don't know about that. But for the most part, you just follow one party member. Yeah, and I kind of thought Seesaw. 6, I wouldn't mind it if they did that. If they cut out the other sections like that, where it's now I'm gonna have to play 3 different stories, which I normally don't I don't hate, but there were moments where I didn't want to play them. I'll tell you what. Whenever I go and I play 6 again, I do not enjoy. I don't enjoy the raft, and you know what I don't enjoy? When they split up on the raft and the lock part where you got to keep stealing the outfits. I hate that segment. Also, Freakazoid is amazing. Super Teen Extraordinaire. Freakazoid. Ryan knows. Ryan caught me right there. I don't know. I don't think okay, I think I got it. We get it? Yeah. I like Tiny Toons more than Animaniacs. Not the worst take. You blend into the cave walls in this suit. You kind of do a little bit. All right, so let me go. Oh, wait. So that's super missile. What are we missing as far as strong equipment? We're missing the wave beam. We're missing the spazer. Bomb jump. High jump. We're missing one on boots. Speed booster, or is it just the 2? No, it's 3, right? What are we missing on boots? Space jump. So we're missing the space jump, the high jump, which, I mean, if you get the space jump, the high jump's irrelevant. The morph ball jump, spring ball. No, we got grapple beam. Oh, and the X-ray scope. Okay, so not bad. Your chicken boo. And the other thing was, I love the pigeons. I thought the pigeons, the good pigeons, is that what they were called? Good feathers. I thought they were fine. I hated the one with the Minnie and the dog, Minnie and Buttons. I hated that. Slappy Squirrel, I thought, was that her name? I thought that was fun. As I got older, I realized that character was not for kids. That character, not in an NSFW way. That character was meant to be a grumpy older lady for adult viewers. People who were older were supposed to watch Slappy and laugh hysterically. Yeah, she's the like, they were great. The dog was my least favorite. I hated that one. There was another one that I didn't like. It was the dog and it was something else. Was there one with like a big person or 2 big people? It wasn't like a hippo. Was it a hippo? I like Slappy Squirrel. She was a cynical a-hole making fun of Looney Tunes. Yeah, the hippos. It was hippos, right? When her nephew cried over Bambi. General, Bumby's mom is Bumby. Yeah. I did laugh at that. I hated the hippos. I don't know why. I was always a fan of good idea, bad idea was great. Those were awesome. I keep spring balling. Or I keep trying to press the button to spring ball. Bumby's mom is I'll tell you a joke that I did not think was funny, and a lot of people thought it was funny, and I just didn't think it was funny. Water go down the hole. That was funny. Water go down the hole. Okay, it's a little less funny now. Water go down the hole. All right, you can stop. You can stop. Playing catch with your grandfather. Playing catch with your grandfather. The only funny characters were the main three and Pinky and the Brain. Wish we got that canceled Popeye movie. Well, that would have been nice. All right, so how did I used to get up there? So there's two ways up. There's... Oh, wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember my speed running stuff. Was it here or was it here? I think it was... I keep trying to space jump and I can't. I think it was there. Okay. There, right there. I feel like that's a mistake because there's items over there, but we'll loop around and we'll get those. I like Pinky and the Brain, but it wasn't my favorite segment. My favorites were Slappy Squirrel and the dog and cat. Wait, the dog and cat segments? Plucky was my favorite cartoon character as a kid. Which one were the dog and cat? The only one that I remember is the dog, the Buttons and Mindy. That's the only one I can think of. Roadrunner card. Rita and Runt. Oh, wait. Hold on. I think I remember them. Rita, Runt. Let's see. Oh, God. Oh, I do remember these. Yeah, I didn't like these. I didn't like those segments. Favorites were Plucky, Dizzy, and the foul-mouthed rooster. Roadrunner. I mean, yeah. If we're talking just broad Looney Tunes in general, Roadrunner and Coyote cartoons, I can watch those now and just laugh hysterically. I think they're so funny. I think all the Roadrunner stuff, like I'm not excited. Like I'm not gonna. Oh, I can't wait. But the Coyote versus Acme, I'm interested in that because I thought that they were hilarious. Publican, I have no memory of Rita or Runt. Yeah, I didn't really remember them until I just saw pictures of them, and I'm like, I don't know. Nobody respects Wile E. Coyote's ability to perfectly paint tunnels on rocks quickly too. Did you ever see that? You ever see that worked? There's somewhere where somebody did that. They painted the tunnel entrance on a wall, and there's a crashed car in front of it. Like, I feel bad for whoever's car it was, but that's funny. There. I used to watch old cartoons, Huckleberry Hound. Oh, so you did the Hanna-Barbera stuff. The Hanna-Barbera. What's this? He really should do commissions? Oh, for Wile E. Coyote. Probably just buy food at this point. Okay. I may have to do... Oh, wow. Okay. Got it. Made it. Because it says there's 2 items down here, right? Down here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Energy tank. Energy tank is like a godsend in this. For some reason, there's so many energy tanks in this game, and I'm just not running into them. If you ever watch Hanna-Barbera, you can play my favorite game, Spot the one interactable object in the scene. It's the only thing that's not just Dragoon, I used to do that as a kid all the time. I used to always look for whenever something was going to move because it wasn't solid painted like everything else. I did that all the time as a kid. There's indeed one time Wily caught the Roadrunner. Yeah, it's the when he got really big. They ran through a pipe that staged down till they were really small, and then they ran back the other way, and the Roadrunner got big, but the Coyote stayed small. So when he got up to him, he grabbed his leg, and he was so happy, and then he realized he had no idea what he was going to do. A 30-minute compilation of Wile E. Coyote versus Roadrunner on VHS. That's probably a terrific compilation. Yeah. Oh, God, I love those. I think my favorite one was the one it was early in the episode. He's on a hot air balloon, and he's got like a huge bundle of these sticks of dynamite with little wings on them. So he lets them go, and it makes this noise when the one would fly around. It would go, and then it would stick to something and it would blow up. So then immediately the last one flies up and it blows up the balloon. So he falls. But throughout the episode, they would just randomly appear. He'd be doing something, and then a dynamite with wings would just stick to him and it would blow up the thing. And it was the dumbest joke. It was a running gag throughout the episode, and I just remember every time I hear the noise of that coming around, it was hilarious to me. Legit Capture, I think the point of the commercial was to say cartoons shouldn't always go as you want to, which nowadays would be social commentary. Favorite Looney Tunes short will always be Duck-a-Muck and the Duck Season trilogy. Duck-a-Muck was great. That was one of the hand paint, the one where he was fighting with the artist. There's like two of those, I think. There's one with Bugs and there's one with Daffy. And mine was the Robin Hood. I love the Robin Hood one. Yikes! And away! He just slams into the tree and he keeps doing it. God, I do miss those old cartoons, man. I think I don't even think Wile E. Coyote doesn't even want to eat the Roadrunner anymore. He's doing it to prove he can achieve the impossible. No, because the Roadrunner tastes delicious. Every part of the Roadrunner tastes delicious. There's no dialogue. And that's what I like. I think that's what I liked about the Roadrunner cartoons, that there was no dialogue. It was just jokes. That's all it is. It's gags. It's sight gags. It's all visual gags, and it's hysterical. And it works. One day I'll get to playing this game. My niece was cracking up at that. And because of that, because of the lack of dialogue and those sequences, I think it's probably easier for people to engage in it nowadays. You don't have to know the characters in order to think a lot of that stuff is funny, because they're going to show you the jokes. The joke isn't that it's Daffy doing it. The joke is that it's happening at all. Roadrunner and the Coyote can be anything, but seeing what they do is hysterical. Yeah, old Tom and Jerry, that stuff was great. It was just sight gags. Yikes. Right, like, yikes. Hey. Oh, you're running into Kingdom Hearts stuff. Favorite Slappy Squirrel joke was, that face means Doug the dog was behind me. Yeah, that's so funny. And I think my favorite visual gag in all of Looney Tunes is probably when it's Daffy, Bugs, and Elmer Fudd. And Daffy gets shot in the face and his bill will be like on the back of his head, or it would spin around or something. I don't know why. It makes me laugh. It makes me just laugh hilariously. Am I missing something here? Is this the wrong place? I prefer early Daffy, like early Daffy. Oh, I think I messed up here. Oh, I don't think there's a way to get through here. Oh no, it is. I think it is down that I have to go. I don't normally. This is what's interesting about this. I don't normally come up here, so I'm not familiar with what all is supposed to be here. And there's a part of the map that's not finished. Oh, I know where I have to go. Hold on. It's there. It's there. I like psychopathic Daffy. Got nephew and nieces over, showing them Spyro the Dragon. You should show them Looney Tunes cartoons. That's what we're talking about. Fair one was Daffy had a game show. Someone was heckling him, and Daffy just shot him with a gun. No, was that Ronan? Was it a game show and it was Daffy? I thought it was Bugs at the like the opera, or when Bugs was leading the orchestra. Was that when that was? Because the guy kept coughing. I think it was that. You want early Daffy, like before Chuck Jones Daffy. Please watch The Day the Earth Blew Up. It's peak classic Looney Tunes. Is that the era of Duck Dodgers? Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century? Is that the same era? Yeah, Bugs shot the guy coughing. Finish is all done. I'm showing them Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, and Betty Boop. Hey, Betty Boop is what do you call it? Public domain now, right? Or it's a specific version of Betty Boop. Do I want to go up and over, or I want to go this way? The Day the Earth Blew Up came out. Oh, that's right. That's the modern movie. I'm thinking of something else. No. Same with the original. Yeah, same with the original Pluto. The newer Duck Dodgers cartoon is all right. Like, I'm thinking of the one where he's fighting Marvin the Martian, and the ultimatum gun. he fires the ultimatum bullet. I can't even think about it without laughing. He fires the ultimatum bullet, and it flies over to Marvin the Martian, and it has like a note. Like, the bullet stops and it opens up, and then there's a note that comes out that he's threatening him or something. So then Marvin fires the ultimatum answerer. And so it's the same thing. It's a bullet that comes out, and then it shows up in front of him, and the front opens up, and it just blasts him. It's such a great joke. So off. Oh yeah, it was at the end when there was just nothing left of the planet. That's so good. That's such a great joke. Right there. So there's this one, and then there's another one over there. The recent film, but it's 100% living under the rules of classic Looney Tunes, and Daffy is more embodiment of chaos than a jerk. I kind of like that, though. While still good, I find Tom and Jerry, while still good, I find less funny as an adult, because Jerry comes off as more of a jerk the older I get. It starts to feel mean-spirited. It does. Looney Tunes always focus on the idea everyone was the butt of the joke sometimes. Yeah. Tom and Jerry is a lot of like, he's just kind of doing his job, and you are stealing food. So. Okay. Oh, so wait, is this Oh, so this section here, this is not where I'm going. Okay, wait. Oh, these guys. Okay. If you haven't checked it, please check it out. It's one of the best Looney Tunes works you've probably never seen due to limited release. Yeah, so I'll have to find out if I can see that. I'll tell you a movie I never saw, Looney Tunes Back in Action. The one with, it was the Looney Tunes, it was the animation and live action mix with Brendan Fraser. I never saw that movie. Oh, no, damn it. Sometimes I do that so easily. You've seen that multiple. I've never seen that. I like Looney Tunes Back in Action. Yeah, it's also good. Yeah, I never watched it. I heard decent things. Nothing. I never hear like, oh my god, it's the greatest movie ever. But I did hear people say like, oh, I kind of like that movie. It's a good one. People will say it's like reverse Space Jam, where it does right. It does right what the other one didn't. Oh, that's another one. Space Jam 2. That happened, right? Didn't that end up happening? Until I played Super Metroid, I misread Samus's name and called her Seamus, thinking you played it as the Irish bounty hunter. Otakon, we joke around with the idea of a green armored Samus, and her name is Seamus McAaron. Space Jam 2 sucks. No one cares about Space Jam, mostly because LeBron has the personality of wood. The one thing I know about, it's 3 hours long. Oh my God. Back in Ash's classic joke, boy, it sure is nice of Walmart to give us all the free Walmart stuff for saying Walmart so much. Yeah, that's a Wayne's World level joke there. The one thing I remember about Space Jam 2 was when you went to the store, and please tell me why this was happening. All the LeBron figures had their heads removed because people were stealing them. So the stores removed the heads, and when you went to go and buy it, they would give you one of them. Because it was like you could take it right off. You didn't have to break it. You could take it off. But people, I guess, were stealing them. So the stores would take them and keep them, and when you went to buy the figure, they gave you head. But Michael not being able to act was like half the joke with him. Yeah, head upon proof of purchase. Yeah, it doesn't need a sequel. Going back to movies we talked about earlier, that movies don't need a sequel. That's a movie that didn't need a sequel. LeBron was trying to act. Well, he was apparently he was failing. It's not the greatest movie ever, but it has decent character development. Bugs Bunny. Bugs learns why Daffy is jealous of his fame, but is still mostly comedy based. What I wanted to watch was that the other animated show that they did, the more modern one. I wanted to see that because the few scenes that I saw from that show were great. Damn, is he already dead? He's about to be dead. Oh, he's dead. Holy, that was great. Is it just called the Looney Tunes Show? The more modern one is good. Like one time Daffy joins the Marine Corps because he thinks it's a group of marine animal specialists. That's a great joke. I don't even need to see the details of what happens. That is a great setup for a scene. That's a hilarious setup. Oh my God, there's a guy on the street. There's a guy on the street that looks just like you. I'm about to hit him. What a great, that's such a good joke to have. It's the timing of it. And I think it's Kristen Wiig. Kristen Wiig she's the, what's her name? Lola? It's sold separately. I think it's Kristen Wiig that does that. What a great little tiny throwaway gag that is. Oh my God, there's a guy on the street that looks just like you. I'm about to hit him. She aims for him. Isn't it Lola? I think it's Lola that does that. Who is the... Yeah, she's hilarious in that show. It's such a funny gag. Daffy's not your boyfriend. I'm your boyfriend. Say that again. It's okay. I have it on video. I have it on audio. Yeah, it's so good. Oh, damn it. I didn't mean to do that. Porky keeps getting upsold and finally says no to car insurance. As Bugs like, no, practical? Buy that. That's practical. Buy that. They get into an accident and Bugs glares at Porky. One of the Looney Tunes skits I didn't like were the Pepe Le Pew ones. The Pepe Le Pew skits were like moderately funny as a kid. They definitely don't age well. there's definitely a moment where you go, I don't know about that. Any reason why Samus kind of has SAX colors? So this is a mod. This is a randomizer mod. What I didn't realize was this is already, like, it's set this way. It's like the Zelda mod where you can, whoops. The Legend of Zelda randomizers. Oh, there we go. Where you can change your sprite. But I didn't actually change it myself here. It just kind of happened, and I forgot that it was. I didn't realize it was done that way. I probably would have just left it original. The joke is the French, and that's it. See, I don't think the joke is the French. Somebody said that it was the Pepe Le Pew cartoons were one joke, and they were one joke. But the joke wasn't that he was French. The joke was that he was insistent. Like, he just kept going, and he would try to romance her, but she didn't want to, so he would keep going, and it was like, this is getting kind of weird. And then when you watched another episode, it was the same gag. They never did anything different. The joke was harassment. And the problem was, all right, if you think that that's funny, that's fine, but there was never any other joke. There wasn't a second joke. You know, sometimes Daffy and Bugs were at each other's throats. But sometimes they work together. So there was at least a difference in the things that they did. I'm going to go up and save. But I know there's an item down here. And I'm curious if this has to be... Energy tank, thank you. It has to probably be the space jump or the high... Actually, it has to be the space jump down here. Because there's no way out of... Unless they put a platform somewhere, there's no way out of here without the space jump. That's the point of this spot right here. Sees the Eiffel Tower. Stonehenge. Looney Tunes is my favorite version of Bugs. I'm not usually a fan of him. He's tired of everyone's shit, but he still tries to help everyone. I did, for the few scenes that I saw with him, I did like them. I did like Bugs. What about Roadrunner? So I haven't seen Roadrunner and Coyote in the modern show. I haven't seen any clips of them in the modern show. I love them in the original. Good find. Yeah, another health tank. That's good. That's especially good for here. I'm curious. Actually, I've never done this with the plasma beam either. That's another kind of interesting thing about this is the same thing in Link to the Past randomizer. Like you're gonna encounter situations that you never would have encountered. I'm curious to know how strong the plasma beam is against this guy. Best episode is the one the cat falls for him and now he gets uncomfortable. I mean, that happened a lot at the end. That was always at the end of the episodes where stuff like that would happen. The second joke was the cat always looking like a skunk by the paint. There was a second joke. Sometimes by the end, yeah, she became obsessed with him. So yeah, that happened a couple of times, I think. Another problem with Pepe is he never got his comeuppance for his actions. He just continued the same shtick each time. Tiny Sue's barely had episode with the girl. I didn't remember there was a girl Pepe Le Pew. Female? Female Pepe Le Pew. Okay, not a girl wearing a... Was there a female skunk character like that? Yeah, Greg, be careful. FIFA? Wait, FIFA? Fifi. Oh my god, that scared the hell out of me. Fifi? Why is that playing multiple times like that? What's happening? What was that about? Fifi Le Fume. Oh, wow. All these memories are unlocking. Yeah. Okay.
Monster Combo.
Search Tiny Toon Skunk. She was probably a lot of young kids awakening. I mean, his oh wait, hold on. Oh wait, I have the grapple beam. I can do this thing. So I need to unlock these. His accent was fake. I mean, when you talk about stuff like that, you really are. Remember years ago when people got mad about Apu and they were complaining, it was like the problem with Apu, and they thought that he was a generic, he was a cliche. People were complaining that he was a cliche of that, and they thought it was offensive. I remember having a problem with it, partially because Apu was a very accomplished character. He wasn't just a one note joke. He did a lot of different things on the show, and it was really funny. The other problem was those characters have existed for a while. Those like the when you look at Looney Tunes and you talk about cliched accents, that was Pepe Le Pew's whole thing. Was that he was an essayer? But he had the worst French accent. But that was part of the joke. All right, so let's see if this. Oh, am I even gonna survive? I think I have to do the top one, right? Let's go! Who needs the quickie mart? I do. Yeah, when they were talking about all of that, it's like, yeah, you're not complaining about Groundskeeper Willie. That's a cliche. Where's the complaint there? Where's the uproar? You know, you didn't touch Looney Tunes. You didn't talk about Pepe Le Pew. You didn't talk about Speedy Gonzalez. People got mad at Mario wearing the sombrero and Mexican clothes in Mario Odyssey, but nobody said a word about Speedy Gonzalez. Not to defend getting canceled. Just because a thing has existed for a while doesn't mean it doesn't upset. It didn't upset people. It was just seen as unpopular to call it out because you just can't take a joke. Sure, but it's been around for a while. That's the thing. Like, I know you say doesn't mean it didn't upset people, but if it upsetted them, they would have said something earlier. No one ever complained about Apu. There was never this long-standing thing about Apu, and then it came to a head when somebody made a documentary. It made a documentary, and it felt like all of that disgust was coming out of nowhere. And it's like, where was all of this 5 years ago? If I would have asked you last year why you weren't offended by Apu after 15 seasons or however many seasons of the show it was, I think we're at 20. Where was the uproar then? It didn't feel genuine. It's not like they debuted the character and everybody said, I don't like that character. This is a character that had been around for a while, and then randomly a bunch of people who, by the way, were not Indian or Pakistani or any of the races that would have been in an uproar about it. None of them were mad about it. And then a bunch of people who were not those groups just randomly decided they were pissed off about it. It's like, huh? What are you doing? That's such a weird thing. If you told me that after all these years, it was a bunch of people that of Indian descent that decided that they didn't like the character, I'd say, all right, it's kind of coming out of nowhere, but you are the group of people that have a right to be mad about it. It's always weird to me to be mad on behalf of other people. It's the people that got mad at that woman that wore that Chinese style dress and they got all pissed off and they showed it to Chinese people and they said, that's amazing. She looks great. It's like, why? I don't know. You're getting mad at something on behalf of another group of people who were not mad in the first place. It's one thing if Mario and the sombrero. It's one thing if a bunch of Mexican people said, I don't like this. And then other people from other groups said, all right, we stand with you. We agree with you. We don't appreciate that. We see it all the time. We see it all the time with a lot of different situations. The problem is it's a bunch of people that aren't part of that group that have no reason to be mad about it starting the argument. And then when they go and they ask other people, they ask the people who should be mad about it, They say I remember they used to do things where they would dress up in the sombrero and all of that, right? The real cliched Mexican garb, and they would go and ask Mexican people what they thought about it, and the Mexican people, they thought it was great. They either thought it was funny, they realized that it wasn't being insulting. They were just oh yeah, it looks great. He looks awesome. And it's like, all right, there you go. Oh, you guys were saying about Speedy. Speedy actually caught a lot of crap for being racist, and it got to the stage they tried to cancel it, and Mexicans were like, we love Speedy. The only racist thing is you taking him away. Like, it's a great character. Speedy Gonzalez was a great character. Yeah, we're into weird territory because, like, me and Lilac are pointing out with Speedy, just because you don't hear the complaints doesn't mean that people weren't complaining for years, even if they were wrong. The problem, Dragoon, is that when somebody finally did ask them, like you're saying they should, they said it was fine. And they had no problem with it. So if the people that are supposed to have a problem with it aren't having a problem with it and have admitted they don't have a problem with it, then you have to question who's complaining about it. That's the issue. I have no problem if the actual group of people have an issue with it. But when they don't have an issue with it and the issue is made by other groups of people, you do have to question where that's coming from. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, that's my issue. Do-gooders getting offended. Yeah, he said savior complex. Yeah, this is not the space jump. How the hell am I going to get out of here? And yet, to be fair with the poo, while people were mad, they moved on pretty quickly. And that, and to me, Dragoon, that's the real issue. When you look at who's mad, and it's not the right group of people, you can be sure of two things. The group of people that are starting the argument are probably not doing it from a place of genuine concern. They're doing it from a place of, we think this is a problem, so we have to fix it for everybody else. And the other thing you can be sure of is that in a few weeks or a few months, they're just going to move on to the next thing they think they need to fix without anybody asking them. I'm sorry. This is going to get a little topical here, not specifically, but just sort of social in general. There are a lot of real problems in the world, big giant world problems and small local problems in your area. If you have so much savior energy that you need to go out and find something to save, don't go out and find something to save. Literally go outside and find something to save. Go and ask your local politicians why there aren't more programs to help people in your area or in the areas nearby. Why aren't there more green spaces for your children? Why aren't there more programs to help people out? If you have a savior complex and it requires you to not watch The Simpsons but complain about the characters on The Simpsons, then you have a lot of energy that probably should be put towards helping real people with real problems instead of making up problems so that you can fix them. Because that's what you're doing. That's what I have a problem with. And I also have a problem with the fact that I think I'm stuck in this area. Yeah, how? I don't understand how you're supposed to get out of here without... A great character. He's one of the most mature characters in The Simpsons. Wasn't like Mr. Burns, who tried to bring others down to his own level, or Skinner, who constantly fought with Bart. When Speedy almost got canceled, a Mexican came out and squashed that real fast. When Pooh got canceled, people were mad and wanted him back. For a bit, it didn't really care he was gone. Yeah, because they didn't care. They initially didn't care in the first place. They just needed something to complain about. How in the world are you supposed to get out of here if you don't have the space jump? Hold on. Anyway, I can do it. Oh no, I was too far. Damn it. All right. Come on. Ah! I can do it. Maybe grappling? Can you grapple onto these points? No, you can't grapple. Oh, damn it. I mean, the worst case scenario, I'm not stuck here because the worst case scenario, I'm just going to bomb jump out of here. Okay. I did not know you could do that. I did not know that you could cling to those points like that. And you take damage, but I had no idea you could do that. I 100% agree. Yeah, getting mad for people who don't care is silly. The show itself kind of closed the disclosure by having Lisa say, well, what can you do? Yeah, I can just bomb jump up there. Holy crap. I did not know that you could stick to those points that way. How long have you been playing this game? A couple of hours. So wait, so I can't do it that way. My phone battery's dying, so I'm going to leave. Later, Kia. Have a good one. We're almost done here. Come on. I want to do it with the Shine Spark, but I'm not that good with the short charge. I did it earlier. We saw me do it. Feel like if you just do it a lot. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna bomb jump. All right. All right, we're here for a little bit. Boop. We're gonna wrap up soon. I'll probably get out of here and then save, and then I think we can make good progress. I think this game, Super Metroid, just in general, I think it's, and honestly, a lot of the Metroid games in general, I think they're shorter than we kind of remember them to be. You know, you look at older games and you say, yeah, of course. But even some of the newer ones, like for all the conversations that we've had about, can I get up there? No. For all the conversations that we had about Metroid Prime 4, for instance, you know, for all the discussion that there is, that game is, I finished that game in 14 hours the first time and 10 hours on the second time. Okay, hurry up. Oh, I didn't mean for that second bomb. You could be playing a good game like Dread or Final Fantasy. I do. I have to play Final Fantasy 14, don't I? I feel like the 50% yap allegations are never being beaten. 50% yap. I mean, let's be honest. Today it was probably, I think it was about 66% yap. A good Metroidvania is like 10 hours tops. That's one of my main complaints with Hollow Knight Silksong. They're 30 to 50 hours. Yeah. There were times where I wanted to go back and play through Hollow. I'll have to agree with you on that. There were times where I wanted to go back and play through Hollow Knight. And what I remembered the most about that game is that game, to beat it the first time, I think was 25 hours for me to beat it. And it's not prohibitively long, but it does kind of make you think, I don't know if I want to do that again. I think that's why Prime 4 was such an interesting thing for me, because as much as I gripe about that game and the issues that I had with it, I played it twice. I played it once all the way through, and then I immediately started another playthrough. And then a few days after, I wanted to play it again. And part of it was it's a linear experience and it's not that long. So even for all the complaining of, you know, green crystals and everything, it's really not that long of a game. The green crystals don't tack on another 6 hours of gameplay or anything. So it's kind of interesting that, you know, and we've kind of been saying this for years. There's been this stretch of games have to be longer. They have to eat up more of your time because they don't want you to play anything else. And we've been saying we want shorter experiences, 30, 40, 50 hours. That's a great length for a game. If I play an RPG for 40 to 50 hours and I get good story, good characters, good combat, and everything and it looks nice, we're usually pretty happy with that. And then it goes even further. Even then, it depends on the type of game. Because, yeah, a Metroidvania that lasts 40 hours sounds awful. I can't think of a single Metroidvania game that I wish lasted 40 hours. The ones that I've played are a good length. I thought Hollow Knight was a little too long. Ender Lilies. The Ender Lilies, I don't remember how long Ender Lilies was, but I think Ender Lilies wasn't all that terrible. Symphony of the Night. I think I think the first time I beat it was probably 10 hours, just because I was exploring and doing stuff, and you get lost in that game. So, we didn't have a ton of the resources. I mean, we had like GameFAQs. We had GameFAQs back then, but yeah, but you don't really it's not that long. And then now I can play it, and I think I can do Symphony. I think my lowest time is 3.5 hours, but that's me getting all of the items. That's me going to get everything. I've never done a speed run of Symphony of the Night. Either a speed run, or just a minimalist run where I only get the things that I absolutely need. I've never done either one of those for Symphony. Any percent is 5 hours, 100% is 30 hours. Like, that's long. That's 5 hours for an any percent speed run is kind of long for a Metroidvania type game. I think it's a more accurate thing we want is a more focused experience, which often leads to a shorter game. Yeah, I can agree to that. I think that's why shorter games feel better, is because they're more concise, focused experiences. When you start to get the 30-hour Metroidvanias, it doesn't feel like it's natural. It feels like bloat. It's that long because there's a lot of running back and forth, and there's no fast travel, or the fast travel's in bad spots, or the game is unfair and you keep dying in certain things and it doesn't seem fair. Like, it does start to feel that way. I tried to complete the game, which is, again, 60 plus hours. For which game? Hollow Knight? Gold? I don't need to speedrun it in 5 hours for an achievement. Tevi is like a 60-hour plus Metroidvania. Like, that sounds unappealing to me. That sounds immediately unappealing to me. Oh, for the achievement, not the speedrun. Oh, okay, for the achievement. Okay. Yeah, a 40-hour Metroidvania just doesn't sound interesting to me. I don't think I want to play it, because I don't think I want to be having that experience for that long. Oh, yeah, Stone's talking about Hollow Knight. You're talking about Tevi. Am I pronouncing that right? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. All right, give me 1 second here. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me see if there's somebody to raid, and I will actually try to remember to do it this time, because I forgot to send you over to Linky yesterday. No, not really. Tricky's on. Andy Social Network's on, and Drummer is on. What's Andy playing right now? He's doing Mega Man. I'll send you over to Andy. I haven't sent you there in a while. Yeah, you don't want the game overstaying your welcome. And kind of like I said earlier, one game that I feel like was overstaying its welcome is Shadow Labyrinth. Shadow Labyrinth it feels like it's a little too long. It made me think that there were 4 things that I had to like 4 areas where I have to light them up, right? It's like, like a standard Metroidvania. We have to activate the satellites in 4 areas, or like 4 engines. It's always something like that. I'm pretty sure I have to check my time to see how far I'm in. I'm pretty sure I'm like 15, 20 hours in, and I think I've only done one of those areas. And in one area, you go back and forth, and there's a puzzles to open up the 3 doors, and the battles are tough. That's another thing, is that Shadow Labyrinth, I think those battles are pretty difficult. If and when I go back to it, I'll probably see if I can put turn the difficulty down, just so I can get through the game. No, well, Dragoon, I never finished it, but I'm not actively playing it now. It's on the backlog pile, but that's part of the reason I stopped playing it, was like I didn't want to be playing it anymore. And then I was still in the same area. Ugh. Then I tried to go back and I forgot where I was. So we're back to regular schedule now. No, I'm probably going to be streaming a little bit more. I mean, we actually ended up doing 6 hours today, which I was planning on stopping a little bit earlier, about an hour ago. So we're not fully back. Hang on. Yeah, we're not fully back, but we're kind of back for now. So, okay, so stream schedule. Let me update you on what I'm thinking about with the stream schedule. What I'm thinking about is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. That's going to probably end up being my gym schedule. So I figure I should roll everything into one day so all of those days look kind of the same. I wake up, I go to the gym, I come home, I clean up, I eat something, and then I stream. And then I stream for roughly 6 hours. So that's my plan right now. So we're streaming 4 days, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I will throw Saturday community days in. We'll go back to Saturday community days. That won't be all the time, though. I'll probably let you know if and when I'm going to be doing that. Sometimes I may do it on Wednesday because I know that Wednesday there'll be more people that are probably able to join us. So we'll figure out what that is. Job hunting. I haven't really started looking yet. I've looked. I've checked things out, but I haven't applied to anything. I haven't called anybody or anything. So. I'll get to that. I did all my unemployment, little life update. I did all my unemployment stuff, but I don't think I get checks for a little while. I don't think that they'll start giving anything. And then after a few weeks, you have to prove that you're applying for jobs. So even if I wanted to not do that, I have to at least prove that I'm doing that. So, fingers crossed that I either get something or don't get something for a little while. But I would rather have a job than not have a job, but I definitely need a break. That's the thing is that when I left my first job in May, or the place that I was at in May, I worked on Friday, and then I worked at the new place on Monday. And I didn't really have any time to mourn my situation, mourn. I wanted to be sad. I wanted time to be sad because it was a sad thing. I really loved that job. And I didn't like the job. I loved it. I loved where I was. And I loved the amount of work I did. I loved the work that I did. I thought it was great. So I didn't really have time to be sad about any of that because I had to jump right into the next thing and I had to act like it wasn't that important. When realistically, I just wanted to stay in the house all week. And I wanted to be sad about losing what was probably my favorite job ever, which I haven't had many jobs. That's the thing. I had that job for so long that I've ended up not having a lot of jobs. I think I had a job where I lasted 2.5 weeks. That was telemarketing. So I barely count that as a job. So I had that. I had Arcade. Job. Target. 5 jobs. I've had 5 jobs my entire life. And I'm counting 6 jobs if you consider. Yeah, I would say 6 jobs because the one that ended in May was 21 years that I was at that job. And then for the next 8 months, I was at the other job. So I'm going to call that 2 separate jobs. So I've had 6 jobs my entire life. But because I was at the other one for so long, I couldn't tell you anything about searching for a job right now. I look online. Like I was looking online, and then I thought about, let me look online, and then some days I'll go out and I'll pound the pavement, as they used to say. You walk around and you apply for places. But I'm pretty sure a lot of places don't even take paper applications anymore. You have to apply online. So I used to say that if a boomer ever gives you job searching advice, take it with a grain of salt because it's been 40 years since the last time they looked for a job. So they have no idea. I love the idea of the boomers that are like, I'm going to take my son and we're going to talk to the manager. Going to go in and talk to the manager and hand him your application. The manager's probably super busy and doesn't want to talk to anybody. So if you start pestering the manager to give him your application, when you walk out the door, it's going to throw it in the garbage, assuming they even take a paper application anymore. So I feel like I have to learn how to look for a job at the same time that I'm looking for a job. And then I'll probably just find like small things. Yeah, usually the paper form is the second interview. I talked to one of the girls that got let go at this job. She put in an application for something, and then she had a phone interview. She did the phone interview. And then they said they wanted to talk to her to come in. So she's like, oh, second interview. She goes in, and the reason they were talking to her was to make sure that they had all of the paperwork for when she starts the job. It wasn't a second interview. She just got the job. So it's not the same thing anymore. Some of the jobs I gotten was Indeed, but there were times I did hit the pavement. Okay. Super second hand embarrassment. Let's just do the best to make either option go. Yeah, and I feel you. One is grateful for the support. There's something about working that's necessary. It does. And I can tell you right now, if I can get a little personal, I can tell you right now that it feels nice to have some downtime. It feels nice to be sad about my situation. But at the same time, not having a direction feels uncomfortable. I wake up in the morning and I go to the gym and then I stream, and I'm setting that schedule for myself because I feel like I have to have a purpose, because for the last 4 or 5 days, I'd say 5, Wednesday was my last day. So then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So 4 days. For those 4 days, even though it's only been 4 days, I felt uncomfortable. I felt directionless. There's no purpose, because there wasn't, because I'm not job searching specifically. You know, I'm not doing anything. I'm not making all of the moves. So I decided, like, I knew I was going to stream during this downtime, but I decided, okay, no, I'm going to, like, stream. I'm going to set up a schedule. I'm going to try and keep to it. I'm going to try and figure out games that I wanted to play. I've been wanting to play this for a little while. So then after the Super Metroid randomizer, I will probably jump into Resident Evil 8. So that's still kind of up in the air. Something might appear that I want to play more than that, but I'll probably end up doing Resident Evil 8 because I never did a Halloween game. I think for the last few years, I've done a Resident Evil for Halloween. I think I did 3, I did 7, and I think 2 was during Halloween. Also probably, was this? Usually the paper form is second, also probably 20 years old. I thought I was going crazy. Apparently, iOS 26 has caused a weird typing lag issue, or sometimes just doesn't read inputs. There was a thing saying how a lot of young people in the UK were too lazy to get a weekend job when they like 14, 15. Like the paper route. I know what you mean. And then the phone lines, and then when phone lines on the radio open, the amount of 15-year-olds that called up to say they've been applying and just being told no because no one wants to deal with face-to-face applications anymore. Of course not. Chat's probably one place where we can't believe you on that last part. Wait. I'm not this bad at typing. The mommy game? You better believe it. Yeah, we did 2 remake. I know we did 3, but I don't remember if that was for Halloween. For unless you're changing the difficulty, you can see it as a sign of or rejecting the test. You shouldn't change it and it suffers instead, or some say. There's also, I never did Little Misfortune. So you know what, Lilac? That's probably going to be my next step, is to write a list of games in the order that I want to play. Well, I probably should just write a list of games that I want to play on stream, and then what I'll do is I'll mix and match them so that we get some breaks in the middle. You know, I wouldn't mind doing a Symphony of the Night run just because games like that are palate cleansers. Yeah, beat the backlog. Yeah, Stone, I think I don't know if you were here when we were talking about this yesterday. The backlog is full of games that are going to take forever. So, and some of them I want to play on my own. But we had talked. I think we talked earlier today specifically about. Oh no, that was today. Where we were talking about what I would want to play, and what was it? Dragon Quest XI. What was the game that won? Live Alive was the game that won. I think Live Alive was the game that. Not many people voted, but Live Alive was the one that won, and then Dragon Quest XI was the only one that had it. So I did think about that. I did think. I think it was you. I think we talked about it yesterday when you had said. I think it was you that you had said that I was the picture of me holding all the games, and you said that I had 400 hours of content in my hands. And I thought, yeah, that is kind of true. If I have the time to stream and I have the time to play these games more strictly for videos and stuff for the stream, then the people voted that Dragon Quest 11 is Uncle's big one. Wait, I thought what's it called won that. Yeah, I could have sworn the other game won that. Oh, that it was my big one. That's right, because that's what it was labeled. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was you. So I did think about that. I did think about whether or not I would do that. I mean, realistically, I would love to stream full time. I would love to do that. This would be. I actually thought about this today. I was at the gym and I was finishing up. I'd already done my workout, and I was thinking about coming home, getting food, and then streaming. Which I kind of I woke up late again, so early, but then I didn't go to the gym as fast as I was supposed to. But I thought about my routine. I thought about what my life would be like if I was a full-time streamer. And what was interesting was this. I like this. This is a great sequence where I wake up under my own power for the most part. I go to the gym. I eat some breakfast. I shower. Probably do that in the opposite order. I shower and I eat some breakfast. I make some coffee, clean up around the house a little bit, and then I start streaming. And I start streaming at between 10 and 12, and then I stream for 6 to 8 hours, depending on what we're doing and how we feel about doing it. You know, some days are going to be longer. We're going to have videos to watch. We're going to, especially if we have, you know, when we talk about Nintendo Directs and whatnot, but sometimes they just, I mean, we woke up this morning and they were just game trailers. You know, there were a couple game trailers. There was the Tetris trailer. There was the Dragon Quest trailer from yesterday. So, you know, we wake up and we do that, and then I stream. And then when I'm done to stream, I go and I'm going to get some food. Probably not make more coffee. I'll probably make a hot cocoa or something. And then I'm going to sit down. I'm going to clean up a little bit more, and I'm going to relax. And I'm going to hang out. Maybe I'll have a beverage or something. You know, maybe I'll do something else. And I'll go to bed and I do it all over again. Like, that to me is an amazing routine. I love that routine. I love the sound of that routine. And if I could do it, I would do it. But for right now, I got to worry about getting a job, and I got to do something else. Unless I get a weekend job that somehow pays me $80 an hour. Like, no. I mean, if I could get a weekend job that I worked 20 hours and I don't know, somehow I got like $400, $500, right? I was getting $25 an hour. Stripper, the only way I'm making money as a stripper is if I start with my clothes off and they pay me to put them back on. That's the only way I'm making money as a stripper. And, you know, apparently there is a Fansly OnlyFans market out there for this build. So I don't know if we get really down there, going to the mines for 48 hours a week. No. If you AGM, 12 Saturday and Sunday 12-hour days. I mean, Sundays kind of throw it off because I have to record for SGB, but yeah, if I could get a part-time job for 25 hours a week and like $25 an hour, right? Make a huge chunk of change off of that. Yeah, I would do that. I mean, that's the miracle, but reverse stripper, breaking into new professions. I'm happy you're part of SGB. Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel my first playthrough coming up. I feel the first playthrough coming up that I am in charge of. So I got to practice for it. That's the one thing, is that I do have to practice for it. I'm down for gift bomb support, and I appreciate that, Jen. And General, to be completely honest with you, and this is not like fishing or anything, but and don't do it now, but that is the kind of support that would help. Which I again, don't anybody think that I'm fishing for anything. I'm definitely not, but that is the sort of thing that, and that ironically is the biggest problem, is that I very much appreciate what you've done there. But I can't count on that regularly. I can't count on my income being random. And that's the biggest danger of streaming as a career, is that your income is random. If I had sponsors, if I had little PC logos here or game logos, and I was doing giveaways because my sponsors had games to give away. Like, that's different. That's I can plan on the next 6 months if I know that for the next 6 months I'm going to be making at least $1,000. Because then the randomness of the other stuff, Crackman, thank you so much for the 100 bits. The randomness of the other stuff will make up for it, because $1,000 a month that ain't doing it. That's not doing it. Have I ever sent out emails to try and get some sponsors? No. And I think whenever I talk about this stuff, which I apologize if you're not a fan of listening to this kind of stuff, I think that the behind the scenes in this way is probably helpful, because I know that some of you are probably streamers or you aspire to try and be streamers. So I do think that there's some interesting information there. Whenever I talk about me not doing what I should be doing, I'm usually talking about videos. I'm usually talking about making standalone videos or cutting up the streams and then making edited videos that I put up on YouTube, right? Because it's good to have live content, but you should also have 24-hour content, which is to say that that's content that's always there. At 4 a.m, no one's going to discover me on Twitch. They're probably going to discover me because they're scrolling through YouTube and they're hitting my YouTube shorts or they're hitting the videos. And then the videos are topical for whatever happens to be going on. That's the sort of stuff that I should be doing. But the other stuff, there is other stuff too. There is setting up simul streaming. There is learning more editing techniques and different things that I can do. There is making videos out of the streams and making shorts out of the streams. There's also communication and networking. And I know people hate those kinds of words. They think networking is soulless, but it is important. It is important to collab with other people and to make videos together. It's important to, when you're streaming, to have other people in your chat like audio chat, where you can hang out and play games with each other. When you look at all of the big streaming orgs, the ones that are huge, even if you don't know about them, right? When you look at some of the content creators, I'll say some names here, and if you know them, you know them. If you don't, you don't. When you look at like Cinna, Jinxie, Jordy2D, I think Jordy2D is still doing stuff. When you look at these types of people, right? You go to like Emaru and Esfand. When you go to those people, one of the things you realize about them, if you pay even a little bit of attention, is that they're not alone. They're not streaming by themselves. Yeah, I don't know any of them. But if you go and look them up, you'll realize they have millions of followers. And part of it is that they know each other. Then they collaborate with each other. Cinna's not on her own. Jinxie is not on his own. These people they collab with each other. A lot of the time they live in the same house. You know, there's the content house. There's the idea that these content creators all live together and they work together, and a lot of them do that. When you go to like Symphony and Brook AF, I think they live in the same house with a handful of other streamers, and so there's this. Yeah, Jinxie's usually on its own, but I believe Jinxie is in the same house as some of them. I don't know if he's in the same house, but I know that he does associate with them. And I've seen Jinxie video, and then and those are just the built-in collabs. That it's easy for Asmin to communicate with Emaru, because I believe they're in the same organization. I think Asmin owns that organization along with Esfand. So those are built-in networks. That's built-in networking. But then there is the external network. Oh, they're not anymore. Okay. Like Jinxie. I've seen Jinxie. Oh, OTK died. Oh, I didn't know OTK died. I've seen Jinxie through Tim the Tatman. And then I've seen Jinxie do collabs. There's a great Jinxie collab with Queso, where they're reading like insults to each other. Like, that's funny. And that's the sort of stuff that I don't do. I'm not gonna get a collab with Queso, right? That's not gonna happen anytime soon. But you have to at least try to do that. You have to try to network with people, try to network with your peers. You have to be, this is probably unpopular to say because I think people don't like to think about it, but you have to network with people that are around your level. You have to network with people that are, they're not super gigantic and they're not super small. But you also have to, and when I say small, I just mean like viewer numbers. You also have to try and collab with the bigger ones because it does help. Whenever people say, oh, you just want to collab with them because they have more followers and you want to get your name out there. Yes, that's how it works. That's how it works. And you know why I talk myself up on my resume? Because I want them to hire me. Like, that's how it works. You have to sell yourself up in order to grow. But you also have to do it down. You also have to be the bigger streamer and bigger content creator that helps the smaller streamers. You know why? Because A, you are also there, and B, that benefits everybody. It helps, and you have to do that stuff. And I don't do it. And I know that I don't do it. So whenever I talk about these are the things that I have to do, those are the kinds of things I have to do. I have to be more open to all of that. And it's kind of hit or miss. I mean, sometimes you feel really good about it, and sometimes you're like, I don't really want to do that. Yeah, I don't do it either. And I never really cared to do it. I never cared to do it because as much as I used to fantasize about being a full-time streamer, the reality is I never really expected that it would happen. It's not something that was ever in the cards for me. Working a job is in the cards for me. And then streaming as a hobby is in the cards for me. But and I'm not saying it's impossible. I think there's a lot of big streamers out there or streamers that are able to carry themselves. I think there's a lot of them that say the same thing. I never thought I would make it big. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying you don't get big unless you put in the work. And I don't put in the work. It really is that simple. And if I know anything about myself, it is my faults. Maybe I overestimate them or over exaggerate them, but I know that they're there, and that's what I have to change. You might get a collab with this channel, The Gray Line. The jerk hasn't done anything since 2023. Hold on, let me go back up here a little bit. What's this, Lilac? What did you? Introducing the Galleon 100 SD, built-in Stream Deck, fully customizable LCD keys. This is kind of a cool looking device, actually. Is that an add-on to your key? It's just a straight up keyboard. How much is that? That looks actually really cool. Isn't that the ass face that thought it would be cool to shame a dude for his fan art and go, I used AI to fix your art? I don't remember. Queso doesn't really collab with anyone. Yeah, like there's a video of him collabing with Jinxie. That's the one that I've seen. It's funny because they're reading insults to each other and the insults are hysterical. Another guy I mod for, he used to play WoW with Shy Lily before she streamed. He still has that connection. He refuses to use it to get connection, but we have had meetings with her about possible collabs, which his streams are usually capping around 30 to 40 people, which is where we are. And the idea of sharing chat with her is terrifying to mod. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason those people they pay people to do it. I mean, I've said it before. I've told you this before, Lilac. If I was at the point where I was making all that, like that Asmon money, that Tim the Tatman money, you'd be on the payroll. It'd be you and it'd be at least one other person. And AGM would probably be on the payroll for editing. You know, you would have to do that. You have to do that. I don't do it either yet with stories, even from big names. I've come to accept it's going to be necessary to at least do shorts and posts. And I know that. And I know that I don't want to do TikTok and I will never do TikTok, but YouTube Shorts is a nice that's a nice alternative, and it works, and it does work. I sit there and I scroll YouTube Shorts for hours. And I am ashamed to admit that, but it's true. I get caught up and then it's an hour later. Can I get some of that cash? But yeah, that's where I am right now. That's where I am. I just wanted to sort of touch base. I like touching base with you guys because it's a way for me to get that energy out there. But B, maybe that's information that you guys want. You know, maybe that's information that maybe you're thinking about streaming or content creating, or maybe you're thinking like AGM, maybe you're thinking about being an editor for a streamer. So you need to understand the problem from the streamer side so that you can promote yourself a little bit better. You can say, oh, I work well with streamers with this amount of reach. You know, as a part-time editor, you're probably not going to be doing the 6 video editing for somebody with 30,000 viewers. You know, they go live and they get 15 to 30,000 viewers. You're probably not going to be doing the editing for them because the amount of videos and editing that they need probably require an organization. But it might be important for you to say, oh, you have 20, 30, 40 viewers, which you do with me. You have 20, 30, 40 viewers. Let me edit a video for you. Let me show you what I can do. I'll edit a couple of videos. We'll throw some stuff up there and we'll see what happens. That's an important thing for you to know so that you know how to promote yourself better. So I figure if I give you a little bit of what this looks like from the streamer side of things, maybe that's more information for you guys. And if some of you are trying to be streamers, maybe that's other things that maybe you didn't even consider that. Maybe you didn't consider, I think that happens. I think a lot of people want to be streamers and they want to be content creators and they think you sit down in front of the camera, you turn the camera on, you hit go live, and then you do stuff for 3 hours and then you're done. And realistically, most people will tell you that no, it is more involved than that. Because before you even hit go live, you had to get a few things. You probably needed a camera if you wanted a camera. You needed a microphone. A good microphone is always more important than a good camera. Just always remember that. The audio is always more important than the camera. You need to figure out what you're going to be doing. You need to figure out how you're going to be doing it. You got to download OBS. And you got to learn all of OBS. If you want to use OBS, back in the day, you'd probably use XSplit or something if you wanted to. You need to understand if you're going to be playing games. If you're going to be playing PC games while you stream, can your PC do both? Because that's a big thing, is that if I tried to load up my stream right now and I turned it on, and at the same time I needed to update Final Fantasy, or I was going to try and play Expedition 33 on max settings, I'm probably going to have a hard time. And I wouldn't know that until I actually tried to stream. That's why the first time I streamed, I played Super Nintendo emulators, because I didn't know how intense the experience was going to be on my laptop. Because I had the crap top at the time. I had the little Dell. YouTube Shorts are fascinating because of how well it works and how many views you end up getting. And then the views don't translate to money. That's the thing with YouTube Shorts that you have to understand, is that the views don't translate to money. They translate to exposure. And then if you're lucky, the exposure that you have translates into viewers on your channel, and then the viewers translates into money. What's wrong with Dell? Oh, it was a crappy laptop. It was not a great that laptop that I started with had nothing to do with a high-end gaming in any way whatsoever. I don't do a lot of shorts because I need a moment to turn into a short, which isn't often. One thing I say, Ronan, if you have a Stream Deck here, the button thingy, you can press a button. You can set up a button on Twitch so that it puts a marker on your timeline. So then, like, let's say I hit the button. Later, I can go to my timeline and I can find that exact moment, and then that's where I highlight the clip, and I can take the clip and then download it and put it into the format I need, and then put it on YouTube. So there is a way to do that. Yeah, shorts are marketing. Shorts are marketing. I hear you make money off YouTube Shorts. Is super hard because you don't get a lot. Your CPM on YouTube, which is the amount you make per 1,000 views, is, I think it's like a couple of bucks, maybe like $2. So every time somebody watches, you get 1,000 views, you get $2 or something. Whatever the CPM is, it's dramatically lower on Shorts. It's significantly lower because Shorts get so many more views. You know, when you watch a short and you're going to type something funny, you're going to type a comment, or you're going to LOL or whatever you're going to do. And remember how if you don't pause it, the short just keeps playing. Those views count. They all count as views. So it kind of unintentionally inflates the number, artificially inflates the numbers a little bit when that happens. So the views are not really to be trusted, but it does mean that more people are watching the shorts and they're familiar with who you are, or they're becoming familiar with who you are. Some of those names that I mentioned, like Cinna, I know Cinna from shorts. I know Cinna from YouTube Shorts, no videos. I don't think I've ever watched a Cinna video, but I've seen a ton of shorts with her. This is why I check on my mom or family. Like, you should do this YouTube thing. You'd be good. I'm like, it's pretty late. I'm pretty late, and even if I wasn't, there's a ton of work to get started, let alone going forward. As far as pretty late, I would still say do it anyway. Just don't expect to be in a career. Like, if you get into a career, that's great, but it's not. I feel like anybody fails when they say, I'm going to do this for a career. I feel like there's an expectation because they're looking at the later part. They're looking at the part where they say, I'm a famous YouTuber. And they're not looking at the part where I was not famous for a very long time. Streaming isn't a career. Content creation isn't a career. It's a hobby that can turn into a career. So I think that's the more important way to approach it. But yes, even if you as a hobby, even if you said, "Oh, I'm going to do this as a hobby," there's still some setup that you need to do. There's still things that you need to understand. Yeah, exposure and engagement. Even for big creators, they don't make much from shorts. Yeah, they get bajillions of views and it brings people to their videos. Now, it's always been about length, and by nature, shorts don't give you that. They give you more presence. For like starting YouTube at 24 for me is already, I mean, listen, starting YouTube at 24, you think that that's late? How old was I when I started? 39? 38? 39? 38 or 39 when I started. And one thing I don't do, which I don't think I'll do, this is a little off topic, but one thing I don't think I'll do is I'm not, and I have no problem with people that do this. I just find, I think about this and I find myself saying no, which is I'm probably not going to use my age as a thing. I'm probably not going to sell myself as the old man gamer or anything, right? Like some Gen Xers are cool, or I'm going to put a big X in my name to make sure that everybody knows that I'm 47 right now. Like, I'm not going to do any of that. Like, I'm really Zennial, so I'm kind of in the middle there, but yeah, I am everyone's gamer uncle, but that has nothing really to do with my age. It's more like the relationship that I have with people, which is to say that I'm a little bit older. I'm the adult that tries to be the cool adult, even if I fail. But I never really did. And I've seen people that's what their gimmick is. Their shtick is that they're older, and it's fine for them to do it. But I don't know. I just, it's not something that I would approach to do. And you mentioned the person that like collabed with Shy Lily and doesn't want to use that. I have no interest in having. Don't. You're going to say this to him, and I want to make sure that he understands what I mean by this. I don't want to rely on John jumping in videos. I don't want to make videos and have the gag be that sometimes some call me Johnny shows up. That's not something that I want to do. Notice, I've never done a trailer or anything for the channel where I have John talking. That's not the kind of connection I want to milk. I have no interest in milking a connection. But I will use connections that I naturally make on my own. And that's not a naturally made connection. I mean, it kind of is, but it's not a natural connection for me to just, John's my nephew and he's well known, so I'm just gonna ride off of that. And I'm glad that no one's really accused me of that. I think that that's one thing that I find interesting, and I'm very happy about, is that no one's ever approached me in any way whatsoever to imply that that's where my success comes from. And I don't want anybody to think that. I would never want anybody to legitimately think that. You're probably going to make jokes, but I would never want anybody to legitimately think, oh, you're just doing this because you have a famous nephew, and you're going to, it's like, no, I'm doing this because it's fun. Yeah, so some call Johnny my relative. Call John sometimes. Oh, that's good. I'm going to have to use that on him. I'm seeing several gameplay clips on Twitter. I think the demo might be out. Oh, wait, you think it's out for Dragon Quest? Maybe we'll do that. Maybe. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday was the stream schedule, but if I have time, I'll probably do that tomorrow. We'll play the demo. That's interesting. But yeah, that's just a little ramble. So I hope everybody's okay with that. But it's just a little ramble that I had about just what's going on right now and how I'm viewing streaming and content creation. I think I need to do putting the streams over on YouTube more. I need to do that a little more regularly, and then from there I'm gonna decide what I want to do about if I want to start turning any of the content into something, or if I want to start. Here's another thing that I am thinking about doing: making videos, like making legit actual YouTube videos where I come up with ideas. I talked about Metroid Prime 4 yesterday and how I would fix Metroid Prime 4, and I thought about talking it with you guys, talking about it with you, but then I thought I should probably just make that a separate video where I write down my thoughts about what I would change. And what I'd probably do is minor changes, moderate changes, and then what I would fully change. What I would have done instead of Metroid Prime 4. So I thought about that. I was like, I should probably just make that a video. And it's just a matter of whether or not I have the motivation to do it, which I should be. If ever I was gonna be motivated to make these choices, it would be now. And I'm still on the fence about all of it. I was looking for your channel originally because of SGB. Instead, Twitch recommended you to me. Oh, so I owe Twitch everything then. My friend Solar. Oh, Solar. Suggested you could tell Greg to reference you to John for VOD editing. I was like, nah, I don't want that. I don't want that to be our friendship, because that's not a friendship. That's a business transaction. That's if you're relying on me to promote you, then there has to be some sort of monetary compensation, which I'm not asking you for anything. I'm just saying that that's how that kind of works. I should try multi-streaming. I should sit down and actually do the thing that I need to do the multi-streaming, because I think at the very least that's going to be beneficial. I view you and John as two separate things, if that makes sense. No, I appreciate that, and I want that. And what I used to say, Steven, is if it's okay if you find me through SGB. It's okay if you find me through John. But when you're here, it's my job to keep you here. It's my job to create an environment and make jokes and do all of the stuff that makes you say, I'm going to drop him a follow, not just because of SGB and not just because of John, but because I enjoyed the content and I'm coming back for that. That's my job as a content creator, to do that for other people. Because if you're just finding me through SGB and you're just following me out of some sort of obligation that you feel like, oh, he's John's nephew and they're related and John mentions him sometimes, so I'll follow him, that's not going to translate into anything. I appreciate it. I appreciate the thought, but it's not really going to translate into anything. It's a bit different. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's a bit different. That's still organic. That's organic. You saw me in a video, you thought it was funny, and when I popped up, you said, oh, okay, yeah, here we go. This is a great stream, goat. Stream goat. For me, I just don't have a strong enough desire to get everything I need to get to the starting line. It's not about fame or that. It's just realistic. Yeah, realistically knowing what I'm willing to do. And that's kind of what it is. We kind of made that a thing. Yeah, obviously not gatekeep, but we tend to avoid bringing up John's content or even SGB. Yeah, I mean, sometimes people bring up SGB. They ask about SmackDown Sundays and stuff, and that's fine. That's fine because I'm a part of that. So I would want you to ask questions. If you thought that the last SGB video was hysterical or you were yelling at me because I'm not calling Yahtzee, then go right ahead. That's fine. I'm part of that content. Pay up, buddy. First time I saw you was on SGB with the Punisher playthrough, and it took me a long time to actually support you guys individually. But been a fan of all you guys, and I very much appreciate that. Should at least try to work on the Lost World editing since it's complete. It's a complete playthrough and had. I should at least try to work on the Lost World editing since it's a complete playthrough and had enough stuff for one fun video. Was that just one video's worth of content? And for what it's worth, not anything against anyone, I prefer your streams to others. I find more relatable and overall interesting as a person. Then I think that's the thing that I try to do the best. If there's anything in my life that I try to do the best, as somebody who is an introvert and didn't like talking and grew up not liking public speaking, if there's anything that I want to be good at now, it is communication. It is having a conversation with a good flow. And I have these stop moments. I have tons of these stop moments where I just kind of think, and I'm trying to like organize my thoughts. I try not to say anything that is too stupid, unintentionally stupid. So I do try to stop, but I do try to have a good flow, and I try to keep things interesting and moving at a moderately decent pace. So, sometimes that gets in the way of the gameplay because I'm trying to have a flowy conversation. You know who I like as far as talking? Not streamer. I mean, he probably would be a streamer, but Alan Watts. If you've ever listened to Alan Watts discussion videos where it's Alan Watts talking about something, and then they put footage of him, or they put like peaceful scene, right? This peaceful scenery, and then it's Alan Watts talking about stuff. It's always super interesting to me. It's always really interesting because of the way he delivers the information. What? Correct. Yeah, it's always really interesting. And I like that. I like that flow of conversation. I like that if I'm going to be the only one speaking, and I think this is where the logic comes from. Alan. What? Yeah, see, look, it plays again. Yeah, if I'm going to be the only one speaking, then I need to do it well. I need to do it as well as I possibly can. No shade to anybody who can't or doesn't. No shade to anybody who stumbles over their words or is camera shy. There are people that are just camera shy. There are people that are good conversationalists, but then when you put a camera on them, they don't know how to feel. There's a reality going on right now, right in this moment right now, that I think a lot of people don't understand, is that when you sit there and you talk to somebody and you're maybe even a decent conversationalist or a great conversationalist, you're probably a great conversationalist within a small group of people. There are, 23, it says, is the viewer count right now. That means that if I'm aware of that, I have to block that number so that I don't stare at it all the time. It means that you're having a conversation with 23 people. And then earlier it was 35. Or when we watch an event, it's 50 or 60. Or if John sends a raid over, it's 200. Or if we make it really, really big and we're gigantic and we are we're doing this as a multi-million-dollar career, when I turn that camera on and I open my mouth and I say dumb things, there might be 30,000 people watching that. And you know what those 30,000 people are going to do when I say something stupid or when I do something awesome? They're going to make clips and they're going to share those clips. And they're going to send that. So that 30,000 people becomes 300,000 instantly. And that reality kind of strikes people. And it's either they don't think about it and then eventually they do, or they know about it. And now they're uncomfortable. And now they say, ooh, I'm uncomfortable. There, somebody said they're camera shy. And it feels weird because it's just me in a room with a camera and a setup. But I have to acknowledge that there's other people on the end there. That's why I talk to you all. That's why I call you the co-host. That's why I enjoy that, because you are there. You are the reason we're here, and you're part of why we're here. So I try to acknowledge that, and I want to be the best version of myself, partially because I just want to, and partially because I want you to also be the best versions of yourself. I like our community here because you know what I don't have to worry about with you guys.
SpaghettiOs.
Other than SpaghettiOs, you know what I don't have to worry about with you guys? Causing trouble. I don't have to worry about you harassing anybody that comes in here. I don't have to worry about you just being obnoxious or dumping all over me. I don't have to worry about any of that because we've built that together. We built this together with each other, and you're part of it. And that's what I want. I want people to be a part of it. And whenever we have tried to quickly outstretch ourselves, right, when we play Fortnite or Warzone, or we do something that's a little bit more on the popular side, we almost always get people that come in here and they cause trouble. And I don't want that. If we're going to grow together, I think we have to do it naturally so that we can make sure that we have a good experience. And I want that to be the case. I think I saw you either on SGB or during one of the charity events. I was like, he's hilarious. I wonder, and follow me on Twitch. Oh, there we go. Mostly interesting stuff to listen to, not just speaking about random stuff for the sake of speaking. It's usually bouncing off chat or some funny story. Yeah, and that's I want that to be the case. I don't want to ignore chat. I one thing I can't stand when I watch a streamer is when they just ignore chat completely, or they don't even have chat up on their window. It's like, nah, you got to talk to them. If you want them to give you their time, you have to give them your time, not just streaming. You have to interact. You have to. You've seen, that's my issue. You've seen, and people in VC have heard, when I start yapping, I can yap, but when I stream, I suddenly get super self-conscious and I can't formulate thoughts and hold more than 2 sentences. And that's okay. That's something that happens to people, and it's perfectly natural. I think that's normal. But I think that maybe there's some people that don't understand that about themselves, and they don't realize that I don't have the flow of conversation that I would like to have in this particular setting, because this setting is different. Causing trouble, he says. We are number one. Oh my God. It took me a second there. You don't have to worry about us dunking on people. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. So don't stress it. Stress about it. That reminds me, the Rocket League was another game you hooked in seriously and then not anymore. Yes, but not. Yeah, I did that off stream. Yeah, Rocket League is, you know what's interesting about Rocket League, and I think Rivals was kind of the same way. I think when I talk about why I wasn't playing those games anymore, I actually can tell you what stopped me from playing those games. And it's not getting too good, because that's definitely not the case. It's getting to the point where now I'm playing against the people who are pissed off if you're not as good. When you Marvel Rivals, when you're playing in bronze, everybody's garbage. And we know it. We know it. We're not sitting there screaming at each other in bronze, because we're all in bronze. In Rivals, I got to Diamond 2, Diamond 1 or Diamond 2. And that's where people start to get frustrating. Silver, for some reason, ironically enough, Silver is kind of a weird, frustrating area where you got the people that think that they're better, but they're just as bad because they're also in Silver. And then there's people who just suck, but they happen to get the Silver. And then there's people who are really good that are on their way up past Silver, but they just have to get there. I think when I got to Gold, it got a little better, but there was still some of that. When you get to Platinum, I think that's where people really start working together. But then after that, the attitude came back. And people were screaming at each other and saying horrible things in chat. And that was where I lost interest. And Rocket League was kind of the same thing. I played a couple of games of Rocket League where once I got to a certain point, I realized that if you weren't playing dramatically better than you were, if you were being a human being, they started to give you a hard time. So I was like, I'm not even, I don't even have the urge to put it on anymore. I think that's probably where that happened. Getting good isn't the issue. Getting good enough to be paired with the tryhards. That sucks. It kind of was. You can tell when I get thought block, I start noticing the dead air and just gap fill with either narrating what I'm doing in game or memories of the game. I mean, the memories of the game thing makes perfect sense. Narrating the game is like, yeah, whenever I hear somebody just narrating the whole game, that's when I think, okay, they're kind of running out of stuff to talk about. So they're just throwing out what's in front of them. Which happens to me. That happens to me. You see plenty of times where I'm playing the game and I get really quiet and then I just start talking about what I'm doing in the game. Ooh, flippy, or I make a song, right? I do a little thing, right? A lot of the time that's because I feel like there's an uncomfortable silence. And one of the reasons I don't like streamers that don't talk to their chat is because it's not like they're continuously talking for 6 hours. When they're not talking with their chat, there are, and I think you can do this with anybody. Any streamer that you watch that doesn't talk to their chat, what you're noticing are giant gaps in audio where they're just not saying anything. They're not talking to chat because they're commenting on the game the entire time. Sometimes they are, but a lot of the time when they're not talking about the game and they're not talking to chat, there's just long stretches where nobody's saying anything, and there might as well not be a camera on in the room. It's like, that's not entertaining for people. I don't find that entertaining. Some people probably do. I don't find that entertaining. So to sit there and watch a quiet screen with a quiet gamer playing a quiet game, that doesn't interest me as a viewer. I grew up with a tryhard brother. This is why I'm not a fan of competitive games in the first place. This is why fighting and racing are best choices, because you're on your own and everyone is your enemy, but you have no one to blame but yourself if you lose. I'm doing a Family Guy Randy Newman joke when playing Dragon Ball. Like, that's fine when you're doing all the little quippy stuff. I mean, for as much as I say that, there are multiple times where I'm just making jokes because I think it's funny. I see something and it makes me laugh. So I hope it makes everybody else laugh. Grinding the GM in Overwatch, the game can be lost in the the game can be lost in the character select. Like, and that's how competitive games are. It's okay. That's fine. But something like a Splatoon, like I think people talk about there's no in-game chat in Splatoon, and I can't be happier for that. Just there's no text chat or anything. There's nobody calling each other a slur. There's nobody calling each other out. Like, there's none of that, and I'm fine with it. I just rage anyway, though. His friends were Melee only. Fox, no. Oh, they were the hardcore. Final Destination, if you want anything else, we'll kick you off the system. Isn't it? Is this fun? GG's easy. Like, yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a little bit of that stuff. I like the in-game communication. I like when you play Fortnite, games like Fortnite, and you don't have to communicate to know what people are saying to do. When people do the duck down thing, right? They're probably friendly. They want to especially in Fortnite. Like, Fortnite would have these challenges that would open up. You'd have to go to this spot and click this item. So then when they first unlocked it, it was hit or miss. You'd either get down there and there's a bunch of tryhards, or they're just trying to grief everybody, or you get down there, nobody's shooting. I've had this multiple times in Fortnite where you have to go and read a data log or something, and it's going to send you off to something else. I've had multiple times where I go down there because they just opened it, and there's 5 people there, and you know what we do? I was in a couple of them where we actually lined up. Most of the time, everybody just takes their turn, and then they wait. I've been in ones where they actually, without anybody talking, they just kind of line up, and everybody waits for their turn to do it. And I like that stuff. We were playing once, when I was Beth, we were playing, and she had to do, because she was playing Fortnite a little bit, and she had to do something like that. There was somebody else there. He did the ducking down thing, and she didn't understand it. So I had to tell her, like, no, don't shoot. He's okay. And she's, what do you mean? I say, he's ducking down. That means he's okay. So they both got the thing, and then he walks in front of her and ducks down, like he does the kneel, crouches down, and he turns around and he puts his back to her down. And she's like, what is he doing? I said, kill him. She said, what do you mean? He said, you can kill him. He wants to die because he's probably going to reload the game and do one of the other achievements. So it's faster for you to shoot him and to reload the game. So she kills him, and she's like, how do you know that? That's just gamer. It's like gamer speak. It's just what we've grown to do. Friendly or warming up a tea bag. I see your tweet. Splatoon sent you into Splatoon. For any Warzone, Ender Lilies, all of that stuff. For any of that stuff, Splatoon just enrages me. Someone beat the demo, said it took them around 4 hours. Okay, so if we stream tomorrow, we'll probably do that. If that's available tomorrow, we'll do that. All right, but who do I have here? GDQ. I'll probably just let you go. I was gonna send you to Andy, but I'll just let you go tonight. All right. Warzone didn't hurt you the way Splatoon did. No, not on camera. Off camera, there were some moments. FYI, what's this? I am a spy. Oh wait. Wait. Okay. I feel like there's a joke there I'm missing. Greg crying with rage over the shower. But no, Steven, but it's not the shower, it's the splashers. Oh, two fort reference? Team Fort? Team Fortress 2. All right. But that is going to do it for today. So thank you everybody for stopping in and for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. Well, we went almost 7 hours today, which is kind of great. We would have gone longer if I had gotten everything ready to go and I started when I wanted to. I want to start between 10 and 11, but that seems to rarely be happening. So if I don't go to the gym tomorrow morning, which should be that's my plan right now, is to take Wednesdays off of the gym and Saturdays and Sundays. So if I don't, then I'll probably start earlier. So it'll probably be between 10 and 11. Which I don't know what that is adjusted for your time. It's 7 p.m. right now, so you can adjust that for your time. But I really, really do appreciate everybody, General and everybody. And Atomic. Thank you so much for the gift bombs. Thank you so much for the bits, everybody. Cragman, General, and who else? Somebody else dropped chunky bits. Flash dropped some chunky bits. But let me let you go because my father's calling and he's gonna start freaking out. But I want to thank everybody for stopping in, for hanging out. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and keep an eye out for Blue Sky and Discord. If I stream tomorrow, I'll let you know. And it'll be tomorrow will be the Dragon Quest demo, so we'll do the Dragon Quest 7 demo. But thank you, everybody. Have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow, probably.